Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Mihi Anglican po rin, Servants Latino.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Guess what's not working this morning, guys? Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. We'll give the GoPro just a minute to rethink its morning and how it wants to introduce itself. Oh my goodness! It got really dark in here really fast.
People do not get to have it their way.
No, you don't get to have it.
Someone with more experience.
GoPro's still thinking. Is it coming back? Should we do a not sponsored by? Look at this, not sponsored by GoPro. Oh, and there I am too. All right, welcome to the court. There we are. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Sweaty much? Oh my goodness. I was just elbows deep, crimping PEX pipe in between two studs. Oh man, I am plumbing. Think GoPro, think. Oh man, awesome. Let's see if I can get this on the screen. Wait for it. Lots of things not working this morning. There we go. Crafter H, think GoPro, think. All right, first in chat this morning. Welcome, Angelique. You were first in chat. I'm going to get a fan, I think, in here. I think I need a fan. And a towel. I've been, I think I mashed my fingernail too, which is not feeling good. It's not feeling good. No, I'm drenched. I've been, we had to take 3/4 inch PEX and bend it in like a U shape about the size of your hand, which I looked in the dictionary. That's actually the definition of impossible. But we did it twice and managed to run it through and just barely finished pressure testing everything with all the seals and the crimps, everything held. So as long as water doesn't come pouring down that wall during the live stream today, we're good. So that's what we're hoping for. Fingers crossed, everybody. All right. The window is open. It feels great outside. It's a balmy 39 degrees, but I'll cool off quickly. All right. Welcome. Oh my goodness. We have stuff to talk about today. We do have a new trial that we should be starting this morning. It's at the border patrol, the border shooting, Mexico border shooting trial, which has some elements in it that we'll have to handle like adults. But we're gonna go there. We're gonna check this out and see how the trial goes. So that is in Arizona, all the way down by the border, about a mile from the border is where the incident happened. So we're gonna be watching that. It's gonna start a little bit later during the day because they are in Arizona, and the rest of us are gonna hang out here and have some fun this morning. And we've got some things to talk about. Oh my goodness, I got up at 3 o'clock this morning. Why? Because I don't know. My body said sleep is for the weak, and so I was up at 3, which means it will be nap time this afternoon. We will do. Angelique, I cut you off. Angelique, you were first in chat. Congratulations. I should not skip over this moment, even though this is not the first time. I believe this is at least the second time that you've won. First in chat comes with its punishment, as you broke the silence and broke the law, unwritten law, but it's still a law. You are punished with internet ownership, and we're going to sentence you with that effective immediately. So start expecting those phone calls to come in, and yeah. Oh my goodness, I'm like dripping sweat. That was hard work, and then like full on. It was a dead sprint to get this done in the morning. But yeah, and have you ever tried to nail something in between two studs that are like this far apart? What's the trick for doing that, for nailing something way back in there? Because I was using like a sledgehammer sideways with little baby swings. And I'm pretty sure that's not how the contractors do it. But, oh, man. All right, here, let's get going. Angelique, congratulations. You were first in chat. I'm going to move on from there. I guess birthdays happen. Mine is on Sunday. My birthday's on Sunday, the 24th. I'm super excited because, hey,
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
I think of that every time I try to do this plumbing project. I'm like, I don't get it my way. I just have to do it the other way. Let's see. If we have some birthdays to sing to, we will do that. But, oh, my goodness. Let me tell you, as we're waiting for the birthdays to come in, Twubble, I see you on the list. As we're waiting for the birthdays to come in, let me tell you what I did during the night. I was thinking, I woke up in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock, and I'm thinking, I need to go to the bathroom, which means I need to go outside. So maybe that is why I didn't go back to sleep. But I woke up and I pull up my phone and I start checking. And I'm like, there have been a ton of manhunts lately. There have been a ton. The ones in Idaho, those 2 guys, they caught them. And unfortunately, they think they might have committed 2 more murders between when they escaped the hospital scene and when they caught them. So they're looking into that. Tragic there. So that's going on. Then we also have, my phone is going nuts. My phone is going nuts.
Bring the jury.
Okay. TGIF, that's his message. Yes, TGIF. So that's going on. Then Ohio has one going on. I think there was one in, where was it? Was it Georgia? Man, I was just scrolling through and there's like manhunts going on all over the place. Escaped prisoners. There's one in California where they have an inmate. And they said man convicted of, what was it? Man convicted of stabbing his mom to death or something. Escapes halfway house. He walked away from a low.
People do not get to have it their way.
From a low security halfway house, and that there's more facts to it. But the news just grabbed my attention. Like, whoa! He stabbed someone to death, and he's in a halfway house. There's a problem, okay? And so I'm thinking, what is going on in California that you're letting these people just go on the streets after these violent criminals? And I dug a little deeper, and oh my goodness, did I start finding stuff? Let me share with you a story out of California, just really quickly if I can. Let's put it on camera 7 so I can read it. All right, here we go. Let's see. We have California Police Department is turning heads with their efforts to comply with a new state law. Assembly Bill 994 and Penal Code 13665 place restrictions on the details law enforcement agencies in the Golden State can share regarding criminal investigations. No, this is not an early April Fool's joke. The law prohibits law enforcement from sharing suspect photos for nonviolent crimes unless specific circumstances exist, such as a judge ordering the release of the image or the suspect is a fugitive and there's an imminent threat to public safety. So those jail booking photos that you've come to know and love, we're used to seeing them. Same rule applies to jail booking photos. You cannot share those. Nonviolent offenders won't be having their image released at all. Even suspects arrested for investigation of crimes like, rape, murder, aggravated assault, they will have their booking photo removed from social media after 14 days. And when their photo is shared, police are required to list the suspect's name as whatever the name the suspect gave them at the time they were arrested. So what are we going to have? We're going to have a picture of some violent criminal with cops. All cops are pigs is the name. He's going to say, my name is All Cops Are Pigs, was arrested. That is what they are required by law to do. And it doesn't matter if their name has nothing to do with what's on their driver's license. They're going to list that name as this is the suspect. And under very certain rules, they can also list a real alias like what's on their driver's license. I kid you not. This is actually happening. Okay. So let me show you what actually happens here, what this means. For Little Police Town, where's my mouse? Let me go back over here. Let's see. Let me bring this up on the screen so you guys can see this. Where's 7? Oh, 7 was in use. Let's get another 7. There we go. 7.2. Full screen. This is Canva. Okay, let me bring this up on screen so you can see. Can you guys all see this? I'll do the birthdays here in a minute. I promise. I'm not going to forget it. It's my birthday too. Well, I might forget, but I hope not to. Let's see. So this is the Marietta Police Department. Okay, and they're releasing this image, and they're like, "Why the covered faces?" And they're explaining the law. Okay, but in this image, I added this black part. I added that. That was me. The actual images that the police are releasing, and I kid you not, they're doing this. Marietta. I can't remember how the police department, when they release a suspect image, say like somebody smashes in the front of a store and grabs a whole bunch of clothes and runs away. No one would do that, right? Well, they do. In California, this happens a lot. Gangs of kids. What the police can no longer share their picture. They can't take the image from the camera, the security camera that caught them with an armload of Gucci or the truckload of Nikes headed out of the store. They can't just post that on social media and say, hey, help us out. Who is this? Instead, they literally, I kid you not, they are putting Lego heads over the image of the suspect. This is not a joke, guys. They're putting a Lego head over the image of the suspect so they can comply with the state law to protect the identity of the suspect, because that is what we are concerned about here. It's the warm feels for the suspects. We don't want anybody to be offended. We'd hate for somebody to actually recognize them. Bad things could happen. People could look at them and be like, oh, what a scumbag. We wouldn't want that to happen. So out of respect for the suspects, we now have Lego heads. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. I looked up the laws myself. I read them out of the books this morning. One of them, the number 3, he looks a little shifty. Just myself. So, yes, we're going to identify them by their clothes. That's exactly what we're going to do. We probably have to blur out their arms and hands in case those are shown, just so we don't also identify any skin tone. But this is in California. This is a state law. This is the state law that went into effect this year. And the way that Marietta PD is handling it is by putting Lego heads over the images so they can still release. It's like, do you know this outfit? Somebody wearing this outfit committed a crime. If you can help us, and they're saying things like, do you recognize the gait of this person? And here's Mr. Lego Man walking along down the street with a little Lego head smiling at you. We think he has a distinctive, this should be enough to identify him. We have the actual picture, but you guys just go by how he walks. That's going to be it. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Where do we go from here? We had, this is the actual post, why the covered faces. This is on Instagram. There's the law requires agencies to remove suspect mugshots from social media after 14 days. It's all real. Let's see if we can do a quick little edit here. Make this one compliant. Let's see. There's one right here. We're going to load this guy. Remove the background. Edit the photo. Get rid of that. Zoop. Like magic. It just works. I love Canva. Let's shrink this down. I know he's facing the wrong way, but Lego heads can spin. But there we go. There we go. That way, nobody's offended now. Police, they got their guy. All right. I wish this was a joke. I wish this was like an early April Fool's where people were, just like, haha, that is so funny. No, this is the thing. Now, I realize there are other states that restrict mugshot photos. And there's a reason for that, because there's some predatory businesses that have sprung up that are preying on people who get arrested. And one thing we know here in the world of true crime is that people who are arrested are not necessarily guilty. They're not guilty unless they've been proven guilty in a court of law, okay, and adjudicated such. So just because you're arrested does not make you a bad person. And I hear that argument, and it resonates with me. So these little fake little tabloid style online or print copies are like, here's a picture of everyone's mugshot, and they post them all over the internet, and suddenly you're like, look, I was arrested in a sting operation. I was walking down the sidewalk, and I happened to be in front of the store when they busted all these druggies that I was walking by, and they arrested me. Turns out they dropped charges 5 minutes later. They're like, "Whoops, sorry, we took you to the station on an accident. Our apologies. We'll give you a ride back, pat you on the back, and keep going." Now your face is in this mugshot magazine, and they say for the low fee of $300, we'll remove your face from our little magazine. Now, that is predatory. That is a problem, and there should be laws against that. Anyway, that said, I wanted to get that out of the way. That's what I've been doing this morning. Sheriff Grady would only have Lego men to work with. It would be, let's see, Sheriff Grady, we've got, I can't wait. I want to do a whole story where all the people are just replaced with Lego heads. We'll just put Lego heads on everything. I might edit that for a short. Anyway, where are we? Birthdays. Let's do birthdays. And I've missed, there might be a couple more. In the EU, this is standard procedure. No names or photos until convicted anywhere. Pauline, how do you identify a bank robber? Somebody who walks in, passes a note, says, and the note just says, if you comply, no harm will come to you. And we have these high definition pictures of their face. And the police can't release them. Now, the police are the only people who can do any sleuthing. You can't have somebody who say, "Yeah, my buddy just bought a new house, a new car, and a boat this weekend, and he works at McDonald's. I don't know how he did it. He must be saving his money." Maybe if his image was released, with the armloads of cash as he was headed out of the store, out of the bank, it might have helped a little bit. How do you identify possible criminal? Lego. All right, buffer sound. I'm missing the birthdays. It's birthday time. Let's see. We've got a couple more. Oh, man. Sharon, I need to make sure. I need them all on the same command here. Let's see if I can get them. Oni. There's Ani. 8th birthday today. Marley. Ani Marley Z. Happy birthday. Bex Harding. This is going to be like a multiverse, I can already see. Kimbers, Ohio. Twubble. With 2 B's. There we go. Kim R. Marin, and Janny. Okay, so Ani Marley Z, Bex Harding, Kimbers, Ohio, and then Twubble, Kim, Marin, Janny, and can I put myself on the end? And R.A. I say just me. Happy birthday to me, I think is the proper way to do it. Okay, so we are going to sing happy birthday to Ani, Marley, Z, Bex Harding, Kimber, Ohio. Oh, so Kimbers, the B disappeared. I struggle with the B keyboard. B, Kimbers, Ohio. And then Twubble, Kimar, Marin, Janie, and me. We will do that. We will do that now. I appreciate it. I've seen the dancers warming up for quite a while now, which is doing great. So we are going to see Belinda. Belinda, my birthday is today. We have to add you to the list. Okay. Hopefully we got everybody. I think that's it. So I'm just looking to make sure there's nobody else. I think we got everybody. If not, let me know and we'll try to include them at a later point. Warm up with me, everybody. La 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 la. I would appreciate you singing loud and proud. Doesn't matter where you are. Remember your parts, dancers. High kicks are appropriate today. Let's do it. 2 verses. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Ani Marley Z, Bex Harding, Kimbers, Ohio. Happy birthday to you. Love the interlude. Cha-cha-chas. Here we go. Twelve, Kimar, Marin, Janie, Belinda, and me. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Twelve, Kimar, Marin, Janie, Belinda, and me. Happy birthday to you. To everybody who is celebrating a birthday this today or this weekend, as I am, happy birthday! What a wonderful time of year to be born. Lego heads on everyone dancing. That would be great. Yes, the pyrotechnics, Cachette. We had the pyrotechnics. Boom! Fireworks and everything. This is the biggest one yet. The dancers all lined up. This is great. Let's see. Choreographers, ready full voice projection for the back, deep breath for the la la la, and wish our Captain R.A. the happiest of birthdays. Cha cha cha. Thank you, Sharon. I appreciate that. Appreciate the hard work you do to help me get the birthday song done right every morning. Isabella, happiest birthdays to you, R.A., and my fellow addicts. Have a very blessed day or blessed day. Either one. With your preference, because it's your birthday. I realize there are a million places you could celebrate and a million people you could be with today. The fact that you guys are here with me celebrating my birthday as well, I love it. Thank you so much. We're so excited for this wonderful occasion. Get your free pancakes at Denny's, which I probably won't do, honestly. Probably won't do. All right, we're going to fade it out before the big finish. Been making a bad habit of just playing the music. Wait, is this the end? If we're that close, we can. I can't actually drum. I have a drum kit, for those that are curious. I do have a drum kit. It's a digital drum kit, but I'm not very good at it. Kimbers, Ohio, happy birthday. It says, I'm thrilled to have the same birthday as you, Recovery Addict. Love it and love you all. Thank you, Kimbers, Ohio. I have to move my head to see the rest of the message because everything's moved over. But that's cool. It'll work. Golden Girl, thank you as well for the super sticker or super chat. Excuse me. I saw your profile picture and thought it was a super sticker. It looks great. I like that style of drawing. Is that something you drew? That looks really cool. Pauline Anna, thank you as well for the super sticker with the birthday cake. Thank you. All right, we have a case coming up. Princess Lukey, my 70th birthday. Woohoo! That is awesome. Happy birthday. We have a fun case coming up. Cachette, happy birthday weekend. Oh, the disco balls and fire and a train. Nice. The train is on fire. Cachette, thank you. One of our great mods helps out on the back end with some of the heavy lifting on the account. I appreciate that, Cachette, for all you do there. Thank you. The case. Let's talk about the case that we have coming up because I'm super excited about it. First of all, for those that aren't familiar with the situation that sort of is ongoing right now in the United States, there's a lot of, and sadly there's political sides to it, and we're not going to get into the political side, but there's a lot of discussion about the borders of the country and how they should be secured, or and that this case isn't about that. Okay, although the case in the facts, we will hear things about the defendant believing that the people who were crossing over the border were doing so illegally, like smuggling drugs or something like that effect. That was I believe one of his stories about what happened. So I would appreciate if we can focus on the facts of the case, which are a shooting, which is a claimed self-defense shooting, and not dwell on some of the political issues regarding immigration and securing the border. But that's our goal. But when it comes up, let's just handle it like adults. We realize we have different opinions on this. I'll tell you that I have varying views of it. I think all countries should be able to control who comes and goes a little bit. But I do think that this country has great opportunities for many people, and including my own family members, who I have immediate family members. On my mom's immigrated from Norway, and came over here. And so grateful for that opportunity and what that meant. That meant that I could be born here, which is just really cool. I mean, Norway is a cool place. I love it. I've been there a couple times, and it's beautiful. So I feel that there should be a system in place, a legal system to let people in, and we'll leave it just at that. But with that being said, Evangeline Light says, "Happy birthday, RA. Continued blessing ones on you." Thank you. Oh wow, holy cow. Nancy D, happy birthday, Scott. Have a fun, great day. We will, as soon as court starts in Arizona, which is going to be a little bit. I'm Not a Cat says, happy birthday, RA. Thank you very much. 9 months. I'm Not a Cat. Appreciate your support for 9 months. And let's see. Pilola's mom, happiest of birthday wishes, Scott. Have a great weekend. I hope to do that. They caught the escaped inmate in Idaho. They caught both, him and his accomplice, which is great. Mel Poi, thank you very much for the super sticker, by the way. Thank you. It's a huge problem in Arizona. Candace, I hear that, and I believe it needs to be addressed. If you look at the news, any given day, there are issues regarding the border going on, and I think it has to be fixed. I think our immigration system, the legal side of it, also needs to be fixed. I don't believe we should anyway, pickles, not politics, please. Yeah. That all being said, people are people. And even the ones that might look different from us or speak different from us or talk different or eat different food, they're real people. They have families, they have parents, they have kids, they have hopes and dreams. And I believe that we are better with a mix of people than we are divided into little groups. And so I think any solution needs to also have that human factor worked in. So people are people. Mel Poi says, we'll send kids and husband for your birthday, electrician, plumber, and contractor. Oh, please do. Please do. Oh, my goodness. We are so close. We are so very close. It's going to be done. It's going to be done here soon. All right. I'm getting voice notifications, but I'm not seeing calls. Am I on Do Not Disturb or something? Hang on one second. Sorry, my son's got a message about work, and that comes to my phone. So let's see. Britta Aller, happy birthday, Scott. Hope you have a great weekend. I really will. I'm really excited. It's going to be great. Dream of Laundry, happy birthday, RA. Love it here.
Someone with more experience.
We're going to, as we wait for court to start, which if somebody can get me the actual time in Arizona it starts, I think we've got an hour and a half. Is that the proper delay? Got my mug, my tongue twister, Megan. I got my rust mug just in time to celebrate your birthday. Wonderful. I'm glad it came through. You were one of the first ones that ordered, Megan, and as soon as you guys ordered, the company that prints them took down all my listings, and I had to rebuild them to get them back, and we still haven't figured out why they don't like those listings for some reason, but new ones are up. All right, let's see. Neezy, happiest birthday, RA, and a million more. Thanks for all you do. I'm not sure if I want to be a million years old, Neezy. One lifetime is enough. I don't need to live multiple lifetimes. Kid bang bang. I think you need some help. That is funny though. I get what you're saying there. So if you talk of the controversy, how can chat not? I wanted to bring it up because I realize that there are going to be elements of it in the case, but I'd like to look at the case just for the facts that exist. So let's see. It's Friday. Let's dance. Now I need more coffee. Eat all the cake. Oh, I haven't told Mrs. RA what kind of cake I want. That's one of the privileges of having a birthday in the RA household, is that you get to choose the cake. And I'm thinking yellow cake. milk chocolate frosting. I don't want dozens of candles. That would not be good. And upside down in a bowl with milk. That's what we're going to do. Red Pen joining the birthday cha-cha-cha train. Happy birthday, Ari. Thank you very much, Red Pen. One of the OGs here on the channel. Appreciate you. I did go to the post office and I got a mystery gift. I did not get chocolate covered pickles. I got a mystery gift that said 1 of 2, and I think there's a 2 of 2, but the 2 of 2 has not arrived yet. Where's the kitty cat at? The kitty cat is out on the deck. I will tell you this, Vicky. I am training the cat. Okay. A lot of people say you can't train a cat, right? But when it comes to food, you can train a cat. And so I have a little step ladder, and I like to give the cat little snacks, little tasty morsels. And I've trained it so that when I go outside and it meows for food, it has to run over and jump up on the stepladder. And if it jumps up on the stepladder, I'll give it a little treat. And so when it wants a treat, I'll open the door and it will meow and it will run and jump up on the stepladder. And I did this in the back over by the Airbnb. And then in the front, my kids hadn't done anything. I hadn't done anything. In the front, where we have on the deck, where it has its food bowl, its normal food dish. My daughter, when she gets up to feed the cat, she opens the door, and the cat meows, runs over to the food dish, and hits it with its paw, and then sits there and waits. So, it's training us about that now. But the cat's doing great. Let's see, German chocolate cake. Oh. Can you take out, because it doesn't have like coconut in it? Coconut is not good. Cinnamon roll cake I would be with. That resonates with me quite well. Let's see. Arizona's the same as Pacific time right now because they don't do daylight savings. They're the only smart ones in the group that don't flip their clocks around. I'm still adjusting to this switch. Oh wow! Coffee and Crime, another huge gift. 20 memberships this morning. Thank you very much, Coffee and Crime. Very much appreciated. Red velvet cake, that's good. That's good. But I'm just traditional. It's when I go to like Baskin Robbins, the ice cream shop that has like 31 flavors to choose from, I'll like walk up and down and like looking at all of them, get some samples, and I'm like, okay, I'll have the vanilla. Just the vanilla. That's it. I know I like it. I know I'll have no regrets if I get the vanilla. All right. Dips Fritos in his red velvet cake. Well, I guess they can't all be perfect. Britt Bottoms, Fritos and red velvet cake. All right, let's look. We're going to do a little court hopping as we wait for our new trial to start. This new case out of Arizona, down by the border. It's another shooting down by the border. We've followed a couple cases that have involved this area down by the border. And this one is the one that is most likely to have little elements of political stuff in it. So we would ask that the comments that are shared, do it respectfully. Let's do it with the human factor in mind, because everybody involved is a human. Everybody has, deserves that level of respect. All right. Spicy maple bourbon pickle. Zimmy, there are very few things, I think 2 things that taste like pickles, like they have pickle flavoring that I like that are not pickles. And one is the cashews that Britt Bottom sent me the other day, and the other is potato chips. I guess they have to be salty to taste like pickles. Let's see. Hold tight for just a second. Oh, I'm getting a phone call while I'm searching on the phone. Hang on one second.
Call from Angela.
Angela, how are you doing?
I am doing good. How are you?
Doing great. What's up?
Well, I don't know if I can call on Monday, so I'm going to congrats on your birthday.
Well,
so,
thank you.
Hope
Thank
you
you
have
very
a great
much.
one on Sunday. Yeah. So, and I am going to, someone mentioned that the German cake, well, there is another German cake. I don't know if that person is talking about the same one. There's a Schwarzwald cake, or otherwise known as Black Forest cake, which is basically just a whipped cream and some other, and chocolate, and I think one more ingredient. So you can go wrong. Everyone loves whipped cream and chocolate.
Yes, it's delicious. So chocolate, it's everyone will eat it. Like, it's not like it's got some of those weird, like, it's got special filling, like weird lemon filling in the middle, and people are like, yeah, not like that. But yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah,
we are getting
Yes.
word right now that our trial is going to be delayed on the coverage.
Well, hopefully not. Delayed a few hours or a few days?
Delayed.
Pushed.
Let's see. I'm trying to find the original. Josh sent this. Looks like the trial won't be live due to limited bandwidth. I sent a link. I'm looking at the state. Santa Cruz County, Arizona, is saying that due to the limited bandwidth, the court will not broadcast the jury trial through a live feed. Audio and video recordings will be uploaded daily, so we might be a day behind watching the video.
Yeah. Well, that's a bummer, but also probably because of the security reasons.
That's
the only thing I think
they
of.
just have slow internet. That's all. They just don't have the internet to be able to get the bandwidth up. It's it's way down by the border.
Yeah.
But
another thing,
yeah.
you gave me homework yesterday afterwards with Alec Baldwin stuff, and I was sitting on the bus, and I downloaded it on my iPad, and I was like, I'm going to citate my favorite quotes, one of my favorites, I have many, investigative journalist. I don't know what, there was some document, I think affidavit she downloaded, and she printed it out. She ran out of markers, how much she marked everything that was important in that affidavit. I don't remember the case. Well, let me put it this way. I am happy that I started marking Alec Baldwin's stuff on my iPad, because I would probably run out of markers myself if I printed that out.
There's a lot of pages. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Have you found some good stuff that you like?
Oh, where should I start? Well, I am still on the first document. So there is a lot of, I am like, this is so wrong, like really, really wrong. I think that it should be thrown out at least, because there is they are citating constitutional. They are citating that it's against the Constitution what the prosecutors did.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's
and there is not one.
So, do you think that Hannah's convictions should be thrown out as well, or overturned?
Well, they did say that there is one that they are like this. They did the same thing to Hannah as they did to Alec Baldwin. Like they, instead of apparently in New Mexico, people defense can submit exculpatory evidence to grand jury, and they prosecution initially gave, like, I don't know, it didn't say how long exactly they give them, but 10 days before they were like, nope, we are going ahead with the grand jury. Like,
yeah,
we don't want to.
They cut the exculpatory evidence time frame out, and basically only presented one side to the jury, which is interesting. In some states, grand juries only hear one side. There's no exculpatory evidence allowed.
Yeah.
So. Interesting.
Oh, there is a lot more. Like I said, I'm happy that I'm doing it on my iPad, because otherwise I would run out of my markers. So if anyone is going to do the same, probably if you have an iPad, probably a good idea.
Yeah, make it highlight digitally.
Or computer.
Highlight digitally. If you continue homework, and I realize you'll probably be working on this all weekend or beyond. If you find something juicy, something that's really interesting, shoot it over to the burner phone or send me an email, and we'll try to take a look at it.
Oh, and I told you about the disgusting food. I survived it. Let's put it this way. I tried to smell most of the smelly foods, including surströmming, which there's a funny story. You know how Gordon Ramsay is very open-minded, and he would love to try. Or
you're talking about the host of Hell's Kitchen, right? The chef.
Yeah, chef.
He'll eat all sorts of stuff. He'll give it a try.
Yeah. Well, apparently he found his limit. Surströmming, which is also a fermented fish, he could not handle it. He could not even.
No.
And I smelled that fish yesterday. I
people eat it as a punishment,
I have a reaction. I don't know. I have a friend who I was with at the museum, and he tried it, and he was like, "It tastes much better than it smelled." Because you can actually, there is like, you go through the museum, and at the end there's like a tasting bar, and you can try like maggots and all kind of insects and like.
I think you're breaking up. I can't hear you very well. Thanks for calling, Angela. That's awful. No, I was just making fun of you.
Sorry about that.
That is awful. That is
Yeah, sorry.
We're trying to talk about birthday cake, and you're suggesting rotten fish and maggots. Yuck.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. But okay. Thank you so much, and have a nice weekend and a wonderful birthday. So yeah. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Angela. Appreciate it. Good talking to you. We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, that's not good. It's just not good. There goes breakfast, says Wendy by proxy. Oh, I wish I'm trying to click on all these that I possibly can. The chat is filling up with birthday messages. Paula Max says, sorry about the nasty cotton candy. I ate a lot of the cotton candy. And it wasn't really bad. It's the difference between what you expect it to taste like and what it does taste like. That's really weird. But I ate a bunch of it so that my daughter would think that it was good, and she tried it. And she tried such a small piece that she didn't really get the pickle flavor. She's like, it just tastes like cotton candy. And I'm like, yeah, here, have a bunch. And she took a big bit in her mouth, and I don't think she'll ever forgive me. She's holding that against me. Let's see. We have wow. Let me start from the top because I don't know who I've missed here. Crafter H says, "Think GoPro, think Twubble." I get to celebrate twice with the RA family. My birthday is today too. Happy birthday, Twubble. Isabella Jones, happiest of birthdays to you. RA, my fellow addicts, have a blessed day. Thank you, Isabella Jones, Kimbers, Ohio. I'm thrilled to have the same birthday as you, Recovery Addict. I love it. I love you all. Let's see. Happy birthday, Scott. Says Golden Girl. Pauline Anna sent a birthday cake sticker. Evangeline Light says, happy birthday, Ari. Continued blessings on you. Mel Poi, birthday cake as well. Thank you very much. P. Lola's mom says, happiest birthdays wishes, Scott. Have a great weekend. I'm planning to. I really am. I'm planning to. Let's see. Nancy D, happy birthday, Scott. Have a fun, great day. I'm not a cat member for 9 months. Happy birthday, RA. Thank you very much. I'm not a cat. Mel Poi, will send kids and husband for your birthday, electrician, plumber, and contractor. Britta Aller, happy birthday, Scott. Hope you had a great weekend. Dreama Landry. I call you Laundry. I'm sorry, Dreama, but you come to expect that. Says, happy birthday, RA. I love it here. Thank you very much. Megan Dragon, got my rust mug just in time to celebrate your birthday. Neezy, happiest birthday, RA. Where's Neezy? There we go. And a million more. Thanks to all you do. Woohoo! Red Pen joining the birthday cha-cha-cha train. Happy birthday, Ari. Thank you, Red Pen. Laura Petrula, happy birthday, Ari. May your day be filled with love and laughter. Cheers. Cheers to you, Laura. Coffee and Crime sent those huge 20 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Coffee and Crime. Maggie Carr, happy birthday, Scott. Thanks for being you. Jamie L., member for 11 months. One more month, Jamie. You'll have an orange courthouse. You are almost there. Thank you very much for the great 11 months. Misty Harris, have a very special birthday weekend, Scott. You deserve it for being such a great person. Nicole Wise, birthday cake as well. Lots of cake. I guess there's no limits on a virtual birthday cake, right? Thank you very much for your very first super on a live stream. Appreciate that. Carol O'Neill, happiest birthday, RA. Have a magnificent weekend celebrating. Was thinking instead, says Debbie, of using Lego heads, maybe head of skateboard and the arresting state. Debbie, the Lego heads. I still just can't wrap my mind around that. Yo Mama, have an amazing birthday weekend. Much love. Thank you, Yo Mama. 11 months as well. Almost there to the 12 months. Kevin, who's up to 13 months, says, have a great day, Scott, and all the birthday crowd. Everybody who's lots of birthdays this weekend. Lizzie Dog, member for 10 months. Happy birthday to you. So grateful for you in this community. Enjoy your day and party hardish. Party hardish. I love that ish there on the end, which, I guess it's open to interpretation how hard we party. And then chat as well is just full of birthday wishes, more than I can click on all of them. I'm trying to, as much as I can, click on every single one. Mr. Upper Torso, I see there. Michael Ruddle. It's almost like we need to do a roll call. But apparently I was not paying attention, and I thought the live stream was going to be live today. There's a chance we might be able to get it from another feed, another source, but the court is uploading at the end of the day, which means we're sort of behind a little bit.
Call from Nosy Rosie.
Nosy Rosie, thank you for calling back. We only did half the interview yesterday.
We did. Happy birthday to the most youngest, handsomest.
Go on. Yeah.
Happiest. I don't know. I'm laying it on thick.
You're buttering me up for something. What do you want, Nosy Rosie?
Well, so, we didn't finish the interview, but I thought of a new question because it's your birthday weekend. Mm-hmm. And so I think we've all had this happen in our lives. So what was the most disappointing birthday that you've ever had?
Oh,
and you have to have one.
Most disappointing birthday.
What's the gift that you wanted and you knew you were going to get it, and then when you opened that box, it was not that little Red Ryder
BB gun. I actually own a Red Ryder BB gun now. I bought it myself because my parents wouldn't get it for me when I was a kid. This is a tough one.
Tell me, you've had a great birthday your whole life.
I will tell you, my family grew up fairly poor. I mean, there were years where there was no Christmas presents because there wasn't any money to pay the bills, let alone Christmas presents. And that the year specifically, I'm thinking of a kind neighbor just donated all of our Christmas and then gave my parents $1,000 cash on top of that. Is unbelievable. But so there have been years that have been very, very small gifts. Many years growing up, there were very small gifts. The birthdays were not a time that you got the new bike you wanted. If you wanted a new bike, you got a job and you worked for it. And that's the only way the new bike was going to happen, or any bike for that matter. My first bike was actually purchased at a police auction. It had been stolen and repainted and assembled from 6 other bikes that were stolen, and that's what I rode. That was growing up. Clothes were hand-me-downs, so that's that.
All right, you were just too grateful. I was expecting.
I'm just saying. I value. I really do. I value family. I value the relationships. I've had many gifts that are just thoughtful, but not something that with a huge price tag, and that means a lot. So picking out a bad one, I don't know. I can't think off the top of my head of a bad birthday. There are definitely birthdays where there was no wrapping paper. There's no gifts, but I don't know where. That's a tough one to answer.
You don't want to upset any. I got it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. You've had wonderful birthdays always.
I've been sick on my birthday. I think.
Your birthday?
No. This is the best part. I come from a huge family. There are 10 kids in my family, and I'm right in the middle. And so somebody always remembers it's my birthday, especially because my sister has a birthday a week before me. So there's someone that remembers. And so I've never been forgotten.
Yes. My brother, because I have a big family as well, and so his is one day after mine. And I feel like, yeah, I guess I was kind of selfish. Unlike you, I was like, well, I want my birthday to be just mine. But I kind of had to share it because, like you, I also grew up really poor. So there was always only one present.
Yeah.
I mean, one cake. My husband, on the other hand, his birthday is December 23rd. And so his family also being poor, one year they gave him one shoe for his birthday.
And the other one for Christmas?
The other shoe.
Oh, that's brutal. That is terrible. I'm not going to out anybody, but I know that we do have at least a couple people in chat that do have birthdays on Christmas Day. And that is a tough one because it's like you get half the presents. It's like, yay, it's Christmas. Yay, it's your birthday. Everybody gets presents, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I was just wondering if you had gotten the chocolate covered pickles that I had sent you, but apparently you got some mystery gift, and now I'm like nosy.
Yeah, I've got the first half, and the first half is a picture frame. It's a beautiful picture frame. And so I'm guessing the second half, if I use my sleuthing skills, the second half might have something to do with what goes inside that frame. I have no idea what it is. Like what picture is going to be in the frame. Because I got the frame, and there's going to be something else. So.
Okay, interesting. Well, I just wanted to say happy birthday and try to get one of those funny stories, but like you're just a grateful kind of guy.
Let me tell you this. Here's a funny story. On my kids' birthdays, and by birthdays I mean their birthday, the day they were born.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I also got myself a present on like several, and I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because my wife's like in the hospital recovering, and I've got the checkbook, and it's like, hey, why not celebrate? And I didn't even realize I was doing this until my wife pointed out that there was one day that I got a specific firearm that I'd been wanting to purchase.
Oh my God! You don't even go like you go big.
I went big. So yeah, she put a kibosh on that, and I can't buy any more presents. We're not having any more kids. I think we're done. Our kids are growing up. But
there's a thing now, and I feel like it's kind of happened. And that's not, I don't hold that. It's cool. I think like the millennials and Gen Z and the new kids, mm-hmm. They have events for everything, and so they have like. The bride sends a gift to the groom and vice versa. But now there's this thing called a push gift. And so the dad sends a gift to the mom when she's in labor. And so it's a big thing. So you were actually the one buying yourself the push gift, and you weren't really doing the work.
I wasn't. And I could get into stories if Mrs. Ari wants to share some of those details, because she's an absolutely amazing mom. But the actual birthing experience, apparently I'm not supposed to be watching. I'll just throw this out there. Apparently I'm not supposed to be watching Mythbusters during labor, but it was a really interesting episode. It was an interesting episode. So.
You are hard. See, now this is the stuff I wanted to hear.
I'm not going to say anything else unless Mrs. R.A. gives me the stamp of approval, because I'm still working for forgiveness for that. So we'll just leave it at that.
I feel like I might be interviewing the wrong person. I feel like the goods might be with Mrs. R.A.
She's a great interviewer.
I feel like that's where the story's at.
Yeah. Nosy Rosie, I've got Amber trying to call, and I've put decline like 6 times, but she's still calling, so I'm going to try to pick up the call here. Thanks. It's wonderful talking to you again. Thank you so much. We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Amber.
Hi.
How are you doing? Are you going to rub it in that you told me yesterday and I just didn't pay attention?
No, because you just did that for me. So
okay.
Thank you. I don't have to do that now. No, I really wasn't doing that. Before I get tied up in a meeting that I'm late for now, thank you for 6 times ignoring me. I'm just going to rub that part in, though.
I was on the phone with those. It's be present with who you're with, right? I'm present with that person who.
I know. I know. And I love her to pieces. But I did find a different case. If we, for some reason, can't get the live feed, I could have sworn there was a local.
There's a news company,
a local channel
that said they were going to air it live, and it's shared. It's a wide open case, so we're really optimistic about this one. I was hoping we would get it live, but we might have to have it a day delayed. But it looks like everybody.
Well, and I did some digging into this case last night. I'm not done loading docs on Discord, but the case is on Discord. The only media filing I found was for a local station and News Nation earlier on in the case itself.
Yeah.
So I didn't see anything about pool access or if anybody had, pool camera. In the interim, though, I guess I did stumble upon a case this morning that is starting, and it's a road rage case.
Ooh. Another one like out of Georgia, right?
Quite possibly.
Who was it? That was Hannah.
I was trying
Hannah
to get
Payne. The road rage.
Hannah Payne was right, but that was a little different as far as context goes. I put it in Discord. I put it in mod chat for you. It doesn't look to have anything off limits in it, so it might be a good in the interim kind of case, and I don't think it's slated to last very long. So I figured we could be digging into that before we have nothing to go on if this case doesn't broadcast live.
Yeah. I'm okay if everybody gets a delayed feed, we can be a day behind. That's fine. But if we have to take a delayed feed and everyone else gets it live, that would be bad. So Amber's referring to
that's why
Dakari
I wanted to send you the other
Kennard
case.
on WKYC channel 3, I think she means.
Yes.
Dakari Kennard.
Yes. See, teamwork makes the dream work.
Yep.
Mansa's got my back.
Okay. You said it was on WKYC. Is that Cleveland 19? Oh, no, it's a different one. Okay.
So I'm going to let you work on that. I've got to get into a meeting that I'm late for.
Okay. Don't get fired. Amber, have a great Friday. Have a great Friday. Thank you very much. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Okay. We're gonna find something. Let's see. WKYC says they're gonna have it available. I want to see if it's a court feed. This is how it goes. We have periods of like really slow. Oh, Lisa Gilmore and Jen D have birthdays today, as well as who was the one I had on the screen and I had to clear it. Let's see. Your daughter's birthday. Let me find it. Where was it? Here it is. Bergen. Is it Bergen? Micah Rettel, your daughter's birthday, Bergen. Happy birthday, Bergen, as well. That is a wonderful day to have a birthday today. Lots and lots of birthdays. Larissa Gilmore, Jen D, birthdays today. Let's see.
Call from Josh Hutchings.
Josh, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for the notes and the heads up on the delay feed. I was not paying attention when I saw that.
Yeah, and it looks like also Law and Crime might be carrying it live at noon. I don't know.
At noon, that would be a live feed. That would be an actual live
YouTube
feed. Okay. So it looks like there might be a live one, Fox 10 out of Arizona as well.
And then the Kennard one is on YouTube. It looks just like a local channel.
Yeah. 610 Phoenix. Okay. Let's see what we got here. And they're starting at noon as well. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Ray, happy birthday.
It looks like we should,
yeah, sorry, go ahead, Josh.
it looks like we should have several to pull from, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see on that one for sure. I wonder why the court's saying they're going to delay it if they're actually giving it out live. So.
Exactly. I have no idea. But I figured I would send that to you anyway. So.
Man, they're crazy. Josh, I appreciate the heads up. Appreciate you doing the groundwork on that
anyway,
one. So
as well.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday as well.
Thank you, Josh. Have a good one. We'll see you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. Are you covering the Hedingham mass shooting in Raleigh? They released new info yesterday of internet searches. Was this the college shooting? I'm trying to think when that was. Why can I not? That name Hedingham mass shooting, it doesn't ring a bell, and that's in my state. Just had to hire a permission slip for prom. They hired an axe throwing business so the kids can compete. Wow. Rona says, happy birthday, Recovery Addict. It was one of my sister's birthday yesterday, and another sister's birthday is tomorrow. It would be cool if yours was in the middle today, but either way. Let's see. Ray, happy birthday. Happy birthday. So many birthdays. Let's see. Channel 5 in Cleveland is WEWS. Okay, I'm trying to find all these feeds. Give me just 1 second to see who's airing what. Okay. Solar eclipse stuff. Nice. While we were talking to Nosy and Amber, I quickly went to make the vanilla cake in the oven now. Pity I can't share here. Pauline, send me a picture. Send me a picture when you're done. We'll post it on screen. It's a guy in the subdivision. He killed off-duty cop and a couple of other people. Man, that my brain just is not, I just cannot remember. When did that happen? Stephen Blevins, wow, a year has flown by. Love this community. Stephen, Orange Courthouse, 12 months. Thank you very much, my friend. Youngest daughter's birthday is today. She's 27. Happy birthday, JV Marie. Happy birthday to Neely's daughter. Had jury duty this week, says Michael, on a DUI drug case. It's a strange trial without your commentary. Do you want to talk about it, Michael? I'd be curious to see what, if you want, nobody can force you to talk, but are you bringing me candy? These robin's eggs are delicious. Okay. That was delicious candy. That was really good. Thank you. All right. I've eaten way too many of those robin's eggs. Like a pound of them. You can't have any more. What cake is your favorite? I'd probably do yellow cake with chocolate frosting. Sacrilege. My son is speaking badly about my choice. Happy birthday, 35. Yes, 35 again. It's been like 12 or 13 years in a row now that I've been 35. Okay. Let me see. We're seeing if we can pull up one of the cases. I don't want to start another case and then have the live stream available out of Arizona. That's my only dilemma. I'd rather start a bit late and have to catch up on the case for an hour or two than lead you into a new trial, suddenly get everyone's interest in, and then have to jump to the other one that we want to follow. Okay. Hogue Law is on. He's talking about the U.S. versus Apple lawsuit. That's cool. Good to see that. Yeah, don't see any of the live streams that we're looking for. We're not doing small town murders. Small town secrets murder trial. Okay. No ice cream cake from Carvel's. No, I'm not huge on ice cream cake. Your daughter is not wrong, Karina. That's a good cake. We can check in on Judge Simpson and see what he has. So he was live about 31 minutes ago. He's doing landlord-tenant stuff. He's not live right now.
Let me just say that only the blue ones are the actual color.
My son thinks he's a comedian.
If you eat a blue one, then you're eating the actual rotten egg. Any other, it's not a rotten egg.
Okay, hang on. All right, we're in a holding pattern waiting
This
for.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Let's see, I can see the road rage suspect. They're waiting for that case to start. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm not sure when that starts. That might be the first one we can take a peek at. No good car chases, at least none that I was involved in. But, you know, it could happen. There's always one comedian in the family. The adoption one, yes. The adoption one is funny. Brandy's covering the small town trial. It's pretty interesting. That's great. Happy for Brandy. Hope she's doing well. We're hopping till the 2 trial. We will. There's just not, like, Boyd isn't on live. Cedric Simpson is not live right now. Some of the regulars we follow are not up. Are you revealing your age this birthday? No, because that would require me doing higher math than I can do with, you know, all my fingers and toes. Justice obsessed. Hubby likes a lot of the same things you do. He says you have to try yellow cake with lemon cook and serve pudding hot over the top. It will change your life. Where do you put the milk? Because I can't eat cake without milk. Okay. See an LA car chase from the other day on the burner. It was funny. A Benz SUV. I think this is close. I'd have to do the math. Use Common Core. That makes you about 21. I'm 35 plus taxes. High tax rate. Yes. Friday is a catch-up day for most courts. And so we're not going to see a lot. We're just waiting for the ones that are available to come live. Tisha. What's this normal people you speak of? Ven, thank you. Happiest Oppie almost birthday. I recommend chocolate cake with chocolate frosting. Milk goes in the bowl on top of the cake. Preach. Preach, Ven. Milk goes in the bowl on top of the cake. Wedding cake is my favorite. Now, the best thing about wedding cake is it's free usually, unless it's your own wedding. Oh, add the value-added tax. What is VAT now? Is that like 16? 17.5%? You heard the train? That was a train hooter. It's very far away, but there's a train that comes through here about once a month. And today was the day, and you heard the horn. There it is again. No, I'm good. All right. How many calculations can we create to get to RA's estimated actual age? I don't know what the right answer is, and I'm not going to tell you the year I was born, unless I already have, and then somebody's going to blurt it out. Can we rewatch Old Case in entirety of Daryl Brooks? I think you missed some. Robin, I don't think anyone can handle a second run through of Daryl Brooks all the way through. What would you count? What would you count if we were watching Daryl Brooks one more time? What would the counter be? My email is MD Recovery Addict, like Doctor Recovery Addict, but MD stands for Metal Detector. Metal Detector Recovery Addict. So MD Recovery Addict at gmail.com. Okay, I'm watching a whole bunch of different feeds trying to see when a court becomes live.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
No, that's Daryl Brooks. Train's still honking. Still going through town very slowly. Wendy.
Have them send someone with more experience.
It's our little secret. Pro Se Raymond Davis, such a good one from 2019. I've found that we like to watch live cases here. Every time we do a case from the archives, the viewership just plummets. So I like to watch live cases. Plus, then it saves me the heartache and frustration of trying to keep spoilers out of chat. We could add to the Maya counter, which is already up. Let's see. Oh, we missed 3210123. Not sure if anybody caught that, but that happened probably yesterday. Dakari Kennard seems interesting. Which one is Dakari Kennard? Is that the... Let me do a quick search on this. That's the one out of 3. I've got that one pulled up for the deadly shooting of Norton on I-76. We're watching for that right now. Can we see the new frame? Not without me getting up and leaving my office. I showed it to Mrs. R.A., but it's, I think it's upstairs. Said we want to sing to you. You sing to us on all our birthdays. Please use your fam to sing to you twice and once for us on Sunday. Happy birthday. Thank you. Let's see. Sunday, I think I think my family's probably going to do like a Zoom call or something. I'm sure that I'll be sung to on Sunday. A little Crisco glass jug while trail walking. Mm. I'm trying to get this, just some background on this road rage case. Fatally shot George Jensen on I-76 in Ohio, in Norton, Ohio, back in May of last year. So this is a speedy trial nearly. Let's see what else we have.
Do you have the keys?
I think I do.
Dropping them off at work, and then we're gonna go to the cemetery. Love you. Cemetery. It's cycle of life.
Oh, okay. Fun. All right, I'm trying to read up on this. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get some background if we're able to follow this case today. Shooting happened May 17th. There appeared to be a road rage incident between Jensen and another driver in a black 2018 Camaro. Both were traveling on I-76. There were witnesses that saw the Camaro firing shots at the victim's vehicle before that car crashed. Kennard was seen fleeing the location. Then the Camaro passed by a license plate reader and was seen entering onto I-76. Back past the scene of the shooting. Man. This is going to be a pretty quick trial then, right? I don't see why it would be a long trial. Sent something regarding fake cop to the burner. What happened to the Mexico border crossing trial? It's still going on, but there's a chance that the court is going to delay the feed for 1 day. So the feed won't be available till the following day.
Can you explain this, please?
Sorry, hang on. Yeah, I can't play this one. Fake cop car. Yeah, don't impersonate cops. They don't take that lightly. Jasmine, I think you're right. This case that out of Ohio might be a really quick one. So we're watching to see when that starts, and we'll keep an eye on that one. The road rage case won't take long, so I figured it'd be a good fill-in. One of my sons calls me every year for his birthday. He says it's because I'm the one that gave birth to him. Mary Kay, that's awesome. I'm glad he remembers. Let's see. I'm trying to watch like 6 things at once and read all chat, and I'm failing at everything. Okay. Out of Phoenix. Melissa, got your message. Thank you very much. Thank you in advance. Let's see. Hey, Siri. What time is it in Arizona?
In Phoenix, Arizona, it's 7:23.
Okay. YouTube on laptop is buffering bad today. George Allen Kelly. Let me see if that's him. We've got fatally shooting George Jensen. Was born 11:59 p.m. July 3rd. Bummer, Josh. But you get to celebrate the next day. Celebrate the next day. I mean, your mom should have been like, give the doctor like a $20 bill and say, just call it July 4th. Just call it July 4th. Linz, yes, sometimes we have to request. Sometimes it's wide open. Sometimes we have to apply. Every court is different. Does anyone know when the Brian Walsh case will come up? Will Ari cover it? I don't know when it's coming up. Is it on my list? I don't have it on my list. It might be a reason. Depends on the content. I forgot what the crime is. My Siri answered faster than yours. No date for Brian Walsh yet. That could be why. Is Brian Walsh the guy who in Boston who killed his wife? Is that the one where the body was never found? The content is bad. Yeah. He's the one that Googled all the murder things. And they believe he disposed of her body. And they never found it. Miss Christie, yes, we were talking about that on the podcast last night. Young kids robbing a bank. For movie money? I don't know. For Fortnite cash? I don't know what they're doing that for. Brian Walsh was the dipstick who Googled how to get rid of a body on his own computer or his own phone. Okay. Let's see. Where are we? Let's put that there. Let's go here. See if we can pull up a new trial here. Let's see if we get some filler for you. Some fun, entertaining filler. Let's do a little Zoom with Judge Middleton briefly. See what helps if I don't fade to black here.
It is 10:26. We'll let the clock tick a little bit. Oh, I got both of them.
What is that weird view?
Very fancy camera work right there.
Yes. We've been just sitting here discussing the current state of the housing market here in St. Joe County and all over Southwest Michigan, all over the country. There's not enough of it and not enough that people can afford. By the same token, the case I put you in the breakout room on, Meg, that landlord is losing $300 a week, and there's no likelihood that defendant is ever going to be able to pay that. And they're going to be out $5,000, $5,600 before she actually leaves. And you can't sustain a rental business when you're taking big hits like that. So the landlords are suffering as well. That rent was not unreasonable. This defendant filed this motion because she said she couldn't connect to Zoom, which isn't a real good reason since you always can just come here live and in person. So let me see if this person is here. Hello, Deputy Studebaker. I'm looking for Tricia Wilson or anybody here on Farmers State Bank versus Wilson. All right, thanks. Bye.
Go get him, Deputy. Deputy Studebaker. Epic
All
name.
right. It is
10:30.
appointed time. The defendant is not here. Here's Elaine with an order for me.
Is Becchio? Is she on the owl? There's a camera system called an owl that is a conference room camera system that sort of automatically pans, tilts, and zooms from a larger high resolution sensor.
Thank you. Yeah, you can have that whole batch. Here's Mr. Roberts' file. This is Farmers State Bank versus Christopher Wilson and Tricia Wilson. Present on behalf of the bank is Keely Beamer from Sturgis, and Meg Bowers here from Legal Aid. Becky O, who's not in the yas, is here on behalf of the bank. Karen O is not here. And Tricia is late, but she is logging in.
Tricia's hair is here.
Sort of. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, I can.
Are you Tricia Wilson?
Yes, I am.
All right, you're a little late, but you are here. Let me recall the case. This is Farmers State Bank versus Christopher Wilson and Tricia Wilson.
Yes.
Keely Beamer is here on behalf of the bank. Representatives from the bank are here, and Legal Aid is here. Let me give a little history here. The summons and complaint was filed as a foreclosure action. Farmers State Bank repossessed this property as a result of a foreclosure. The parties were served with the complaint, and we had a hearing live in court by Zoom on, the first date was March 1st. And I signed the order on that date. The defendant had until March 11th to vacate the premises. No one showed up for the hearing.
I was having a hard time with my phone.
Yeah, that's not our problem. That's your problem.
I know.
You have a right to come here and be here. Anyway, no one showed up. So a few days later, you got the order for default, and you filed a motion to set aside the default. That was filed on March 11th, the 10th day. You explained, in order to set aside a default, you have to have two things. You have to have a legitimate reason for not appearing, a good cause for failing to appear, and you have to have an indication that there is a meritorious defense. In your good cause for why you didn't show up, you said I could not connect to Zoom on my phone and had to re-download Zoom. I called the courthouse, spoke to the clerk who helped advise me on what to do. So you filed this motion to set aside the default. As for meritorious defense, you indicate in 2017, we refinanced our mortgage. We signed a paper that stated in case one of us passing, the surviving spouse would be the sole owner of the mortgage balance paid in full. We tried to get the mortgage current before the sheriff's sale, and they refused my payment. Well, the sheriff's sale was 180 days. The sheriff's sale was a long time ago, and 180 days passes from the sheriff's sale before they can have this hearing. So, Ms. Beamer, what's your response?
Yes, Your Honor. Just simply that under the court rule, we don't think that the two-pronged test is met. It's not a reasonable excuse for failure to log into Zoom under the first prong. And we've received, other than the statement in the motion, no other verified information or statement of facts that would establish a meritorious defense in this matter, and would ask that defendant's motion is denied.
Ms. Wilson, are you actually in the house?
Yes, I am.
Who else is there?
Just me right now. The kids moved out.
The sheriff's sale was a long time ago. Let me see what my notes say. And this is a long process that they have to go through to get this property back. This was filed in January. They served a notice to quit on you in December, and the redemption date expired as of November 11th. So the sheriff's sale was 6 months before November 11, which
May
has been
11th.
about May. And probably no payments have been made on the property for several years. And so people just are there waiting for bad news.
Well,
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
I did make payments for 2.5 years after my husband's passing. I figured that I could find the paperwork. I know that I feel like I've got nowhere with the bank. After my husband passed away, I went to Farmers State Bank 3 different times. I went to 3 different branches. I tried to get a copy and was willing to pay $1 per page for all of the original documents because I could not find my page stating that fact that the remaining balance of the mortgage we paid in full. The loan was based on both of our incomes. Finances have just been really, really tight since he's gone. He fought leukemia for 13 years, and it was just a struggle. We have 4 kids, which they've recently moved out. They're all 18 and up now, but I paid for the funeral myself. I've had 2 accidents since he passed. I've been struggling, and a lot of these are the reason I fell behind. There were, kind of circumstances beyond my control, and I have tried my best, and this has been my home for 23 years, and I thought it was always going to be home, and I'm having a hard time. I've got $90,000 in equity. I feel like I wasn't really offered too many choices. I've read a lot about it, and I thought I should have been offered a loan remodification or something. I lost my main source of income. My husband was real sick towards the end, so my job was to stay at home and take care of him. I was a full-time caregiver. He was on a feeding tube and down to nothing. Yeah, he literally needed help to stand, help to wipe, everything. So it's been a struggle, and then losing him, and I'm fighting depression. The kids all moved out, and my life has just been, I don't mean just to give a sad story, but yeah, I'm having a hard time.
Well, it's a very sad story, and I concede that, but your ship has sailed. As sad as this is, there was a foreclosure sale, a sheriff's sale in May. You had 180 days to redeem it, and you didn't do anything. So they started this action. Then you didn't show up for the court hearing because you didn't prepare your Zoom until 2 minutes before the hearing. So we were here. In fact, we stalled around a little bit, hoping maybe somebody would show up, and no one did. They're asking you to move. They're asking you to move like today, you and all your stuff. You no longer own this house. The bank owns it. And you haven't made any payment on it probably in several years. So you're living in this house without making any payment. And so theoretically, the money that you would have to make the payment should be in a big pile in the bank, but it never is, because people use the money to buy groceries, pay the electric bill, make their car payment, pay their insurance. But you're living in this house that you don't own anymore, and you don't have the ability to redeem it. All the things that you're saying as part of your defense have all expired. And the bank is frustrated, and you are certainly frustrated, but you're moving to set aside the default. So the first question is, did you have a good reason for not appearing? The answer, in my judgment, is no. You couldn't get connected to Zoom. You didn't attempt to use the Zoom until 2 minutes before the hearing. You always had the option of coming to the court. So you didn't appear. In fact, I thought maybe you'd moved out. And then you did call later that day. The second question is, do you have a meritorious defense? And you said a bunch of things about how unfair you felt all this was, and the certainly very difficult circumstances that you were in. It isn't as though you willfully failed to pay your payments. Life came in harsh white light, and your husband's illness progressed. You lost his income, you lost your income, and you had a loan on the house that you couldn't pay, and they foreclosed on it. And that is a very sad but true story. I believe everything you're telling me, but none of it amounts to a defense to the fact that the bank is legally able to foreclose on the house. At least nothing that I heard. Ms. Beamer,
payments in March.
I'm not sure what happened, but did you ever talk to a lawyer?
Just legal aid. I thought I could find the paperwork. I just was hoping and praying that I could find it. I went to the bank and tried to get copies. But the bank was never able to produce all of the paperwork. They had a section of 6 pages at one time. Another time.
What is your defense in there? That somehow there was an insurance policy or something, and then
it was part of the mortgage. Yeah, I thought I was going to have all this money coming back where I'd continued to make payments after my husband passed away. So I thought.
Well, I've never known of a mortgage that says if one party passes away, the mortgage is paid in full for the party that's left. I'm sure, I'm very doubtful that the mortgage has that as a condition in it. Are you aware of anything like that, Ms. Beamer?
No, Your Honor, and I know there had been communications between the bank and the defendant. The mortgage does not contain a clause like that, and no third-party coverage claim or insurance policy has ever been provided, nor funds for full payoff that would result in a claim against such a policy.
I thought if we didn't have 20% down, we had to have PMI insurance or something. I don't know if it was PMI insurance or is it in the application that we did? Because I remember we were sitting in the bank with Faith Gardner, and she said that the loan was based on both of our incomes, and that kind of helps protect us so that if we do lose one of the incomes, they knew he was sick when we did all this. I don't know. I wish Chris was here because I don't know. I remember him talking to his boss about it. He talking to my dad, and he had peace of mind knowing that me and the kids would always have home. And I don't know. Is there any possible way I could? I know I've missed the redemption period, but I have been working trying to come up with money to pay it off. Is there any way the bank would work with me and give me the possibility of paying it off still? And I've paid quite a bit on this place. I worked my butt off.
I don't know the answer to that. As I said, there was a legal process, and they posted it on your house. There was a sheriff's sale here at the courthouse on May 11th. It told you had 180 days to redeem it. So after May 11th, I don't know what was done in March, but after May, you had a right to redeem the property, and that didn't happen.
Because it was $50,000. I didn't have it, but I did I did have enough to get my account current in March, and they refused my payment, and that was well before the sheriff's sale, and I had enough to pay all of the late fees and everything. So I thought I read that if I was current before the sheriff's sale would be canceled.
I don't know about that, but you never filed anything in the legal action. So now it's at the 11th hour and 59th minute and 59 seconds, and you're raising all these defenses that perhaps should have been raised a long time ago. I don't know if you understand the gravity of this. There was a sheriff's sale. You had 180 days to redeem it. You didn't redeem it. You didn't file anything. You didn't, I don't know.
I didn't think I could afford it.
All right, well, you can't afford it, and they want you to move out. They bought the house back. They own it. And so you've been living there for a long time without making any payment. They actually wanted you to move by yesterday, March 21st, or the sheriff would come put your stuff out in the street. You're very close to the eviction process where the sheriff comes and forcibly removes you from the house. So that's how serious this is. Ms. Beamer, she asked several questions that I couldn't answer. Does the bank have any interest at this point in trying to redeem this?
Respectfully, Your Honor, no. This has been, there was 3 prior foreclosures. I mean, like I said at the first hearing, there's a bit of a history here. While sympathetic to, the tragedy of the circumstances, unfortunately, the process has occurred, and they're not interested in any redemption at this point.
It was because of my husband having leukemia and us having 4 kids and going clear to Detroit for his treatment. So yeah, we struggled, but we always got ahead. We always we recouped. We always figured it out. Usually it was me working 2 jobs while he was at home sick. I took care of the kids. I worked my butt off trying to get it recovered over and over again. I have $90,000 in equity. Well, I don't now, but so I just walk away with nothing. I wasn't offered any kind of loan modification or any. I don't understand why I couldn't have used some of my equity to help me get caught back up. I also had 2 car accidents, I paid for the funeral by myself. My in-laws, I could go on and on. Everything has just gone wrong. And I did try to come up with $50,000 during the redemption period, but that's a lot of money for me to come up with by myself in 6 months. But I tried.
This is a tough
I have
situation.
the ability to pay it now, but I know I'm past the dates. And
Well, I can't force them to enter into it. They've gone all these steps. So have you done any planning to find a place to move to?
I've looked into it, but everything is expensive. I have 2 dogs, 2 cats. Everything is ridiculously high, and I was just hoping that I could figure something out and save my house.
This is sad, and the fact that she didn't participate in the process.
I have been packing. I have a storage unit.
Got her.
I figured, I'm not completely out, but so if I could have a couple more days, I can get it out. But
all right, at least you've done that. That was my next question. I don't take any joy in this. In fact, nobody does. The bank doesn't. Ms. Beamer doesn't.
I know.
The bottom line is you had a contract for a mortgage on this house, and because of life circumstances, you couldn't fulfill it. And now it's sad, but it's real. Ms. Beamer, my inclination is to give 10 days from today. The motion to set aside the default is denied. For both prongs. No good cause for failure to appear.
If the bank is going to just resell the house, why wouldn't it be okay? I don't understand why they wouldn't let me pay it off.
Well, I guess that's always a possibility, but the problem is they want to get you out to resell it.
What if I can pay it today?
Well, you can talk to them about it. But I'm going to give you 10 days to move out by April 2nd. April 1st.
I didn't think I could afford a lawyer. I was focusing on finding that paper. The bank was never able to have all the paperwork. I don't understand why I couldn't get copies of it.
Well, there is no such clause in there that if one partner dies, the house is paid off and the other partner gets it. I'm not even aware of a mortgage like that. That would be an inducement for one partner to jump off a bridge or something. And there was no insurance that paid it. So your understanding of what it is not accurate according to them. And you've been fighting this fight for 14 years. And here we are, as I said, at the 11th hour, 59 minutes and 59 seconds.
What if I was able to prove that those other times where we were in late was because of excruciating his health, us living in Detroit, his stem cell transplant, his heart attack?
Yes, I'm aware of all of that. But prove it how? That hearing already, that ship sailed. The property was foreclosed on. Meg, you have any input here?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, I'll say that Ms. Wilson did log in sometime after her hearing, but while I was still here, and so I did briefly meet with her. I think she tried to mention that a second ago.
And I think you helped her file a motion to set aside the default.
Otherwise, I told her that I had never heard of such a clause in a mortgage either. And that I couldn't have evaluate the status of the redemption amount or window, or whether she's entitled to any surplus from the sale without seeing any of the documents. I suspect if that, well, I shouldn't even speculate. And I did give her our phone number for an intake, but encourage her to get us the documents, and don't have any further record. So I think Your Honor has been pretty patient, or it's a terribly sad situation, but outside of the bank negotiating, I don't see any.
I don't see anything either. All right, Ms. Beamer. I think I
know there's a paper.
Miss, I'll let you say your last, what else you'd like me to know to put on the record here.
I just wish you could order all the paperwork from the bank that's related to the mortgage, because I know for a fact my husband understood it the same way. I don't remember the exact wording, but it was in the event of something happening to one of the co-borrowers, the surviving spouse would be the sole owner. I know if that's...
Well, they would be the sole owner, but it doesn't mean it pays off the mortgage. So I'm sorry, you're in a difficult position and you're grasping at straws, but the bank is entitled to the relief they're asking for. I don't have to like it.
I know.
So the motion to set aside the default is denied. I'm going to give you 10 days to vacate the premises, or the bank can ask for an eviction unless you apply for and get some sort of a stay. All right. Thank you. This will go off as the saddest event of this month, this year, but I'm obliged to follow the law.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Thank you.
That is sad.
All right, Keely, I will have that order done. Motion to deny the default. I'll grant her additional 10 days to vacate.
Thank you.
And I'll move Becky O.
She
And
misunderstood
Karen
the mortgage.
Tanya O.
And focused all our attention on trying to find a clause in the mortgage or
Okay.
copy that
I
said
wish I
that she
had a
didn't have
better
to
answer
pay
with that poor lady, but
instead of negotiating.
I was pleased to hear at least she started boxing stuff up. Some people just wait, and she mentioned depression. It's hard to make yourself do stuff. She lost her husband, her kids have moved out. She doesn't have much income. I don't have the authority to just ignore the law.
Yeah, the bank has rights as
wasn't
well.
She was not entitled to 10 days. So
No, I didn't want to give her 1 day. I'm sure the bank would allow her 10 days to get out of there. Hopefully her kids will help her.
Man, that was a tough one.
Good morning, Mr. Larson.
Good morning.
Our case is set for 11. We have to let the clock tick just a couple of minutes here. This is a complaint for money damages in the matter of Steve Larson versus Shannon Chafee. This is a property that was on Lakeview Street in Sturgis. The file number is 231888 LT.
Just got one more minute
also
here.
Present with us is Meg Bauer from Legal Aid. We'll see whether the defendant appears.
You guys have seen in the news that the body of Riley Strain
she had vacated. I don't think she actually
in the
showed
Cumberland
up.
River. It has been confirmed that was him. There's going to be a press conference later this afternoon about that.
But she didn't come to any
very
of the
sad.
hearings.
The family was hoping
Mr. Larson
he would
did
turn
pay
up.
the fee for supplemental damages. And this is a hearing regarding supplemental money damages. So, Mr. Larson, would you please raise your right hand? You swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give here will be true to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes, sir.
Now, according to your accounting sheet, the rent arrearage is $3,346.51. Is that correct?
3456.51, correct.
Yeah, we're going to have to sort it out because some of that is costs and some of it is damages. So let me take a look at this.
You guys, I'm not jumping to that other case out of Ohio, the road rage case, just because the video there, if I can show you, it looks like this. This is all the court video. You're hearing, you get to hear audio, which is not the best, but they're not showing the face of any victims or any of the witnesses.
So the rent
We've had 3
component
witnesses
of
like
this
that,
is
so it's just terrible video and bad audio.
Correct.
Yep. All right, now we've got other expenses. Renting rug doctor to clean carpet, $59.30. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
1 hour of labor, $20. Locksmith, $190.62. And the lease calls for a $10 not return key fee.
That locksmith, $190.62. That's about 10 minutes of work.
And then you've got trash hauling, which is pretty cheap, $75. And a number of missing things: toilet brush, plunger, shower curtain, paper towel holder, curtain rod, slider door, trash, and garage. Screen repair, front door, $75. Screen repair and door repair, rear door, $175. And late fees of $375. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Everything's correct.
I don't know if Hannah's getting a new trial. There's going to be a hearing to see if there's a new trial.
Let's see what the lease says about late fees.
I didn't think the decision had been made yet.
I don't think I put late fees in the judgment. I did not.
He has an epic ponytail. There have been a couple days where he forgets like the band, and he just has the flowing locks.
It'd be number 3 and number 4, so page 1 and page 2 of the lease agreement.
Let me get to it. This is all electronic.
That trial's just very bad video and poor audio as well, Karen. I've been watching just to see if we can jump to that one, and it's literally this. That's the trial.
Here's the lease. Late fee.
I think she was talking about PMI insurance, which the renter has to pay if you don't have 20% equity or 20% deposit. But PMI insurance doesn't protect the renter; it protects the bank.
It's crossed out or highlighted. I can't read it. What is the late fee?
$75
per month.
Yeah, each time they're late per month. Yep.
Well, I don't allow that much. I was allowing 40, and then I went to 50. How many months was it?
It was 5 months late. Yep, 5 times.
I'm going to allow $50 per month, $250 for late. Now, was there a security deposit?
Yeah, there was.
Well, you don't have that. All right, so let's add that up. $32.60 plus $250 for late is $35.10. How much was the security deposit?
$875.
$875 minus $875. So the rent and damage component is $2,635.
Steve Larson's blinking a lot. He doesn't like the number going down.
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't add in your damages. So 979 late. 979 minus 125. Well, let's just add all those up. 5930 plus 20 plus 190.62 plus 10 plus 75 plus 75 plus 175 equals 604.92. So we add that to 2635. 2635 plus 604.92 equals 3,239.92.
So we're back up to the original number, I think.
And if we add in the court costs of 191.61,
that's the cost for the calculator you're mashing.
Is 3,431.53. So I reduced your late fees and I added in the security deposit. So I find that the damages are 3,239.92. The court costs are 191.61 for a total of 3,431.53 by default.
They're all checking each other.
So let's just add that 875 plus 125 is 1,000. So your figure, a few dollars off, 4,436.43. I'm just going to go with that figure. I'm $4 off. At any rate, they aren't here. They're subject to default, and I've signed a money judgment on your behalf in that amount. Getting the judgment, as I always say, is the easy part. Getting the money is the hard part.
Correct.
But you have the judgment. I've signed it, and we'll send it to you. All right, you're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Britt Bottoms, might I suggest not to buy an old house? Don't get an old house.
322.33. That was $4.10 different than what he had, but Mr. Larson, I'm not going to go through the whole calculation again for $4.10. We'll just go what we had. Thank you. Reduce the late fees and added in the security deposit. 191.61.
Okay, let's see if we can find.
All right, I have one more.
Anything else?
I thought it was set for 11. It's 11:10. So I expect Ms. Richmond any minute. She does a good job of laying it out in the fashion we need with a ledger and calculating all the costs separately.
For what it's worth, into the ether, I got the same number you did on that one.
All right. Okay. Well, maybe his number was wrong.
That's funny.
Not that it matters.
As I used to say to Andy Rogness, either we're both right or both wrong. Elaine, I don't have a judgment in this next case. If I do, I misplaced it.
Yes, we get some recesses. We're waiting for, we believe our court case is going to start at around noon or 1. So we're doing a little court hopping before the new trial starts in Arizona this afternoon.
The Richmonds
Got
do
our
a
fingers
couple
crossed.
of
We might have to wait another day for the video. It just depends what the court does.
They file sooner rather than later, so they don't get large, huge arrearages. They also take a significant security deposit, and they don't overcharge on their cleaning costs. They amortize carpet and other things, and they're very reasonable in their request for expenses as a rule. But I wish I had an order. I don't. Let me look. They actually had to go through an eviction in this case. These people had a dog in there, and it wasn't a good situation. It's 11:11. Maybe the Richmonds are on island time. Well, that was everything we had for this morning. I don't believe I have anything for this afternoon. We'll be back Monday with a full docket. I'm going to stall a little bit here, see whether they show up. It's not unlike the Richmonds to not appear for their own hearing. They're always here.
Yeah, hopefully they're okay, because they're usually pretty punctual too.
We have civil matters in the morning, criminal sentences starting at 10:30, some difficult sentences on Monday morning, landlord-tenant docket, a small claims docket, and I even stuck in a criminal case at the end of the day. So Monday looks like a busy day. The 25th.
Yeah, I do intend to be there. I intended to be there this week too, Judge. I apologize for sort of being AWOL there this week. That was not part of the
plan. I don't think we had anything that was. Tuesday is also very busy. So I prefer busy days to not busy days. As I mentioned, the seminar had a section from Michigan Legal Help on dealing with unrepresented defendants in collection cases, trying to explain things better, trying to talk in plain English, trying to make sure that you hear their questions. Miss Lehman just had 2 large debts and was subject to summary disposition. 80% of the cases, collection cases in Michigan, are filed by 4 companies. LVNV Funding, Portfolio Recovery Associates, Jefferson Capital, and one other. And a very large percentage of those result in default judgments. In some jurisdictions, if they file an answer, they don't even go any further. On the west side of the state, if they file an answer, they pursue summary disposition. But anyway, as you know, many of those clients are unrepresented, and most of them don't have any defense. They signed a contract to buy a car, and it didn't work, or they had a credit card contract. And anyway, it was helpful to help us try to be more careful with talking with unrepresented defendants. The lady, Miss Wilson, I didn't know what to say for her. She was saying lots of things in a stream of consciousness manner, but none of it rose to the level of a defense.
I'll say I was glad to hear about the general civil the debt collection cases, that the pro per problem is in the consciousness of the judiciary. That's something that I've been thinking about a lot lately. The case we had today was a little bit unique because there was an answer filed. So many of those cases are a default. And I think it's because people don't understand the complaint answer process, but I don't know for sure on that one.
Well, they don't, and sometimes they just ignore. What happens, and I have these all the time, is they ignore everything. They get sued, they don't respond, they don't file an answer, they get a default judgment, and it just lays there until 22 months later when someone garnishes their wages. And all of a sudden they're awake from slumberland and say, wait a minute, this car was junk and I turned it back in. And, you know, all the defenses have long since sailed. So they don't actually respond until they do a collection effort, like a seizure of their bank accounts or garnishment of their wages. Then they come in and wish to raise defenses, but as you know, it's too late.
That's about when they contact us in a panic also.
Yeah.
That other one, I was thinking about it afterwards, and I was thinking, I wonder if they didn't, with Miss Wilson, if they like previously didn't own the property as joint tenants or something, and somehow in the course of refinancing, they were told that they were joint tenants with right of survivorship, and that confused her. But,
well, that's possible. But as you heard, there was a third time they'd actually done the foreclosure, and probably out of compassion for the problems they were having. I don't know the whole backstory, but as Ms. Beamer said, there was a significant backstory.
Well, I know.
Well, no one is here on behalf of either party in Richmond versus Matthews and Bartholomew. So I won't do a default for the plaintiff, certainly, and I won't dismiss for the defendant. I guess we'll see what happened. I want to make sure that I got this notice, 322 at 11:10. We'll wait a few more minutes. I've got nothing pressing.
I'm gonna go bury my head in our non-existent snow so I can numbly forget about that Wilson case.
Okay. All right, thanks. I'll see you on Monday.
Sounds good, Judge. Have a good.
All right, thank you. Yeah, they're not, no one's here.
Yeah, that's strange.
I don't think, I think I got everything on that one. That's those.
What's up, Judge? Are we?
Well, I'm just sitting here letting the clock tick a little bit.
Okay.
In case they show up.
That sounds good.
But I don't know what her number is and the
Want me to call her?
keys.
Right.
And so they'll learn that they didn't show up. Maybe we may have to reset this and provide new notice to the defendant. Tickle at 30 days.
Okay. Let's see if we can find another.
All right, that completes our morning, I believe. As I indicated, we don't have anything scheduled, at least that's scheduled for this afternoon. Things always come up. I was covering some mental hearings and some other things for Judge Tomlinson. I give some of that. But that completes our morning, our day, and our week. So
Judge Middleton
we will
signing
be here
off.
back Monday morning early.
So he's out. Judge Middleton bailed on us. Wants to start an early weekend. No, I want judges' hours. I've heard of bankers' hours, but judges' hours would be better. Let's see. Oops, that's not what I need. That was a computer game that my kids were playing. See if Judge Boyd is live in the interim here yet. It's about time for her to go live, if she has anything on her docket. I'm not seeing her yet, so she might not have anything today at all.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
When are we going to break for lunch? We could break for lunch and then come back with the trial this afternoon. Do you want to do an early lunch? We've usually been having late lunches, but we could do an early lunch. Nothing from Judge Boyd. Don't want to do Young Thug. She's supposed to start here in a little bit. Let's see. Everyone's talking about Riley Strain's body being found in the Cumberland River, which is terribly sad. Just terrible. Just see who else is live. We should have in half an hour or so. We should get a live feed from the Texas trial or from the Arizona trial. See, Wexford and Misaki Circuit Court, Judge Jason Elmore.
Lost that. I can't send it. I can't send you to it. I often allow people out on bond because they help arrange it, and that's great. I do that intentionally. You decide if you get treatment. You go to the bookstore and buy a book. And I'll tell you what, I've done some other research. You can go online and in 10 seconds sign up for a treatment program, an NA program, an Alcoholics Anonymous program. You can attend AA/NA sessions anywhere in the world every single day online. You made the choice to abscond. You made the choice to continue buying, you possessing, and using. You made the choice not to get yourself into a program. You made the choice not to go buy a book and read it on addiction. You made the choice not to go to AA and NA every day. You made those choices, not me. You might think it's ridiculous to put you up for a certain period of sentence. I really appreciate that. But the law gave you the opportunities. You thwarted those opportunities. Nobody.
We're going to rewind just a little bit. We're going to rewind because this is juicy. We're about 15 minutes behind here. This judge gets fired up, and I want to hear what this is about. Vicki, thanks for the suggestion. Let's see. Oops. It's not doing it. Not doing it. Waiting for the judge. Here we go. Okay. Wait for the judge to arrive, and that's when we start.
Charged on a felony information with a single count. That count is for operating while intoxicated as a third offense. That makes it a felony punishable by a minimum of $500 up to a maximum of $5,000. And then either a minimum of 1 year up to 5 years, or a period of probation with at least 30 days in jail up to 1 year in jail. At least 48 hours must be served consecutively, and a minimum of 60 up to 180 days of community service, plus rehabilitative programming, cost of prosecution, reimbursement of the government for emergency responses and expenses for prosecuting the defendant, mandatory vehicle immobilization of not less than 1 or not more than 3 years. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. And I'm told today that you're going to plead guilty to that offense as it's charged. Additionally, there's a couple other portions of this agreement that we're going to talk about. In addition to those fines and other costs the court could assess at the time of sentencing, the prosecutor has stated that you agree to pay a $100 amount of restitution, which apparently is for either prosecution or government response. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Now, there's another thing, and it's not what we call a Killebrew agreement. You may have heard Mr. Denhoughton use that word, Killebrew. Killebrew is just the name of an appellate case here in the state of Michigan, and it provides this. You have often somebody might have an agreement as to the sentence, and then when we get to the sentencing, if I don't go along with that agreement reached between the defendant and the prosecutor, that person has the right to withdraw that plea and come back to the stage of the proceedings. Well, that's not what Mr. Denhoughton has stated. He has stated that his office has agreed, but not under Killebrew, to not request further jail than whatever the minimum is. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Now, that's a little bit confusing, but but not too much. So let me explain what I mean by that. It means he can say, yeah, Judge, we're not asking for anything more than this, but it doesn't have any impact. I can make my own choice. You understand that?
I do.
All right. Now, this sentence or potential sentence is complex. There's two, I've already explained it to you, but I'm going to explain it again. One option is the court could give a minimum of 1 year up to 5 in prison, or the second set of options would include a period of probation, a minimum of 30 days in jail, up to 1 year in jail, plus a minimum of 60 hours or 60 days of community service and so forth. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay. Now, which one you could get really depends upon a bunch of other things, such as the sentencing guidelines and things like that. All right. Any questions so far, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Now, when it comes to this potential sentencing, I trust that Mr. Mitchell has talked to you about the Michigan sentencing guidelines, applied his experience, and try to give you some idea or estimate as to what he thinks the court may sentence you. My question for you is, however, has he or anyone promised you or
turn off the
told
keyboard clicking
exactly what the sentence would be? All right. Knowing all that, you still wish to enter the plea as we discussed earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Now, whether or not I accept it, we'll go over that in just a moment. But as to count 1, operating while intoxicated is the third offense. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Hold on. Do you still wish to enter the no contest plea first?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. So before I can enter the accept the no contest plea, now I'm going to turn to you. And I kind of asked you a question earlier, but I stopped you because we're going to get into it further right now. I can only accept the no contest plea when there is one, potential civil liability. Well, I don't see anybody injured here in this case. Or two, the person doesn't recall the event. Let me give you a couple examples. One, a person could be facing a charge that happened 5 years ago, and they may not remember it's been 5 years, but they might look at a police report or a video and go, oh yeah, I guess I did walk out of Walmart with a TV. That's one example. Another is that they were under such a degree of influence of controlled substances or alcohol, they may not recall. And so I'm told here today that is the situation here. Tell me, what do you not recall? Or what, that's kind of funny. What do you not recall? How can you tell me that? Sorry, that's a silly question. Tell me what you do recall.
I recall packing my suitcases, loading the car, and that's really all I recall.
All right. Well, let's take a look here. And to support this plea, the court has been presented 2 exhibits from the prosecution. People's Exhibit number 1 is the Missaukee County Sheriff Incident Report, number 24-34-157. And it consists of a total of 34 pages. Mr. Denhouten, are you asking the court to accept People's Exhibit 1?
I am, Your Honor, yes.
Any objection to the acceptance of that exhibit, Mr. Mitchell?
No, Your Honor.
The second exhibit presented to the court is People's Exhibit number 2. It is 2 pages and it is labeled State of Michigan Department of State Forensic Science Division, and it's a laboratory report of what appears to be some blood draws. Mr. Denhouten, are you asking the court to accept that?
I am as well, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Mitchell?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Denhouten, do you believe that the People's Exhibit 1 and 2 are hereby admitted? Mr. Denhouten, do you believe that this report contains evidence to satisfy at least the basis for count 1, and at least as a drinking and driving?
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Mitchell, do you agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Denhouten, are you aware of any other promises, threats, and inducements?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mitchell, are you?
No, Your Honor.
And so far, Mr. Denhouten, do you believe the court is in compliance with the court rule 6.302?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Rule, there's just one thing I think you can testify to here. Do you admit that on or about April 10th, 2014, in the 84th District Court, which is here in Missaukee County, it's also over in Wexford County, that you were convicted of operating while impaired?
Yes.
You also admit that you were again convicted of operating while impaired about 2 months later on June 2nd, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I do note that I took some issue with whether or not the defendant might be able to recall the events, but we'll go ahead and part of the reason why I pushed that is I couldn't tell if there was a significant level of alcohol, if it was high enough. What I see here is that it was a 0.122, at least when the blood draw was done. Then plus it showed a PBT of 0.10. PBTs aren't admissible necessarily, so it never really carries as much weight as a blood draw. But also the reason why I want you to know, Mr. Rule, why I asked the question is, if you have a substance use disorder, in other words, an addiction or whatever with alcohol, we always know that the first step of any 12-step program is admission. And that's why I was trying to see if whether or not you really didn't remember, because if you did, I wanted to see you make that admission, because that's always the first step. However, the court finds that the plea today is made freely, knowingly, and voluntarily. The court further finds that People's Exhibits 1 and 2 provide the following information: that on or about January 4th, 2024, in Pioneer Township here in Missaukee County, out on North Vandermeulen Road near Roby Road. Of course, Roby is R-H-O-B-Y. That the defendant had operated a vehicle on that road, that there had been an auto accident where it was just a one-car accident going off the ditch, and that the defendant demonstrated significant level of intoxication, that there was a blood draw showing that there were 0.122 grams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood. Therefore, that satisfies the elements for operating while intoxicated. And then based upon the information provided under oath on the record by the defendant, demonstrates that he's had 2 prior drinking and drivings, and therefore the defendant is found guilty of count 1. And again, the interests of justice do not require the defendant to recite a factual basis, obviously based upon the level of intoxication. And I will note that within the report, there was descriptions.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you so much.
How the defendant performed on in the field sobriety tests, and they do demonstrate some level of significant intoxication. So again, the defendant is found guilty of count 1 as charged. All right, Mr. Rule, this case will now be set for sentencing. Sentencings typically take place in about 4 to 6 weeks. Between now and then, a pre-sentence investigation report must be prepared by an agent of the Michigan Department of Corrections, also known as the Probation and Parole Office. You're going to receive a packet of information from them today. They're both seated over there behind you, and they're going to also schedule an interview with you. You have the right to have your counsel present at the time they conduct that interview. Now, this packet information you're going to complete, and you must answer that information and turn it in. Next, each party will receive a copy of that report prior to coming back to court, and I trust that Mr. Mitchell or someone from his office will sit down and go over it with you. Each party has the right to come back to this court and make objections, request corrections, or amendments to the report, as we must make sure that that report is complete and accurate before the court gives a sentence on it.
Thank you for your generous gift.
For instance, a lot of this information that's obtained might ask questions about whether or not you've had treatment. And if you have, or if you've been in AA, or if you've had any other substance abuse treatment, providing that information is quite critical to the court. And if there are any medical conditions or things like that, the court might expand upon it and ask further questions if the information isn't provided. For instance, somebody might report, and I know nothing about you, so I'm just using an example. Someone might report that they have suffered back pain, for example. And if there's nothing on there about treatment, then I'm going to ask, have you had treatment? Because a lot of back pain often involves controlled substances. And I'm going to ask. And if you want to make sure that I don't ask that question out in public, those kinds of questions and answers are really important to the court. Okay, thank you. This report will again include a description of the offense, description of the pretrial agreement, any information you make or provide in its preparation, as well as information about any prior criminal history you have. It will also make a recommendation as to the sentence. Please keep in mind, it is merely a recommendation, as it is me alone, the court alone, that determines the sentence. Of course, each side gets to make their arguments. But what I'm trying to say is, whatever you read in that report, it's a recommendation. I get to make the decision. All right. Any questions, Mr. Rule, about what we've done today, sir? All right. Anything for, any objection to the continuation of bond, Mr. Denham?
No, Your Honor, there's been no issues on bond that I'm aware of.
I don't see any issues in the file as well. I don't recognize Mr. Rule from being here in court, so therefore the court continues bond. I suspect that there's testing involved. Are you testing?
Daily.
All right, daily. All right, good. Mr. Rule, there are certain requirements when it comes time to sentencing the court must consider. how someone performs on bond is really very important. It's not only important as to their life and making sure they're healthy and making good choices. It's not really important so they don't get pulled back into jail prior to sentencing. But I use how someone has performed on bond, in this case, other cases, how they have performed on probation in other cases if they've ever had it. Those things really make a big deal to this court. So I highlight that, not at all as a threat,
Ellie
but just to
Veldman,
highlight the
thank you for
importance
gifting
of it.
5
Not only is it
memberships.
important for the sentence, but again, of course, it's important for you. If you are seeking any kind of treatment, I encourage you to share with that with Mr. Mitchell, and then he'll make sure I know about it at the time of sentencing. Those things go a long way with the court. All right. Anything further, Mr. Denham? No. Anything further, Mr. Mitchell?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And again, the reason why I was a little assertive in the beginning was to highlight acceptance is always important if somebody's dealing with a substance use disorder. And again, sir, I don't know anything about you. I care about you. So that's obviously why I asked, is really to highlight that. It wasn't to pick on counsel or anything else like that. Thank you. We are adjourned. Mr. Denham, your exhibits. You're free to go.
Thank you, Angela. Best 3 months on YouTube. Very grateful to be here. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, chat. Thank you. You're wonderful, Angela. Thank you so much. Bug Dugger, happy escaping the darkness day. All right. Do you know what? Today is like National Goof Off Day as well. You in this chat helped me through some of the hardest times of my life, and I want to thank you for that. Most of all, RA and your fam. Love you all. Bug Dugger, thank you. Thank you very much. Kim, thank you very much. Another super chat.
Okay.
Appreciate your generosity.
I don't remember. Is there a
Kiss me a cow. Carrie H.
Oh,
Choo
okay.
choo. Choose choo. Happy birthday. Thank you very much, all of you. You guys are amazing.
We're going to next take
all
up the case of people, or 2 cases, I'm sorry. People of the state of Michigan versus Kimberly Pitts, P-I-T-Z. Their 2 case numbers are 23-3467 and 3468-FH. Appearances, please.
David Denham on behalf of the people. Thank you very much. Also, PJ, thank you for the birthday wishes.
On behalf of Ms. Pitts, who's present and to the right.
Thank you. We are here today for a sentencing in one of these cases. There was a pre-trial agreement. The sentencing is going to be in about 3468, and they're part of the pre-trial agreement here, as I recall, as a dismissal in the case of 3467. So I anticipate receiving a nollie cross. The court recognizes again that the defendant is now here next to the counsel, and then also seated next to Mr. Denham is Mr. Luke Blazak, an agent from the Michigan Department of Corrections and the author of today's pre-sentence investigation report. As we begin, I want to note here that I have received a couple of letters on behalf of the defendant, and I want to take a moment to refresh my recollection. One moment.
Judge is pondering the deeper things of life. Carla, 8 months. Thank you very much. Love that yellow courthouse. Appreciate you. We are going to jump to the Arizona trial at noon. That's what those are our plans. So we're waiting for that to go live. I think there might be a little bit. I'm not sure if they go live right at noon or if it's like pre-trial stuff, like just camera feed. So we'll see what happens. K-Rab, thank you very much. Gifted a membership. Lots of gifted memberships today. Thank you so much. Lego My Briefs. I'm so glad I know you, Scott, and all my chat addicts, and Little Bugger. Same. Awesome. Thank you, Lego My Briefs. DSN, thank you for the super sticker. SF in Texas. This was just one that was very quick. Young kid. There was video. He went missing. It was just a lot of kids go missing, but this circumstance they just didn't have an explanation for it. I guess it resonated with people. Alita Lay, wishing you a very happy birthday and more. Keep going. It isn't the same watching without you. Thank you for all you do for this lager. Thank you, Alita. Appreciate that. Got a couple more here I need to try to grab here. Nosy Rosie, thank you. Happy birthday, Grandpa. Thank you, Nosy Rosie. Not a grandpa yet. Tom R., happy birthday to you and RA. Thank you again for Kim for the gifted. Kim was very generous with those gifted. Appreciate that. K-Rab, happy birthday. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, the court took some time here before we dig into the pre-sentence investigation report to review those letters that were presented by defense counsel. A couple letters are from a person, one letter is from a person named Kathy Collins, another one from John Pitts, who apparently is the father of the defendant. And there is a letter also from a friend of the defendant named Roxanne Bartholomew, as well as a report from a treatment service, a discharge summary, and the court has gone over those.
Thank you, Rick.
Mr. Denelton, I assume you probably got those as well.
I have, Your Honor. No objection to the court receiving those, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're now going to turn to the pre-sentence investigation report. Mr. Denelton, have you a copy of it? If so, do you have any amendments, objections, or corrections to address, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have received it, reviewed it, and I have no proposed corrections or additions.
Thank you. Same question to the defense, Ms. Fermento?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Allocution amendment.
Thank you, Your Honor. As was discussed in the pre-sentence investigation report in greater detail, as a teenager, Ms. Pitts went through a very traumatic event. She never properly received treatment, therapies, and things like that. This was the beginning of what would eventually lead to self-medication through illegal drugs. As a result of her use of illegal drugs, she began to be exposed to a cascade of additional traumatic events, as is common with people in that situation.
Thank you, Karen.
This court, in December, she was arrested in this file, and because she could not make bond, she had to spend Christmas in jail away from her children and family. That was in many ways her wake-up call. Since this court was the first court to give her an opportunity to pursue inpatient intensive treatment through the Great Lakes Recovery Center. While in the past she had attended some various outpatients and had some medication supplied by a methadone clinic, this was the first time that she attended a longer-term intensive program and was able to start fully addressing that root cause and that trauma that largely impacted her addiction. While she was released, since she has been released, she has been tested multiple times and has not tested positive for any illegal substances. She's happy to say today is her 100th day sober. She also has her release chip from Great Lakes. The Great Lakes letter reflects that she fully participated in her treatment, went to groups, has stayed in accordance with her medication, has made her discharge plan, and since her release, she has also got set up with her primary care physician to continue her treatment. She reached out to CMH to begin that process and recently learned she was not eligible for CMH individual therapy, but then immediately applied for behavioral health. Her insurance will cover that, and she has intake coming up for that program shortly. She has also attended Narcotics Anonymous meetings and wants to participate in their 90 meetings in 90 days program and is working with probation to make that happen. While it is true that she did unsuccessfully complete a probation in Mount Pleasant that was kind of concurring when she was arrested for these charges, she pled guilty to that offense and served out her remaining sentence, and that was the only time she has been unsuccessful on probation. Since she has been
Thank you
out,
very
she
much.
has been rekindling her relationship with her family. She has spent a significant amount of time with her mother, who is a very strong support, as well as her father, who is a strong support. I do believe we had a letter from her mother, but both her mother and father are here today as well to offer their support. She is also working on rekindling her relationship with her 3 children, ages 17, 14, and 11. And she is happy to report that she is finally being able to come into their lives as a mother and serve that role, since for a large portion of the last few years, they have been with her mother, their grandmother. She realizes the danger that she put herself and the community in, and she is extremely remorseful for the harm that she caused to her family and her loved ones.
Thank you, Aurora.
She wants to move forward and do better. I can say that her appearance today and just in general, she is much happier, healthier, and on a brighter path than she was when I first met her back in December. She's also cut out the boyfriend that was involved in these and has not talked to him since shortly before she went to jail. She's also cut out any other people in her life that she knows may use or be a bad influence. We would ask the court to look to the letters and to her discharge summary report, and I know she wants to address the court today as well and offer an apology for her actions. We respectfully request that she be allowed probation. She thinks the structure of probation will be beneficial to maintaining her long-term sobriety, but she would respectfully request that Heather be held in abeyance, as that has become a financial burden, and she is also trying to find a job. She has informed me that she has officially secured a job now that she will begin in April. She wants to get her life turned around. And I know, Your Honor, this court hears regularly from folks, so I want to turn it around, I want to turn it around. We hear those words. But Ms. Pitts has shown that through her actions. In the span of a few months, she has done an incredible amount to prove her sobriety and set herself up for long-term success. We would ask the court respectfully to allow her probation so that she can continue to attend her medical appointments, continue to attend Narcotics Anonymous and participate in the 90 meetings in 90 days program, continue to pursue other treatments in the community that she believes will be helpful in addition to what would be required as a term of her probation, and continue to rekindle her relationship with her family, get a job, and be able to help her mother in supporting her children. We thank the court for its consideration here, and I would turn it over to Kim to make that apology now.
I hear from the defendant last. I'll hear from the prosecution in just a moment. However, I need to go back, and I just
posted a link
Normally
for
I
a
put tabs on the PSIs and go over
collaborative
and I missed
project.
it. We're going to take a look at possibly a couple modifications to the report, and I direct everyone to turn to CFJ 284, page 6.
It's a birthday card. You're all welcome
I'm going
to add,
direct
play with.
your attention to entry 4 of 10. Status at the time of the offense. It says not applicable. The date of that that offense was October 23rd of 2017. Well, if we look at the previous page, page 5, and look at entry 3 of 10, we see that there was an arrest date of September 18th,
Thank you, Weatherwatch.
2017, and the conviction didn't take place until June of 2018.
Thank you, Crazy Cat.
Which means she must have been on bond for number 4 of 10. If she was arrested
Make sure
and
to share
allowed to
those
be
messages,
released,
Crazy Cat Queen.
she had to have been on bond. Does that make sense, Mr. Blazak?
That does make sense.
So we're going to have to change that to say that she was on bond. Then when we turn to page 2, we're going to start, before I turn page, we're going to stay on page 6. We're going to look at entry 5 of 10. And we're going to note that the arrest date there was February 26th of 2019, and it wasn't resolved until at least a plea on September 5th. And of 2019. Well, if we turn next to page 7 and look at entry 6 of 10, we see an offense date of November 11th of 2019. That would mean that she had to have been on
There's the Canva link one
some
more time.
period of bond or pretrial release. So that status at the time of offense for entry 6 of 10 right now says none. That can't be right. She had to have been on bond. Does that make sense, Mr. Blazak?
Yes, that's right.
All right, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Denham, allocution, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court is aware that this incident occurred back in July of 2023, a situation where the defendant did accelerate away from troopers when they attempted to make a traffic stop. Syringes were ultimately found, and that did confirm that it was methamphetamine. On the negative side, the defendant was on probation as well as the time of this incident. I do want to give us recognition to the fact that she has apparently successfully completed treatment at the Women's New Hope treatment facility. I commend her for that. We do support the recommendation. I would also note that we did submit a dismissal of the companion file, which is part of the global resolution of the case. We do not object to the court considering discontinuing the GPS tether at this point. And we would leave any additional sentence in terms of incarceration to discretion of the court.
All right, thank you. One moment before I turn to Ms. Pitts.
Okay, well, he's doing a little bit of reading. We've released the link for the birthday card, which a lot of people are working on. Looks like we've got 70 or so people in here working on this all at once. I think page 2, for those that are working on this, page 2 is where you dump images.
Ms. Pitts, you have the right to make a statement before the court issues a sentence. Is there anything you wish to say today, ma'am? You may read whatever makes it most comfortable for you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
I just want to apologize for my actions that brought me here, and I realize that the effects they had on my children and parents. I thank you for making it possible for me to attend GLRC, which is the rehab. Their program saved my life and gave me the tools I need to stay sober and be a better parent to my children and an active member of my community. Since I've been home, I've been attending outpatient programs, had a promising job interview, which I'm supposed to start in April because they're slow right now. I have also been attending NA meetings and planning to continue this. Also waiting on my insurance it's just been approved for my balance of mental health appointment. Balance of mental health and wellness. I have another appointment with Catholic Human Services next week. I'm looking forward to being active in my children's activities and living a better life. Thanks again for your opportunity to get treatment and further my sobriety.
Right. Thank you. All right. Well, when the court establishes a sentence, the court is to consider several factors and must ensure that the sentence is fair, reasonable, proportional, and justified. As I look through the file, the first thing I'm going to note here is that the defendant benefits from a dismissal of one file and the dismissal of a second and subsequent drug offender enhancement. And that's important just to note, again, for the record, that the defendant has received a benefit that, because technically the guideline range today is 0 to 17. It could have been 0 to 34 months. And so I highlight the advantage there to the defendant, and as well as the dismissal of the other file. That dismissal of the other file
Selena K, that is awesome. That is
Thank
awesome.
you.
Congratulations. And thank you so much. Thanks for being a great part of this community. Appreciate you.
Mr. Blazak, did you give a justification for scoring in here anywhere? Yes, you did. Page 1 of CFJ 284. I have that.
I'm looking at this. I see a cockroach. There's been a toilet added to the birthday card. Obviously, pickles are well represented. Gavels.
The dismissal of the other case could have resulted in an increased PRV number 7 scoring. However, that actually would not have impacted the guideline rate. So I know that's of relatively little importance. Then we look at the description of the offense here.
Thank you, Melody. Song Chef, thank you so much. Canva's crazy right now. I know. It's wild.
This involved flee, we know that, but we also take a look here at how that could impact the safety of the community. She had a problem apparently nearly losing control of the car, and she continued to accelerate through sharp curves, losing control then of the car when the road turned from pavement to dirt. And I did find this somewhat comical. The trooper was aided by, quote, a flock of turkeys. And apparently it caused some slowdown of the defendant. But you know what? One thing that I really take here is when I look at the other case, this was just the other one involved another high-speed chase, another possession of meth, and breaking and entering, and that was just days apart. First offense for which he's being sentenced today occurred on July 27th. And the next one allegedly occurred on or about August 2nd. We're talking not even a week apart. And that's really quite concerning. Plus, I'll note that it looks like she was aware of having a warrant for her arrest. So she was dodging a warrant. She was on 2 different days with high-speed chases, fleeing eludes, and drugs. And
it's a bad mix.
On July 27th, the date of this offense, and these offenses, again, was only about 5 days before the second set. It's clear the defendant was having a very difficult time with her substance use disorder. One of them involved nearly 3 grams of, one of these cases involved 3 grams of methamphetamine. Then when I look at the defendant's prior criminal history, she's had a really rough 14 years. She didn't make it from 2010 until 2015 before getting in trouble. But then next time she only made it about 18 months when she was discharged from probation in 2016 and then picked up another case over in Roscommon. Then after that, things started speeding up. We see that in entry 3 of 10, the defendant violated probation and was terminated unsuccessful. We see that for entry 4 of 10, that offense occurred while the defendant was on bond. And for that offense, we see that she had additional probation violations and was terminated unsuccessfully. Then in 2019, when she was on the delay of sentence for the previous case, she picked up another set of charges.
You got to learn to work together, everybody.
Then for entry 7 of 10, she was on bond when she picked up that case. Then
we're waiting for the other trial to start. We're
barely
watching
a little
closely.
over 2 years before she picked up, after being discharged from that case, and apparently the probation was successful. Then she picked up entry 7 of 10, and then she was discharged from that probation unsuccessfully. Then we look at entry 8 of 10. This one, maybe I need to go back and take a look at this one, Mr. Blazak. Entry 8 of 10, I think I missed this. When you look at the status of the offense, we know that the offense occurred there on April 12th. So she was convicted of it. And she should have been on
Thank you, Ruth. I will relish it. I appreciate that.
She was placed on probation on June 2nd. So she was either on bond or on probation when she picked up that offense.
There's a new trial that's supposed to be starting here momentarily. We're going to be jumping to that as soon as it's available.
You're talking about what?
On page 7 of CFA 284, entry 8 of 10. The date of that offense was April 12th, 2023. Well, if I look above that, well, there's no arrest date. That's why this is so important. Department of Corrections I've talked a little bit about this with Mr. Kennard. I'm going to state it out here.
Thank you, Jody.
Department of Corrections has got to do a better job on this. I'm spending way too much time correcting these pre-sentence investigation reports where I look at number 7 of 10. I've got no idea when she was arrested. I know that there was a conviction on May 19th, but I can't tell if she was on bond or she was on probation.
Are you talking about you're talking about 7 and 8 now?
Yeah, 7 and 8.
So she was sentenced on June.
Yeah.
2 months after the offense date. So I don't.
Well, but if you look at the top, the offense date at the top was 11/10, and if I don't have an arrest date, you don't have an arrest date there. That's a problem for the court. That should never be empty. And yeah.
There are instances, and I will come up with there should be something in there.
Yeah.
Where there isn't an actual arrest date.
Yeah. Well, anyways, the court does note here that the defendant had another case pending there somewhere. I don't know. Then I look at 9 of 10. We see that the defendant was on probation. And then we see for this, these cases here, we see, of course, the defendant was on probation. I look at some other factors here that might just be of concern to the defendant. Look at her employment history. That's been pretty spotty. I note that she never went back and finished her GED or high school. I hope that she does seek that out. That would be important to know. I see the defendant has been struggling with substance use disorder now for 10 years. And here's what I see when I look at page 11. I see someone who is using both opiates and methamphetamines 3 to 4 times a week. Those both act differently on a person's body. Normally, when I see opiates and meth, I start seeing people who are speedballing. They're bringing themselves way down with the opiate and then swinging themselves way back up with the amphetamine. And that's concerning. I then also look, and nobody raised this.
Thank you,
and I didn't ask the question, but I'm just going to highlight this for future references. When you look at the mental health, I understand here that it says at the bottom, not currently taking medication. I have no idea what she's done for treatment. So I have a person who must be struggling with several mental health issues here, at least a couple. And I've got no idea about treatment. Has she never sought treatment? Has she never gone to a doctor for clinical depression for attention deficit disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder. Those kinds of things are really important. And so I'm making this statement for everybody. That is stuff I need to know. But it wasn't enough. So now I take a look here and I acknowledge several things here. I really appreciate the defendant's apology. In fact, just as I started to write down, apologize to whom, I asked or wrote down the question. I'm sorry, I wrote down the question, to whom are you apologizing? She doesn't need to apologize to court, but she did say the right thing. And she said she apologizes to her family. And that's what I wanted to hear. And that was the right apology. No one ever needs to apologize to the court, unless they're contemptuous, but otherwise that's not in this case. One thing, and this isn't a criticism, I appreciate what Ms. Fervento meant by it. And she said the court gave her the opportunity. Here's what I want to say, and I know I gave you the opportunity, and I did it intentionally, and I chose to give you the opportunity. But I want you to take a look at that word, Ms. Pitts, opportunity. Every opportunity is available to you. You don't need to do this exercise now, but if you were to close your eyes, and I suspect because of this programming, they probably had a 12-step program, am I right? And one of the steps, of course, is looking toward a higher power.
Thank you, Joyful. We're about ready to pick up this
You
new
close
case.
your
We've
eyes,
seen
whether
action in
you're
the
at
court, so we're
home,
just getting
in a
set.
cell, at a treatment program, or you are sitting there with a needle in your hand. You have the opportunity. Every opportunity to not use, to get help, is within yourself and your higher power. You don't need the opportunities given to you by me. I am definitely not a believer that the government has to give people stuff. I'm a firm believer that if you get up and are able to brush your teeth in the morning, you are able to get yourself into a program. You don't need a government. And anybody who says the government has to give everybody everything is insane. You have that opportunity. All right. So I look at the letters. I really appreciate these letters. They mention the addiction problem. Clearly, because you've been able to complete that program, you have accepted that you have an addiction problem. I know that's step one. I appreciate that you have support. For instance, Dad says, quote, I'm willing to help her with her recovery, end quote. You have got some other positive statements. Ms. Collins called you a good person. And of course, I don't challenge that at all. People who suffer with substance use disorder aren't necessarily bad people. They're just people with a problem or a challenge that they have to overcome. We all have those challenges. There were some other statements I wanted to talk about here as I take all these things in consideration. One moment. Your friend Roxanne called you, quote, a vibrant person. And then she said it was, quote, unfortunately, Kimberly was introduced to drugs and these drugs worked well at covering her trauma and pain, end quote.
Okay, we're about to bail on this.
A little bit of a monkey or elephant in the room here. I don't know everything about what this trauma was.
Monkeys and elephants.
I can make some guesses. But because I can look on your face, I can only make some suppositions. But I don't need to know exactly what it is. We all have traumas in our life. And I'm sorry that someone, quote, introduced you, end quote, to drugs. Whoever that person was, or those people who introduced you to them and continued to supply them, are just like people who walk up into your face and cough and spread COVID. They are spreading the disease. And I hope that you remove yourselves from them and them out of your
There are
life.
people that do that?
And turn to people like Roxanne, mom and dad, Miss Collins, and the treatment program. Okay, so that's a lot of talking by the judge, but well, not unfortunately. The Supreme Court in People versus Posey last year says I've got to tell you all that stuff. And it makes me take a lot longer time for sentencing. It makes her do a lot more typing, but that's okay.
I've liked every iteration of the birthday card we've seen so far. Thanks for all the different versions. I know a lot got deleted, but.
Oh, where are you working? I wrote that down. What's your job?
It's at a bakery / party store / ice cream shop. It's
Okay.
at Evergreen Party Store in Higgins Lake. It's like right by the road from my house.
I don't know where it's at, but I know where Higgins Lake is.
It's
Okay.
a party store with a gas station and a bakery inside, and then right next door is a Dairy Queen, and they own both.
All right. Well, I mentioned your employment history, and it's a little bit spotty. But one thing I didn't see that I definitely would have commented on is, well, I would like to have known this. Because some of these jobs only lasted a year. I really hope you didn't quit them. I don't like it when I see the word quit anywhere in a report. If you quit a job, then I don't know how you're going to successfully complete a treatment, right? Because I'm concerned that means somebody's a quitter. I need to label somebody. So what does the court do today? The court recognizes that we have an intermediate sanction cell. The court is only allowed to sentence anyone to a period of confinement where there are reasonable grounds. I find that all those factors that I've given establish reasonable grounds. So what does the court do here today? Couple options. One, I could give you no additional jail and cross my fingers and hope that this time probation will be successful. And in and of itself, I could sentence you like I would probably anybody else with this record. Not that I have a set policy, I don't, but proportionality is something I take into consideration. You have been successful. At the same time, when I let somebody leave and go to a treatment program, I do so wanting them to help, wanting them meaning the programs to help. I want to see if they're going to flee the program. You'd be surprised how many people flee and leave the program. It shocks me. You didn't flee and leave the program. Good job. All right. At the same time,
this guy's just talking to talk.
How do I allow that to help here? I'll tell you, sometimes I'm at a loss. But here we go. The court is going to place the defendant on a period of probation for 24 months. The court adopts the terms or conditions that are listed here in CFJ 145, page 2 and page 3. I find for the purposes of sentencing that those terms or conditions are well suited for rehabilitation and rehabilitative purposes, such as all those terms or conditions that deal with alcohol, intoxicants, and controlled substances. Ms. Pitts, intoxicants and controlled substances includes marijuana. Okay, and the reason why I include alcohol and marijuana is because I find that anyone who is struggling with substance use disorder or addiction, I'm concerned they might exchange one substance for the other. And for you to deal with whatever the underlying cause is, this post-traumatic stress event, you can't do it if you are clouding your mind with substances. That's why. All right. The court assesses here's my journal sheet today. There it is. 2 $68 state minimum fees, 1 $130 crime victims' right fund fee, a $300 court cost, a $500 fine, a $300 attorney fee, supervision fees of $30 a month or $60 a month if there's any electronic monitoring. Was there a DNA fee here?
I just verified that it indicated that it was previously available.
Thank you. So we don't need to do any DNA fee. So now becomes the next step. Does the court
We
order
can get to
any
the good one that
additional
we
jail?
rewound for.
The court is going to order some additional jail, but I can tell you, and it's going to be about half of what I would normally do. And it will be a 90-day jail sentence as to both offenses with a 56 days of grant. It means you've got about 2 weeks to serve, 2 or 3 weeks to serve. All right. Now the court, of course, will dismiss
90
the other
minus
file.
56 is 2 or 3 weeks.
Now, Mr. Bento, you're going to bring these to her. Ms. Pitts, wait, Mr. Jet Blaze.
Okay, we're gonna stop right here because we were waiting for our defendant in orange to take the. Well, I guess he literally just took his seat right there. We're
the next case.
We're waiting for court right now to start. Our big trial is starting right now. I've got audio and video ready to go. But I'm not sure if everyone knows. A lot of people are deleting the birthday cards. Maybe not on purpose, but
we are here today on files 18-2979, and
we're gonna save this. We're gonna stick a pin in it. Let's see, how do we do that? Save. There, I saved it to watch later. We're going to save to watch later. So we'll come back and watch that one. I think this judge can be quite spicy. But as we get ready for court, let me do this. Let's go to... We have some open mics in court, so we just want to make sure everything's set up. Super Source is ready. Let's see if we can cut to that.
Okay, that's close to her. I have this 921. Oh, shit. No, it's 928.
It's very noisy in court. Hot mic, though. It's out of Arizona. I'm going to turn off the birthday card for a little while we just get caught up again. So this is a fresh trial. This is a case. If I can turn this down. This is a case where the defendant is accused of shooting and killing a Mexican national who the defendant claims was on his the body was on the property about a mile from the border. The defendant, there's going to be some phone calls we hear about. We're going to hear a couple different versions of a story, but this situation is really, really sad. It's terrible, honestly. But we've got this individual who says he's 73 years old. He's the defendant. He says that he heard noise outside or something, and he and his wife were in his house. He looked out and he saw somewhere between 5 and 15 individuals who he had thought were drug running, like drug mules from Mexico. He pulls out his AR-15, which a lot of people have, and fires warning shots in their direction, and they take off. He calls the cops, tells them, the cops come out, they look around, don't find anything. Later, he goes out, he's checking his own property, and he finds a body. And it's an individual that's died, and he calls the cops again, and they come out, and the calls between this rancher and the dispatch are going to be very, very interesting. Ooh, I think we're ready. Here we go. Let's pray the audio gets better here. Otherwise, I've got a lot of work to do. Take off the high end for starts. that frequency out. Steven, thank you very much. Birthday card is looking great. I see it there. You guys are doing a great job with that. Victim was shot in the back. That's important. But the defendant says he didn't shoot at him. He shot warning shots at the other guys who were apparently shooting at him. So it was a self-defense. We would ask that the discussions, especially because this does evolve around some sensitive political issues, that discussions remain respectful and on topic to the case at hand instead of some larger, some of the larger issues that are underlying here, specifically immigration and border control. We've handled difficult cases in the past, and I'm sure we can do this one as well. So thank you very much. He's got a lot of land, Vicky. He's got a lot of land, and you'll see some pictures and stuff during the course of this. We'll get you up to speed. You'll understand why, just a cop pulling up on the property is not going to see this in the backyard. The body was found about 100 yards from the house, though. G4 Outdoors, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Haley's comment, that's what the defense is. The older gentleman, he's 73 years old, protecting his wife and his ranch. That was self-defense, but there's some discrepancies in the story and in the events, and that's why I ended up with charges.
Good morning. Pleased to see you.
There's the defendant right there in the vest.
The record in case number 2023-026, State of Arizona versus George Allen Kelly. The record has shown the presence of all counsel and the defendant and all of the jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to give you some preliminary jury instructions. You should all have a copy of that was provided in your notebook. You're welcome to follow along.
What are we counting on this one? Not use, right?
Just to listen along. Good morning again. I'm on what's marked as page 2. Jury service is an important part of our system of justice with a long and distinguished tradition in American law. From the beginning, American law has viewed the jury system as an effective means of drawing on the collective wisdom, experience, and fact-finding abilities of persons such as yourselves. While it may be an occasional inconvenience or worse, jury service is an important responsibility for you and one which I am sure you will take seriously. Now that you have been sworn, I will briefly tell you something about your duties as jurors and give you some instructions. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions, and those instructions will control your deliberations. It will be your duty to decide the facts. You must decide the facts only from evidence produced in court. You must not speculate or guess about any fact. You must not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice. You will hear the evidence, decide the facts, and then apply the law I will give to you to those facts. That is how you will reach your verdicts. In doing so, you must follow the law, whether you agree with it or not. You must not take anything I may say or do during the trial as indicating any opinion about the facts. You and you alone are the judges of the facts. You will decide the facts from the evidence presented here in court. That evidence will consist of testimony of witnesses, any documents or other things that are received into evidence as exhibits, and any evidence stipulated to by the parties or that you are instructed to consider. You may hear reference to exhibits that are not admitted and are not asked to be admitted. These exhibits are not admitted as evidence, but the information from them that is testified to by witnesses is evidence that you may consider. You will decide the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to any evidence presented in court, whether it's direct or circumstantial evidence. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is a physical exhibit or the testimony of a witness who saw, touched, smelled, or otherwise perceived an event. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of a fact or facts from which the existence of another fact may be determined. The law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. You must decide the weight to be given to all the evidence without regard to whether it is direct or circumstantial. I'm going to just step away from the text for a minute. I've been told that particular instruction, whether it's how to explain direct or circumstantial evidence, is not very clear. So let me just do it by way of example so you understand the difference. And the point of this instruction is so that you understand what circumstantial evidence is and that it's equally admissible as direct evidence. So what's direct evidence? Someone were to come in a courtroom and say, it's raining outside, and I just came in, I'm soaking wet, it's raining outside. That's direct evidence. Someone is telling you what they just saw, heard, or experienced. Right? Direct evidence. What's circumstantial evidence? If you walk out at the lunch break and you've been inside here all day and all the cars are soaked and there are water puddles everywhere and everything is wet, you can infer from those facts circumstantially that it rained. You didn't see it, no one came in here and told you they saw it or experienced it, but you can tell everything's soaked, the cars it rained. That's circumstantial evidence. And each are entitled to equal weight, but the weight to be given to any evidence is up to you. All right? So hopefully that clarifies that a little bit. So we should be at the top of page 3 if you're following along in your books. During the trial, the lawyers are permitted to stipulate that certain evidence exists. This means that both sides agree that the evidence exists and is to be considered by you during your deliberations at the conclusion of the trial. As I mentioned earlier, it is your job to decide from the evidence what the facts are. Here are 6 rules on what is and what is not evidence. You must determine the facts only from the testimony of witnesses and from exhibits admitted into evidence. Anything else that you may see or hear when the court is not in session, even if what you see or hear is done or said by one of the parties or by one of the witnesses, is not evidence and must not be considered by you. If you should hear or see anything pertaining to the case outside the courtroom, or if anyone should attempt to speak to you about this case outside the courtroom, please report it to me through my bailiff as soon as you can. Statements or arguments made by the lawyers in the case are not evidence. Their purpose is to try to help you understand the evidence and the law. A question is not evidence. A question can only be used to give meaning to a witness's answer. If a lawyer objects to a question and I do not allow the witness to answer, you must not try to guess what the answer might have been. You must also not try to guess the reason why the lawyer objected in the first place. At times during the trial, the evidence may be offered, and I do not admit it as evidence. When evidence is not admitted, you must not consider it for any purpose. At times, I may order that some evidence be stricken from the record. Then it is no longer evidence, and you must not consider it for any purpose. Admission of evidence in court is governed by the rules of law. I will apply those rules and resolve any issues that arise during the trial concerning the admission of evidence. If an objection to a question is sustained, you must disregard the question and you must not guess what the answer to the question might have been. If an exhibit is offered into evidence and an objection to it is sustained, you must not consider that exhibit as evidence. If testimony is ordered stricken from the record, you must not consider that testimony for any purpose. Do not concern yourselves with the reasons for my rulings on the admission of evidence. Do not regard those rulings as any indication from me of the credibility of the witnesses or give weight or the weight you should give to any evidence that has been admitted. The rule of exclusion of evidence, the rule of exclusion of witnesses is in effect and will be observed by all witnesses until the trial is over and a result is announced. This means that all witnesses will remain outside the courtroom during the entire trial except one is called to the witness stand. They will wait in the areas directed by the bailiff unless other arrangements have been made with the attorney who has called them. However, both the defendant and the state are nevertheless entitled to the presence of one investigator at counsel table, and the victim has a right to be present during the trial. The rule also forbids witnesses from telling anyone but the lawyers what they will testify to or what they have testified to. If witnesses do talk to the lawyers about their testimony, other witnesses and jurors should avoid being present or overhearing. Let me stop for a second again. We have a question from one of the jurors.
Avoid overhearing.
And the question, which has been distributed to the council, was a question about the presence of a detective at the prosecution table. This particular instruction should answer that question. Both sides are entitled to have
already got questions.
An investigator or assistant at the trial to assist them in the handling of evidence, the discussion of evidence, for whatever purpose, even if they're a witness. And the state has one of their investigating officers, maybe their lead investigating officer, at the table with them, even if you may be a witness, and that is permitted by law. And a victim also has the right to be present if they wish. All right? Does that satisfactorily answer the question, counsel?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay. The lawyers are directed to inform all their witnesses of these rules and to remind them of their obligations from time to time as may be necessary. The parties and their lawyers should keep a careful lookout to prevent any potential witnesses from remaining in the courtroom if they actually enter. From time to time during the trial, it may be necessary for me to talk with the attorneys out of the hearing of the jury, either by calling a conference at the bench when the jury is present in the courtroom or by calling a recess. Please understand that while you are waiting, we are working. The purpose of these conferences is not to keep relevant information from you, but to decide how certain evidence is to be treated under the rules of evidence and to avoid confusion and error. We will, of course, do what we can to keep the number and length of these conferences to a minimum. I may not always grant an attorney's request for a conference. Do not consider my granting or denying a request for a conference as any indication of my opinion of the case or of what your verdict should be. Please do not be concerned with what we are discussing at any bench conference we may have. Please respect the privacy of those participating in the bench conference in order to maintain the fairness of the trial. In deciding the facts of the case, you should decide what testimony to accept and what to reject. You may accept everything a witness says, or part of it, or none of it. In evaluating testimony, you should use the tests for accuracy and truthfulness that people use in determining matters of everyday importance in everyday life, including such factors as the witness's ability to see or to hear or to know the things the witness is testifying to, the quality of the witness's memory, the witness's manner while testifying, whether the witness has any motive, bias, or prejudice, whether the witness is contradicted by anything the witness said or wrote before trial, or by other evidence, and the reasonableness of the witness's testimony when considered in the light of all the other evidence. Consider all of the evidence in light of reason, common sense, and your experience. A witness qualified as an expert by education or experience may state opinions on matters in that witness's field of expertise and may also give reasons for those opinions. Expert testimony should be judged by you just as any other testimony. You are not bound by it. You may accept it or you may reject it in whole or in part. And you should give it as much credibility and weight as you think it deserves, considering the witness's qualifications and experience, the reasons given for the opinions, and all the other evidence in the case. At the end of the trial, you will have to make your decision based upon what you recall of the evidence, so you should pay close attention to the testimony as it is given. Now, you have been provided with notepads and pens, and there are scraps of paper there for questions, such as the one we already received. They should be there in the box. The court encourages you to take notes during the trial if you wish to do so. Do not let your note-taking distract you so that you miss hearing or seeing other testimony. You may use your notes during your deliberations at the end of the trial. Until then, keep your notes to yourself. During recesses in the trial, you may leave your notes on your seat. Your notes are confidential, and my bailiff will guard them. No one will be allowed to read your notes. Whether you take notes or not, you should rely upon your own memory of what was said and not be overly influenced by the notes of other jurors. After you have rendered your verdicts, the bailiff will collect your notes and we will destroy them. Do not be influenced at all by my note-taking at times. What I am writing down may have nothing to do with what you will be concerned with at your trial.
Lunch order.
I'm now going to say a few words about your conduct as jurors. I'm going to give you some do's and don'ts, mostly don'ts, in which I will call the admonition. Do wear your juror badge at all times in and around the courthouse, so everyone will know that you are on a jury. Each of you has gained knowledge and information from the experiences that you have had prior to this trial. Once this trial has begun, which is now, you are to determine the facts of this case only from the evidence that is presented in this courtroom. Arizona law prohibits a juror from receiving evidence not properly admitted at trial. Therefore, do not do any research or make any investigation about the case on your own. Do not view or visit the locations where the events of the case are alleged to have taken place. Do not consult any source, such as a newspaper, a dictionary reference manual, television, radio, the internet, any locations or sites on the internet, or any other electronic media for information. If you have a question or need additional information, submit your request in writing, and I will discuss your request with the attorneys. Do not talk to anyone about this case or about anyone or anything that has to do with it. And do not let anyone talk to you about those matters until the trial has ended and you have been discharged as jurors. This prohibition about not discussing the case includes using email, Facebook, Twitter, instant messaging, Google, Yahoo, or any other internet search engine or any other form of electronic communication for any purpose whatsoever as it relates to this trial. This includes, but is not limited to, blogging about the case or your experience as a juror on this case, discussing the evidence, the lawyers, the parties, the court, your deliberations, your reactions to testimony or exhibits, or any aspect of this case or your courtroom experience with anyone whatsoever until the trial has ended and you have been discharged as jurors. Until then, you may tell people that you are on a jury, and you may tell them the estimated schedule for the trial, but do not tell them anything else except to say that you cannot talk about the trial until it is over. And if anyone gets upset about that, a spouse, significant other, whoever, you tell them that you're following the orders of the judge, right? One reason for these prohibitions is because the trial process works by each side knowing exactly what evidence is being considered by you and what law you are applying to the facts you find. As I previously told you, the only evidence you are to consider in this matter is that which is introduced in the courtroom. The law that you are to apply is the law that I will give you in the final jury instructions. This prohibits you from consulting any outside source. If you have cell phones, laptops, or other communication devices, turn them off and do not turn them on while in the courtroom. You may use them only during breaks, so long as you do not use them to communicate any matter having to do with this case with anyone else. You are not permitted to take notes on laptops, tape recorders, or any other electronic device. You are only permitted to take notes on the notepad provided by the court. Devices that can take pictures are prohibited and may not be used by you for any purpose. It is your duty not to speak with or permit yourselves to be addressed by any person on any subject connected with this trial. If someone should try to talk to you about the case, stop him or her or walk away. If you should overhear others talking about the case, stop them or walk away. If anything like this does happen, report it to me or any member of my staff as soon as you can. To avoid even the appearance of improper conduct, do not talk to any of the parties, the lawyers, the witnesses, or any media representatives about anything about this case until the case is over. Even if your conversation with them has nothing to do with the case, you should avoid it. For example, if an attorney should pass you in the hall and there's some discussion about where to eat, and someone from a distance may think you are talking about the case. So again, please avoid even the appearance of improper conduct. The lawyers and parties have been given the same instruction about not speaking with you while you are a juror, so do not think that they are being unfriendly to you. When you go home tonight and family and friends ask you what the case is about, remember to tell them that you cannot speak with them about the case. All that you can tell them is that you are on a jury, the estimated schedule for the trial, and that you cannot talk about the case until it is over. In a civil case, which this is not, the jurors are permitted to discuss the evidence during the trial while the trial progresses. In a criminal case, which obviously this is, however, the jurors are not permitted to discuss the evidence until all of the evidence has been presented and the jurors have retired to deliberate on the verdict. You may not discuss the evidence among yourselves until you retire at the close of the case to deliberate on your verdicts. Therefore, during breaks and recesses, whether you are assembled in the jury room or not, you shall not discuss any aspect of this case with each other until the case is submitted to you for your deliberations at the end of the trial. Again, if you have a question or need additional information, please submit your request in writing and I will discuss that request with the attorneys. During the trial, you are not to engage in any conduct that impairs or interferes with your ability to hear and understand the court proceedings. Do not form final opinions about any fact or about the outcome of the case until you have heard and considered all of the evidence, the closing arguments, and the rest of the instructions I will give you on the law. Keep an open mind during the entire trial. Form your final opinions only after you've had an opportunity to discuss the case with each other in the jury room at the end of the trial. Please advise me in writing immediately if you believe that any other juror has violated any prohibition or provision of this admonition. Before each recess, I will not repeat every time the entire admonition I have just given you. I will probably refer to it by saying, please remember the admonition, or something like that. However, even if I forget to make any reference to it, please remember that this admonition still applies at all times during the trial. There may or may not be news media coverage of this trial. What the news media covers is up to them. If there is news media coverage, you must avoid it during the trial. If you do encounter something about this case in the news media, or on social media for that matter, end your exposure to it immediately and report it to me as soon as you can. If there are cameras in the courtroom during the trial, do not be concerned about them. Court rules require that the proceedings be photographed or televised in such a way that no juror can be recognized. Deputies are assigned to the courtrooms by the sheriff's office. A deputy's presence in the courtroom should not be considered by you for any purpose and should not influence your view of the evidence and should not impact your deliberations in any way. If at any time during the trial you have difficulty hearing or seeing something that you should be hearing or seeing, or if you get into any personal distress for any reason, raise your hand and let me know. If you have questions about anything like parking or where to eat or other matters related to jury service, feel free to ask one of the court staff. But remember that this admonition applies to all our court staff as it does to everyone else, so try not to discuss it with the court staff. If you have a question about the case, and by the way, we're at the top of page 8, just in case you got lost, which happens. If you have a question about the case for a witness or for me, write it down, but do not sign it. Hand it to the bailiff. If your question is for a witness who's about to leave the witness stand, please signal the bailiff or me before the witness leaves the stand. The lawyers and I will discuss the question. The rules of evidence or other rules of law may prevent your question from being asked. If the rules permit the question and the answer is available, I will ask the question of the witness and an answer will be given at the earliest opportunity. When we do not ask one of your questions, it is no reflection on the person who has submitted it. You should attach no significance to the failure to ask one of your questions. I will apply the same legal standards to your questions as I do the questions asked by the lawyers. If a particular question is not asked, please do not guess why or what the answer might have been. All right, so here's the process on questions. Arizona law There's a very good thing. It allows jurors to ask questions. That's what I just told you. So how does that work? There's little slips of paper all over the place. Witness will testify on direct examination of whoever called the witness, cross-examination by the other side, redirect by the side who called the witness. The lawyers ask all the questions first. Then I'm going to turn to you. And I'm going to say, any questions? Does the jury have any questions? And that's when you've got to raise your hand and give us the slips. All right, so you should be prepared for that. So have those little slips of paper and try to write the questions down as they occur to you while the witness is testifying. Because once the lawyers are done, then I'm going to look to you for your questions. And then I'll discuss the questions with the lawyer just as the instructions state. All right? And once that witness leaves the witness stand, that witness may be excused. So if the witness leaves and the witness is excused, that's the opportunity, your opportunity to ask the witness questions may have been lost. It was likely lost. Okay? All right, so let's go back to page 8, where it says the law provides for a jury of 8 persons in a case such as this. We have 12 jurors, so we have more than 8 jurors.
Jurors, thank you so much for gifted memberships.
If a juror becomes ill or has a personal emergency, the trial can continue without that juror. At the end of the case, alternate jurors will be determined by lot in a drawing held in open court. Please do not be concerned with who may or may not be chosen as an alternate at the end of the case. Just to be clear, right now there's 12 of you, only 8 are going to deliberate, but an alternate has not been assigned. So you're all eligible jurors for deliberation.
Instead of 12.
We just draw it out of a paper cup at the end. So you're all right now eligible to be jurors for full deliberations. Okay, a defendant in a criminal case has a constitutional right to not testify at trial, and the exercise of that right cannot be considered by the jury in determining whether a defendant is guilty or not guilty. If there is testimony in this case about what a defendant said to a law enforcement officer, you must not consider any such statements unless you determine beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statements voluntarily. A defendant's statement to a law enforcement officer was not voluntary if it resulted from the defendant's will being overcome by a law enforcement officer's use of any sort of violence, coercion, or threats, or by any direct or indirect promise, however slight. You must give such weight to the defendant's statement as you feel it deserves under all the circumstances. The state has charged the defendant with a crime. The charge is not evidence against the defendant. You must not think the defendant is guilty just because the defendant has been charged with a crime. The defendant has pled not guilty. The defendant's plea of not guilty means that the state must prove every part of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require a defendant to prove innocence. Every defendant is presumed by law to be innocent. The state has the burden of proving the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. In civil cases, which this is not, it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not, or that its truth is highly probable. In criminal cases such as this, the state's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every doubt. If, based upon your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there is a real possibility that he is not guilty, you must give him the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. In deciding whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, please do not consider the punishment. All right, we discussed, let me go back. This is the reasonable doubt, the presumption of innocence is one of the most important values, concepts, and principles of law that we have in our legal system. So Mr. Kelly sits here today, he is presumed innocent. We discussed this a little bit yesterday when we asked you questions as jurors. Remember again, if I asked each of you to have to vote right now, guilty or not guilty, or I just don't have any information, or enough information, I can't make that decision. Most people choose the latter answer. I haven't heard anything, so I can't make that decision. Seems like a reasonable answer. Fortunately, it's the wrong answer. Because I just told you, he's innocent. He's presumed innocent. As I said yesterday, it's like he has a cloak around him that he is innocent. That cloak can only be removed if you find that the state has presented evidence that you think is worthy of consideration, that is proof beyond a reasonable doubt of his innocence. All right? Does anyone have any questions about that, please?
I think you misspoke, Your Honor. I think you meant of his guilt.
I misspoke.
I think you misspoke there at the end. If the state provides information of his guilt.
Well, good. Thank you for correcting me. If the state provides evidence that you believe worthy of consideration, considering these rules, and you find that the state has proven the case beyond a reasonable doubt, that is when you vote guilty. If you find that the state has not met its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and you are not firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you must vote not guilty. All right? I apologize for messing that up. All right, back to the instructions. Spanish may be used during this trial. The evidence you are to consider is only that provided through the official court interpreters. Although some of you, or many of you, may know Spanish, it is important that all jurors consider the same evidence. Therefore, you must accept the English interpretation, and you must disregard any different meaning. The court interpreter is required to remain neutral and to interpret between English and Spanish accurately and impartially to the best of the interpreter's skill and judgment. The court interpreter is trained and actually accredited to give you as accurate a translation as possible under the circumstances. You must evaluate interpreted testimony as you would any other testimony. That is, you must not give interpreted testimony any greater or lesser weight than you would if the witness had spoken in English. It is important that each juror reach a decision based upon the same set of facts. The possibility that a word or phrase may have another meaning is not a topic for discussion unless it is raised by counsel and resolved by the court. Therefore, you must consider only the English interpretation, disregarding what you heard in Spanish. You may not comment to other fellow jurors on what you heard in Spanish. Additionally, you may not retranslate for other jurors testimony that has been translated by the court interpreter, because that would be providing your fellow jurors with information that is not on the record. To assist you in considering the evidence that will be presented during the trial, I will now tell you about the crimes with which the defendant is charged. The defendant is charged with the following offenses. 1, second-degree murder. Second-degree murder requires proof of the following. The crime of second-degree murder requires proof of one of the following. 1, the defendant intentionally caused the death of another person. Or 2, the defendant caused the death of another person by conduct which the defendant knew would cause death or serious physical injury. Or 3, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life, the defendant recklessly engaged in conduct that created a grave risk of death and thereby caused the death of another person. The risk must be such that disregarding it was a gross deviation from what a reasonable person in the defendant's situation would have done. The defendant is separately charged in count 2 with aggravated assault. The crime of aggravated assault requires proof of the following. 1, the defendant committed an assault, and 2, the assault was aggravated by the following factor: that the defendant used a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. Assault, which is a component of count 2 of aggravated assault, requires proof of the following: that the defendant put another person in reasonable apprehension of imminent physical injury. The defendant has pled not guilty to these charges. The state must prove each of the charged crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. I will give you more details and information about each of the alleged crimes in the final instructions. The trial is expected to last through February 19th, 2024. That's an estimate, and we will do our best to move the case along, but delays may frequently occur. Those won't be anyone's fault, so do not hold them against the parties.
Delays are no one's
Delays
fault.
will usually occur because the attorneys and I often may need to resolve certain legal matters before these matters may be presented to you in court, or because I may be busy with other matters. The usual hours of the trial will be from 8:30 to 4:30. We will take short recesses about every mid-morning and mid-afternoon, and may occasionally take stretch breaks in place. We will recess at 12 p.m. and begin at 1:30 p.m. unless a different starting time is announced prior to recessing for the evening. You may assume the starting time of 8:30 a.m. for the next day. At the beginning of the day, please assemble in the jury room for this division. Please do not come back into the courtroom until you are called by the bailiff. And that's, as I mentioned yesterday, Tuesday through Friday. Okay? Monday is a day off.
Chris, thank you very much.
On top, page 12, and we're almost finished. Criminal trials generally proceed in the following order. First, the prosecuting attorney will make an opening statement.
I'll have to explain this one.
Preview of the
It's
case.
yes and no.
The defendant's attorney may make an opening statement outlining the defense case immediately after the prosecutor's statement, or the defense may postpone its opening statement until after the state's case has been presented. What is said in opening statements is not evidence, nor is it argument. The purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for the anticipated evidence. Then, second, the state will present its evidence. After the state finishes the presentation of its evidence, the defendant may present evidence. If the defendant does produce evidence, the state may present additional or rebuttal evidence. With each witness, there is a direct examination, a cross-examination by the opposing side, and finally redirect examination. This usually ends the testimony of that evidence. Third, after all the evidence is in, I will read and give you copies of the final jury instructions. Those are the rules of law that you must follow in reaching your verdict. Fourth, the attorneys will make closing arguments to tell you what they think the evidence shows and how you should decide the case. The state has the right to open and close the argument since the state has the burden of proof. Just as in opening statements, what is said in closing arguments is not evidence. Finally, you will deliberate in the jury room about the evidence and the rules of law in an effort to reach your verdicts. If you unanimously agree upon the verdicts, they will be read in open court with you and the parties present. And finally, you will be discharged and released from all admonitions. The rules of law that I have shared with you in the past few minutes are preliminary only. At the end of the case, I will read to you and give you a copy of the final instructions of law. In deciding this case, you must be guided by the final instructions. All right. The final 2 pages are another way to state the admonition, and I'm not going to read those now. I'll read those at an appropriate time. That's what I told you yesterday. All right. Looks like one of the jurors has a question.
Question number 2.
Before we go any farther,
we're going to need some more papers.
Counsel, hopefully you still have your headsets in front of you.
Don the earmuffs, counsel. Prepare to receive incoming translation. Suit-wearing bailiff has delivered the question. Oh, that sounds awful. We're going to try this. We're going to jump to this one here. Ready? I'm going to go right here. See if we can get a better sound. Oh, it's still white noise. It's beautiful. It's almost, imagine you're watching a waterfall. You're not watching someone scratch the nails across a chalkboard, but you're watching a beautiful waterfall.
Apparently, one of the jurors caught me in another mistake, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. This trial will, I guess I said the trial will last through February 19th. It should last through April 19th. That's when the instructions.
No, we're going to hold you to February, Judge.
Obviously showing
year round.
Close attention. So I'm going to mark the first question.
About 3
question
weeks.
Number 1. I'll mark this. It's not really a question. It's a correction.
We're counting as a question, Judge.
I'll give us a clerk to file it. And the state may make its opening statement, either Ms. Hunley or Mr. Jay.
Thank you, Your Honor. On January 30th of 2023, at 2:30 in the afternoon, George Allen Kelly walked out of his house armed with an AK-47 semi-automatic assault rifle and a .40 caliber handgun, and he opened fire on an unarmed man and an unsuspecting man.
Please, microphone. For my next number, I'll be singing a brief.
Can y'all hear me better now?
Oh, thank you. I was dying.
As I was saying, Mr. Kelly, armed with an AK-47 semi-automatic assault rifle and a .40 caliber handgun, walked out of his house and opened fire on two unarmed men who were unsuspecting. Those men were 115 yards away from Mr. Kelly and his residence. That's the length of a football field. Those men, Daniel Ramirez and Gabriel Cuen Buitimea, posed no threat to Mr. Kelly and no threat to his wife. They were walking parallel to the Kelly residence, headed back to the United States-Mexico border. Before firing on those men, George Allen Kelly gave no verbal warnings of any kind. He had no interaction of any kind with these men.
The court
Out of
order is
nowhere,
standing.
without saying a thing, without any legal justification, George Allen Kelly let off a barrage of semi-automatic assault rifle fire at these two men. He stood on his back patio and he shot that semi-automatic assault rifle through the patio, across a fence line, through a pasture where he keeps his horse, across another fence line, and across a dirt road, and into the back of Gabriel Cuen Buitimea. Now, Daniel Ramirez was just steps away from his companion when he saw Gabriel shot in the back. And he saw Gabriel fall to his death. Daniel had to run for his life because the shots were still ringing out all around him. The state anticipates that Daniel will come here to tell you about what happened to him that day. Ladies and gentlemen, that is state versus George Allen Kelly in a nutshell. On the screen you see in front of you, on your right, you see a still photo of the video interview of George Allen Kelly on the day of the murder. On the left is a photograph of the view from George Allen Kelly's back patio as you look out toward the area where Gabriel fell and died. This is a photograph of Gabriel Cuen Buitimea. And I'm going to ask you to do something in this case that George Allen Kelly's own words tell you that he did not do. I'm going to ask you to consider Gabriel Cuen Buitimea as a person, as a human being, and not as George Kelly described him, as an animal. Now, again, this is the view from George Allen Kelly's patio. You'll see you're looking out from his patio, out past his gazebo, and towards that pasture area I described a minute ago. And it's past that pasture area, past a dirt road, is where Gabriel fell and died. I want to show you the view from the other direction. This is the view through the pergola or the gazebo and back toward the area where George Allen Kelly was standing. And you'll see in that photograph, sort of on the right, as you look through the gazebo, a door. That's not the main door into the residence. There are actually two doors on this back patio. There's another door that's directly behind that umbrella. And we'll show you another picture later that shows that door, but that's actually the door that George Kelly came out of. To the left of that in the photograph are two windows. Those are the windows to the living room area, and behind the living room area is actually the kitchen area. This is a photograph of the semi-automatic assault rifle, AK-47, that George Allen Kelly shot and killed Gabriel Cuen Buitimea with on January 30th. And I want to point out a few features on this weapon. There's a green strap on the weapon, and these details become relevant when you hear the officers talk about what they observed George Kelly carrying later on in the day. So there's a green strap on the handgun, pardon me, and you'll see that there are some wood features on the AK-47 also, and that the metal on the weapon is a little bit aged from use. So you can kind of see that, I think they call it bluing, a little bluing on the weapon. And if you look on the front end of the weapon, you'll see that taped with black electrical tape is a flashlight with an orange button on it. And just below the AK-47 is what's referred to as the magazine. Sometimes it's called the clip because that's what holds the bullets that clips inside the gun. And that magazine holds 30 rounds. And rounds are what they refer to, how you refer to the bullets that go into an AK-47. They're called rounds. So this AK-47 holds 30 rounds. It also holds 1 round inside the weapon itself for a total of 31 rounds. And you'll hear from the experts in this case that this entire magazine can be expelled, can be shot within less than 6 seconds. This is just the other side of the AK-47 for you to see, and a better view of that green strap that we referred to earlier. This is the .40 caliber handgun that George Kelly had on his hip that day when he exited his house.
Is that a Glock? Couldn't see, it was too
Now
quick.
I want to go back to this view from George Kelly's patio because there may be something that you didn't notice about this photograph. And that is that off in the distance, there is a detective standing in this picture wearing a black polo shirt and a tan pair of pants. He's not a small detective. He's about 6 feet tall. He's a good-sized detective. And that detective is standing in the spot where Gabriel fell and died in this case. And that red circle with the red arrow is pointing you to where the detective is. And if you still can't see it, that yellow arrow is now pointing directly at the detective. That's how far Gabriel and Daniel were when the defendant opened fire on them that day.
It's going to make self-defense difficult.
Now I want to turn to the area where Gabriel's body was located. This is a photograph of Gabriel's body in place. And what you see in this photograph, first I want to point to the background of the photograph. You see some lights in the background. That is the Kelly residence. And so you can see them sort of off at the top part of the photograph, off in the distance. Now below that, or just in front of that, you see a tree. Now keep your eye out for that tree because we're going to go through some other photographs and some drone footage later, and you'll want to have that as a marker when you're looking for things. In the foreground of the photograph is Gabriel's body, and you'll see that the grass was very high and probably about 2 feet at the time, and it's that yellow straw grass. And you can see that Gabriel's body was very difficult to see in that terrain. Gabriel is wearing some tan boots, some tan pants, an olive-colored jacket, and a camouflage backpack. This is a close-up, closer-up picture of Gabriel. Again, you can see the tan boots, the tan jacket, or the tan pants, pardon me, the olive-colored jacket, and you can see a camouflage fanny pack along his side. And you can see the camouflage backpack, which is kind of up over his head. And you can see from these photographs that Gabriel is unarmed. There are no weapons in these photographs. There were no weapons located near Gabriel's body. In this photograph, you can see the blood seeping through Gabriel's jacket on his back where he was shot. And Gabriel was shot here on his back. And this is a close-up of the gunshot wound. You can see the gunshot entry wound on his green jacket. And you can see that the blood has seeped around on the jacket. Also in this photograph, you can see that strap from the fanny pack that's down along the side. In addition to the, let me just try to switch out here. We'll see if that works any better. Sorry for the interruption.
It's the same.
You can also see in this photograph
That's a little louder.
that Gabriel has a radio on his waist. So you can see the black antenna from the radio sticking up on the side of him.
A radio?
And now I kind of want to give you some perspective on what we're looking at here. We looked at those photographs. We talked about what the terrain looks like. But you'll learn during this trial that we asked for some assistance from some other agencies. One of those agencies is the Department of Public Safety. And they have an aerial drone footage. And they came out with their aerial drone and they took some video footage and some photos of the terrain. And you'll see on the left, there's and what that drone footage allows us to do is take really accurate measurements from those photographs. And you'll see they're overlaid on a computer screen. The officer who operates those aerial drones will be able to give you some real good idea how those work. But essentially, what the trooper did is he ran that aerial drone over the area, and it gives you sort of like a bird's eye view of what that area looks like. And if you take a look, it's kind of hard to see in the photograph on your left. But you'll see that there's an up and down line in blue, and that's the north-south line.
Would that be vertical?
And you'll see a line that goes left and right.
Like horizontal?
That's your east-west line. That's in red. And the green line is measuring the distance from Kelly's back patio where he shot to the area where the victim's body was located. And it's kind of difficult to see the end of the green line, but can you see it's on the other side of that dirt road? That's the location where Gabriel's body was found. Now on your right, you'll see the still shot of the aerial drone footage. I'm going to play that aerial drone footage for you, but it goes kind of quick, so I want to give you a little bit of a preview of what you're going to see. What you're looking at right now is like 3/4 of the top of the Kelly residence, and you can also see the Kelly back patio there. You'll see there's a fountain. You might want to keep that in your mind as a reference when you're looking at some of these photographs. And to the right of that, you see some orange cones. It's sort of in that general vicinity that George Allen Kelly shot that day. And those are where we took the measurements from on the patio, was from those orange cones. And you'll learn throughout the trial that to the right of the orange cone is the area where the spent shell casings were located in this case. So just to give you some orientation on what you're looking at and what you're going to hear during the trial. But just past this patio, you'll see the gazebo that we saw in the other photograph. Then you'll see a pile of metal structure on the right. It's some kind of smoking pit. And then you'll see a pile of wood just before a fence line. Then you'll see a pasture where the defendant keeps his horse. You'll see the second fence line. And then you'll see the dirt path just past that. And then it's past that you see the tree we saw in the photographs, and then 4 orange cones that depict the area where the victim's body was located, where he fell and died. So we're looking at the top of the house. That's the orange cones. We're going through the pergola. There's the wood pile in the first fence line. And it's kind of difficult to see, but if you keep your eyes peeled, you'll start to see now the second fence line, and it sort of goes up at an angle to your left. And now you see the dirt road and the tree and the 4 cones where Gabriel fell and died. And don't worry if you missed that second fence line. We're going to play another video that goes a little bit slower, and you can have a better look. So on to the next video. Again, you see that same diagram on your left, and on the right is the second drone video. So we're looking again at the top of the Kelly roof, and then we're going to see that same thing, that patio, the pergola or gazebo, and the smoking pit is that metal thing. Then you'll see the pile of wood, the fence line, and then keep your eyes peeled for a little bit for that second fence line and then the dirt road. And there are your orange cones, the gazebo, the first fence line, and then now you can see the second fence line. And you can see it sort of goes off diagonally toward the road. Everybody see that? And then you see the dirt road and the 4 cones where Gabriel's body was located. And now just to sort of give you some orientation, because we looked at those photographs and we saw that Gabriel was shot here, and you could see that the house was this direction, and we know he was shot in the back. But to kind of give you perspective, we know that he fell forward onto his face into the dirt. And so to give you just, and this is not to scale, this is just for demonstrative purposes, so you get an idea of the orientation of the body. You can see that small little person we added there to that screen. That shows you the orientation of the body. So he was face down, head to the south, and feet to the north, with the bullet entry lined up with the back of the Kelly house where Kelly shot from. Now, based on all of this information and based on what happened that day, George Kelly was charged with 2 things. He was charged with second-degree murder, and he was charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The second-degree murder relates to the death of Gabriel, and the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon relates to the shooting at Daniel. So second-degree murder is one of the more complicated crimes, lucky you all, but it's what's called a unified offense. That means there's 3 ways that the state can prove second-degree murder. You all don't have to agree on which theory of second-degree murder the defendant committed. You only have to agree that he committed one of these theories of second-degree murder. And you all have to be unanimous that he committed the murder. You can just decide that there are different ways in which he committed it. So I'm going to talk to you about the 3 ways that the state can prove during this trial that the defendant committed the murder. The first way is by proving that the defendant intentionally killed Gabriel Cuen Buitimea, that he shot him, that he intentionally shot him, and that he caused his death. The second way is the state can prove that Kelly caused Gabriel's death by conduct that he knew would cause death or serious physical injury. So those are the 2 simple ways. The third way is the more complicated way, but it's also the easiest way. So we can also prove that the defendant committed second-degree murder by, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life, he recklessly engaged in conduct that created a grave risk of death and thereby caused Gabriel's death. So that he behaved recklessly, manifesting an extreme indifference to human life, and that he created a grave risk of death and did cause the death. And the risk has to be such that disregarding it was a gross deviation from what a reasonable person would do in the circumstances. So that's second-degree murder. One of those 3 ways is how the state proves that the defendant committed second-degree murder in this case. And I submit to you that the facts of this case, the defendant is guilty on all 3 of those theories. The second count is aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And in aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, the state has to prove that Kelly intentionally placed Daniel in reasonable apprehension of imminent physical injury. In this case, that's by the conduct of shooting a gun in his direction. That would place anyone in reasonable apprehension of imminent physical injury. That means that they think they're about to get injured. That's pretty much what that means. And that he did so using a deadly weapon. We know he used his AK-47. And now I want to talk to you a little bit about the area where this occurred and sort of orient you on what was happening that day. This is just a map of Santa Cruz County, just to give you an idea of the location where this happened. We're in Nogales. We can see that on the map there. We're in the area that's a little bit white. All the major residential areas in the county are on here: Rio Rico, Tubac, Sonoita, Elgin, and you can see those all on the map. You see the area circled in yellow. That is Keno Springs. That is the area where this event took place. And this area, this is a close-up of the area that's at issue, which is really just south of the Keno Springs residential area. And you'll see to the right on this map in white is an area called Pedregoso Tanks. That's an area that's in the National Forest. And as I said, Keno Springs is, the residential part of Keno Springs is just to the north of this. And Nogales, where we are today, is just to the west of this area. And to the northeast of this area is Patagonia. And you'll see along the bottom here is the United States-Mexico border. And you'll see this area where the arrow points is right where the border wall ends. You'll see like a dirt road that comes right up from the map. Where that arrow points, that the border wall ends, that is right where the border wall ends, right where that road comes directly up from the end of the border wall there. Over on the right of this map is the National Forest. And the National Forest right where the border wall ends is where the national forest begins. And on January 30th of 2023, let me go back to that map for a second. Daniel Ramirez and Gabriel Cuen Buitimea were with a group of undocumented migrants, illegal immigrants, who crossed the border illegally at the end of the border wall. And they crossed the border really early that morning, and they hiked up into the national forest. And they've been hiking all day in that area. And you're gonna meet Daniel. Daniel's gonna come here and testify. And you're gonna learn that Daniel is a really humble guy. Daniel comes from Honduras, and Daniel had spent many years in Mexico. He has a 5th or 6th grade education, and he generally works as a farmhand on in a small village in Mexico. And you'll learn that, obviously, for someone with his educational background and with his occupation, he struggles to get by in the off-season. And in sometime before January of 2023, he was working a masonry job during the off-season in Nogales, Sonora, and he met Gabriel Cuen Buitimea. And he and Gabriel started talking about getting work in the United States as a roofer. And as they talked, Daniel decided that sounded like a good idea, and so he paid illegal folks to come across the line illegally. He paid a fee to come across the line. And you'll hear that Daniel was traveling across and up and through the national forest that day with Gabriel and with a group of men, about 7 or 8 people altogether. And they were traveling up through the national forest. They traveled most of the day. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they encountered some Border Patrol officers. And so they decided to scatter. They took off running all in different directions. Gabriel and Daniel stayed together, and they decided they were going to go back into Mexico and just give this a try another day. And so they were running, fleeing from Border Patrol, running pretty fast for about a half an hour. And it was at about that time that they decided they were going to take a little bit of a rest. They were worn out from running. They're headed back to Mexico, and they're going to slow down and take a rest. And Daniel didn't even have time to register that there was a residence around. The only thing Daniel saw was a red horse, a skinny red horse. And he saw that horse off to his right. He's walking along a dirt path. Dirt path is sort of off to their right, and he sees this skinny red horse off to his right. And they're walking along, and they see this skinny red horse, and out of nowhere, a barrage of semi-automatic assault rifle fire comes their direction. And they're walking, and Daniel sees Gabriel just a few feet ahead of him get hit in the back with the assault rifle fire, and he sees him grab his chest and say, "I'm hit," and he sees him fall in front of him and die. And then Gabriel, because the shots are still ringing out all around him, takes off running and runs for the border, running for his life. Now at around 2:30 that day, George Kelly came to his house to have some lunch. And he was in his kitchen making his lunch at his kitchen island when he sees something outside that catches his attention. And just sort of to give you a little bit of an idea, George Kelly's house is about a little less than 1.5 miles from the United States-Mexico border. His property is about 170 acres, and it's surrounded by a large ranch, the Buena Vista Ranch. The Buena Vista Ranch is on the west side of his property, so the Nogales side, and the south side of his property. On the east side of his property is National Forest, and to the north is that Keno Springs residential area. Excuse me. And George Kelly was in his house that day making his lunch when he saw something outside that caught his attention. Instead of calling 911, he has his .40 caliber handgun on his hip. He goes to his back door, grabs his AK-47, and tells his wife to call the Border Patrol. To call the Border Patrol ranch liaison specifically. And his name is Jeremy Morcell. And so Wanda Kelly picks up her phone, calls the Border Patrol, and George Kelly goes outside and lets off a barrage of semi-automatic assault rifle fire. These are the two weapons that George Kelly had that day. We've already talked about those. And again, this is the view from George Kelly's back patio where he went out and let off that semi-automatic assault rifle fire. And that's the area where Gabriel and Daniel were that Gabriel fell and died. This is Jeremy Morcell. Jeremy Morcell is that ranch liaison that George Allen Kelly's wife called that day. The job of a ranch liaison is kind of just what it sounds like. Border Patrol needs to have access to properties that are close to the border in order to do their work. And so they work hard to have good relationships with people who are near the border. And the ranch liaison's job is to facilitate that access to those properties, to work with the residents to have them allow the Border Patrol to have access, and also to facilitate communication with those folks, to make sure those folks know when there's an operation going on so they can stay out of the way, so they don't put themselves in the middle of an operation, and so that the homeowners can communicate with the Border Patrol if there's any information that they want to pass on to help Border Patrol with their job. So that's what Jeremy Morcell's job is. So this day at 2:30, George Kelly calls Jeremy Morcell. And he says to George, "I'm being shot at and I'm shooting back." He says, "I can't talk right now. There's 5 people all running southbound with packs." And Jeremy Morcell will tell you that during that phone conversation, George Kelly was very rushed and very frantic on the phone call. And you're going to wonder, Kim, why are you giving me all these details about these phone calls and these statements? It's because throughout the day, these stories shift from moment to moment with Mr. Kelly. And it'll be important for you to take good notes about what Mr. Kelly says and when he says it and when that story changes, because that's a shifting story throughout the day. So that was the first call. While that call is happening, Agent Morcell is talking to the appropriate people in his dispatch center, making sure that Border Patrol gets dispatched out, and also making sure the Sheriff's Department gets dispatched out, because Mr. Kelly has said there's a shooting going on. About 2:36, Jeremy Morcell calls Kelly back. At this time, Kelly gives him a slightly different story. He tells him he had an altercation with these people and they're headed toward Keno Springs, which is now the opposite direction that he said during the first phone call. And he says something about maybe they're trying to circle back or something of that nature.
A lot of these openings are more than an hour long.
Not I'm being shot at and I'm shooting
part of the
back,
process,
but
guys.
I heard a gunshot in my direction. And he saw his horse running by. And it's unclear in this phone conversation Is he outside when he hears the gunshot, or is he inside when he hears the gunshot? And that changes again later, whether he's inside or he's outside when he hears this alleged gunshot. A gunshot, by the way, that no one else hears other than George Allen Kelly. When he's on this conversation at 2:36 with Jeremy Morcell, he says that he's inspecting his horse and that it doesn't look like his horse was shot. Now the horse is going to be important because you're going to hear from Daniel about the horse and how Daniel believes that the horse got shot. And he believed at the time that the horse got shot, and he thought the horse saved his life. From his view of what was happening at that time, that's what he thought happened. And clearly George Allen Kelly also thought something happened to his horse because he's busy inspecting him at this point. George said that, and this is the important piece of this phone conversation, the people were too far away to tell if they had any kind of firearms. 115 yards away, they were too far away to tell if they had any firearms. George Allen Kelly could not tell if they had any firearms. And we saw that from the picture we saw a few minutes ago about the location where Gabriel fell and died. During this phone conversation, he was quite a bit calmer than he was during that second phone conversation. So the next thing that happens is officers have been dispatched out, and the Border Patrol gets there really quick. They're there within about 10 minutes. This is a pretty remote area, so that quick of a response time is pretty great. So when the Border Patrol arrives, the first Border Patrol agent, there's 2 Border Patrol agents in total who go out to the scene during this first call for service, and 5 sheriff's deputies respond. When the first deputy arrives, or the first Border Patrol agent arrives, he learns that Mr. Kelly is headed south in the property, that he's taken off south from his house on the property. And before they go looking for Mr. Kelly, they decide they're going to search the area of the house for any kind of immediate danger. So they kind of split up, actually 6 of them, because the 5th deputy doesn't get there until pretty much everything's done. So the 6 of them split up. They search that immediate area, the pasture by the house. They search the area around the house. And they tell Mrs. Kelly, stay in the house. We're going to go look around. The Border Patrol agents head off. They just sort of hike straight across the property, and you'll see that they locate Mr. Kelly about a quarter mile south of the house, not far from a barn and a mechanical pump house. Like it's a pump house where you pump water from a well in the ground. So it's got a little pump house, and it's down in that area that the Border Patrol find him. And when they do find him, by the way, they see him walking with his dogs. He's carrying an AK-47, and they don't locate anyone else. None of the deputies, none of the Border Patrol locate anyone else while they're there. This is a map just to give you an idea of the Kelly property. And you'll see at the top of the map in white is the Kelly residence. You'll see that area in blue is the area of the residence. And around the edge of the blue line is about where Gabriel's body was located. The area in green is the barn. They have a big metal barn. It's that metal barn near that area, and this yellow circle is the pump house. It's in that area where the Border Patrol find Mr. Kelly walking in that location. Just one other thing for you to note for the property, there's also an area here of corrals and some water troughs that may at some point during the trial, you may want to know where those are, just to give you an idea. And you'll see that there's a dirt road that goes through the property. That's just the Kellys' sort of driveway through their property. And you'll also see in this map that there's a a wash that runs through the Kelly property. You can kind of see that in the drone footage we looked at. Off in the background, you can see a little piece of the dirt road, and you can see the wash that's kind of down below. But those are just some items for you to have an idea of, so that they may become important during the trial.
Ms. Alden, stand by.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Judge has her pause while he talks with the recorder. Big well in this courtroom, no tables.
Court reporter's been going for about an hour and a half, and they need a break, as do the interpreters. Keep them going too much farther beyond that, but all the data we have suggests generally that we're prone to mistakes. So we'll take a 10-minute recess, and we'll continue with the opening statement. Right.
So we're not going to listen to all the noise during the break. Let's have a little chat real quick. You guys, we realize there are some political issues that this case borders, for lack of a better term, or includes. What is at stake here is the law of what is legal, and if the actions of the defendant fell within that law or outside that law. If the defendant was doing something that falls within the description of self-defense in the state of Arizona, then he should be found not guilty. And if he outside that law, he did something that fell outside that, and he meets the elements of the charge, then he should be found guilty. Whether the documentation status of the person he shot is irrelevant. And even in some ways, I would even say that trespassing is irrelevant, because you're not allowed to shoot someone for trespassing. There has to be something else there, and so we're gonna listen. We're gonna try to listen just to the facts of the case. If you can't listen to this case and keep that other part out, maybe there's another case you could watch for that, and we'll have you join us afterwards. But we're going to be a little bit strict on some of the words, some of the comments. Obviously, we're not here to push or tout or belittle one political agenda over another. We want to be respectful. We all come from different backgrounds. We have people here who immigrated to the country they're in, and we have people here who have family members. I have great friends who came to this country illegally, and some of the most amazing people I know didn't follow the process. No, most of them, I believe, have since corrected that and are now here properly. But we just want to be respectful. That's it. Just be respectful to people. We realize there are problems. The country has problems. We have a ton of problems. I mean, look at the fact that we're watching crimes, every single day, and people are out killing each other in the streets. We have problems. We have issues, and we need to be able to talk about them with each other, but do it in a respectful way, so that we can actually resolve things. In this particular case, and I'm no regrets about covering this case. It's a big deal. It's a big case, and hopefully we'll be able to have conversations, maybe with our friends and our neighbors and each other in a respectful way, realizing that there was a person that was shot here, that was killed, and there was a man is basically facing up the rest of his life in jail if he didn't follow the law. So. Also be aware that we often have people watching our stream and our chat that are either related to or very closely connected to the case. And so please, we'd ask that you be respectful that way, and do not do anything that would jeopardize how we look in the eyes of the court. We often are requesting access and representing that we're doing this in the name of the press, basically, and we would like to maintain that same image during that. We are counting the jury questions, by the way, the number of questions the jury asks. I'll update the counter so it's a little bit more clear when it comes to that. But let's see. Let me go over here. Did that work? No. Okay. All right, let's get this one fixed. You're home. Welcome back. Good to have you here. Okay, we've got just a little bit of a break here. I don't know who the translators are for. I'm not sure if the jury does get to ask questions. They've asked 2 so far. I don't know if the translator is here for jurors or if there are family members in the courtroom who are receiving translation services. That is what I'm not sure about. Why is it doing this? Okay, well, it is what it is. All right. Hot mic in courtroom as well.
Okay, I'll let him know. I'll be right back. Yeah, can I have a seat just for a minute till the judge says
It could be Spanish-speaking jurors. A lot of people in this area.
1 2 1 2 test.
It's working.
Test 1 2 wireless mic check 1 2 3 4 5 test 1 2 1 2 test wireless mic check 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 test 1 2 1 2.
Can't make fun of this guy. I do the exact same thing.
Test 1 2 1 2 test 1 2.
Is it okay if people vent? I would say not in here.
Check 1 1 test mic check 1 2 1 2 mic check.
Why are there so many slices? What is that from? The microphones are interesting. They're we're hearing juror hot mic. Hang on.
I don't know if Judy is
A couple things about this courtroom. It's huge, by the way. The courtroom is huge. It's big. It's massive. It's the attorneys on a bench conference, instead of walking up and talking to the judge because it would take so long to walk up and walk back, they just put on headphones and join their own little virtual private conference. We're counting the number of questions. I'm going to update that so it makes sense. Let me actually do that right now. Just 1 second. The firearm that I think the state's alleging that he used in this shooting was the AK-47, which is an older gun. It's been around for a long time, and as far as guns go, they're not the most accurate of guns, but they are pretty durable, and they just seem to work even without the proper care. So the AK-47, the typical bullet in there, if you fire an AK-47 over about the distance of about 100, maybe 200 yards, you're losing maybe 3 or 4 inches of bullet drop, just for how fast, and that varies depending on bullet weight. So this is just a rough estimate for you guys. But that's going to be important because we're going to hear some information about him trying to shoot over the people's heads or fire some warning shots over their heads. Understand that 100 yards away, you're, 2 inches of bullet drop is all you should expect from where you're pointing your gun at, from where it's sighted in to that point. So, let's see. It makes it harder to say that, depending on the facts we hear, that this was an accidental hit.
Yeah, I can. I have a second card, but probably gonna need all my cards. But I guess I can go back and forth with them. Yeah.
You've got a little more time.
And
Jury question counter. There we go. I'm going to update the screen. Just look at the law library. Let's peruse that.
Something like that. Just
Okay, you need in here?
Earplugs. Oh, wait, headphones. Never mind. There we go. Jury question counter. That's a little more clear. Forensics will give us cause, whether accidental or intentional. Yes, there's a possibility for, I mean, if you fired down low in the ground, a ricochet would be a possibility. Forensics will definitely probably be able to match the type of bullet. It's probably a 7.62, I'm guessing. 7.62. I'm not 50 yet, Kenny. I'm not 50 yet. But in the next few years, I probably will be.
It's just something that's going to waste time on adjusting.
Whatever, yeah, we'll take all of it.
Interpreters could be for family members of the victim. They could. I don't think it's for the defendant, because we know the defendant speaks English from what we hear of the phone calls, or what we will hear of the 911 calls. I believe his wife also does.
Yeah, I mean, I rolled on pretty much everything.
We're looking at the lawyers' computers now?
Well, I mean, if you need a picture of the judge, just to mention the judge. Got that?
Yeah.
So.
I did get installed. Yeah, at one point I was like, oh, yeah, I need one to put on. So somewhere in there, there's one.
At that distance, a tiny drop of the muzzle is a large distance off target. It is 100 yards. That is a difficult shot. 100 yards is a very difficult shot. A ricochet off the ground is highly unlikely, but that is something that a bullet analysis would be able to identify if the bullet had ricocheted off something before it struck someone. So that can be ruled out. I don't know how long he's lived on the property.
You said you're receiving back.
He gives a pretty hard kick. They clack, 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 clack. They're noisy guns.
Give it my hand right. Yeah, like I said, I'm using this just because it's easier and I can charge it on the side of that.
Fala, what I do is I have a secondary camera when I'm doing something, and so I'll switch to a stationary or wide shot or another shot, and then aim my camera. It's you don't want to give people a ride every time you turn the camera around. That said, I've turned this camera live on my live stream, so I don't always do it.
Stuff. But we're sitting there going, yeah, my hand is really hard.
Oh, your hands are, yeah.
Really bad.
Especially when you hit quick and scratchy. Like, I can't remember the last time I wrote notes. Like now when I write, I can't write notes. My hand cramps after 5 minutes of writing.
So slow.
Gonna try to turn this down just a little bit. They really boosted the audio there.
I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I used to do
Look
it
at
all the time.
that crisp focus.
I'm good with just doing that. I like doing variety. So like think about stuff all the time. So I'm just a photographer and videographer, and so I saw the clients and shoot. So just anything.
Huh?
I might get it back in time to
Well, I was hoping to pull it. I was hoping to pull it and just
It's a wide variety. Yeah. The client needs.
save more time.
Weddings.
Passing around crazy.
Yeah.
I can make a digital copy of a thumb drive to make it easier to pass around.
I'll do this, and then working with them, I'll do, you know, probably more stuff in Tucson than they have it. This was not a bad time.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Tucson.
Okay, okay, nice.
Yeah.
Well, nice to meet you.
You too, Danielle.
Danielle, I'm Jen.
Jen?
Yeah, nice to meet you.
I wouldn't want to be dependent on my goods for that.
Thank you, Lady in Pink.
I'm low.
I don't know. That was weird. That's what I thought. I thought it was every day, some Mondays.
Yeah, and so I don't know. I'll check with them. High school, yeah. But I
We're expected back in about 10 seconds if the judge is prompt.
Yeah. You know, I used to be able to spell when I was younger, but now I used to be running so I speed.
Maybe CBD, possibly.
Well, they also have to watch for dumb articles.
I'll just wait till they give me best, the right dates and time.
Yeah.
Are you?
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that.
I'll definitely come through.
Live. Judge is about 30 seconds late back. Motto of Arizona. Ditat Deus? Is it Ditat or Ditat Deus? Lynn, we've had most of the opening statement from the prosecutor. It's gone about an hour and a half. It's been a little lengthy. She's repeated herself a little bit. I'm going to turn this down. There's just so much chatter. We've had just the opening. The judge has given instructions to the jurors, which have been fairly standard for the most part. The jurors are allowed to take notes. The jurors have asked questions. They've asked 2 questions already. One before I think they were even told they could ask questions, but they just have slips of paper all over the place, and you just write a question and hand it into the judge, and the judge stops everything. He's like, "Whoa, we have a question." So it's pretty cool. This is a case where the defendant is 73 years old. He's a resident of Arizona. He lives about a mile from the border with Mexico, so the southern border of the United States. He, from his home, he observed some people on his property, which he owns about 173 acres down there by the border. He observed some people on his property. He made a phone call, or had his wife make a phone call to the Border Patrol. Went out with his sidearm and his AK-47, which is it's a military gun. It's an old military gun, but it's often used as a ranch rifle because they're just durable. And he says that at some point he thought he heard a gunshot, or he said he heard a gunshot, and that he returned fire or fired over their heads to scare them off or something like that. And in all of this, one of the individuals was struck and killed. And we're in court here to determine if the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder and assault with a deadly weapon for shooting at these 2 individuals, the one he hit and the other person who's supposed to be coming. It sounds like he's in Mexico, the other witness. It sounds like that witness is in Mexico and might be coming back for this. The way the prosecutor set it up said we should be having him come up, and it sounds interesting. It sounds like they're not confident that he'll even show up. But so that's the basic of what we heard so far. The prosecutor's gone to a great deal of effort to present what I would say is physical evidence, which you normally wouldn't see a lot of during the opening statements. But we've watched drone video, we've seen maps, we've seen comparisons, we've got perspective pictures, just a ton. Out on bail, I believe. Out on bail. So just a lot of effort has been made to lay out the case already, and makes me wonder, if we're going all the way till April 19th, with a 3+ week case, why they have to lay it all out during prosecution here? Like, physical pieces of evidence. He's been out on $1 million bail since February 23rd, right after it happened.
This guy.
CBD. I heard you all the way over here. It sounded very much like a Marilyn Monroe type rendition. If that's what you intended, you pulled it off quite well. Thank you for singing to me in chat. My birthday is on Sunday. Thank you very much. I would ask. Our mods are absolutely incredible. They're amazing. Please don't make them work overtime. By having conversations that make them have to carefully patrol and monitor what's going on, more so than they already do. So let's focus, keep it focused on the case, and just enjoy the experience of learning about the laws in Arizona and watching the process play out here in this trial.
Even this, I'm like confusing going back and forth between yes.
Need to get a special visa for witness to return. Lots of red tape.
Okay. That sounds really bad. I'm like, yeah, my 20-year-old's getting married. 6 months. Yeah, seriously, if I talk to people like, I'm getting married, I would just be like, I'd want to like yell at them. Every single day.
I do anticipate the audio will be cut during these breaks before long. Yes, lots of things happening today with Riley Strain's body being located and identified. That's very sad.
And so I'm like, I need variety in my life. It sounds like almost depressing.
Let's see.
I'm not gonna say it.
Yep. No, they have no hot mic. I'll turn off the hot mic as well. How about that? Chat knows about 911 call. You're local in Canada, so never heard anything about this. Spicy Vet Med Geek, the 911 calls, I've just been doing research on the trial to see if this is something we wanted to cover. I've listened to that. They've talked about that in the opening statement, that he calls 911 and the stories change. We're going to hear about some of those as we move forward. I think the hot mic was getting a little spicy and a little personal. I heard that as well, and I had to turn it off for that reason, because I don't think they know that they're under hot mic. And I think we're hearing cameramen and observers or other press talking to each other. Tracy, you live half an hour from this trial. You have any plans on attending? I'm just curious. Interesting notes about this trial that are different from others, other than the fact that it's very spacious, very big. It's a very big courtroom. The jury, they have seated 12 jurors, but only 8 will be deliberating. So even though it's second-degree murder charge, only 8 deliberate. The other 4, if the other 4 make it through the rest of the trial and we don't lose any, the other 4 will be alternates. I'm blurry. Should be in focus right there. Let's see. About an hour or so away from Phoenix. I've been to Phoenix. Actually, several times I've been to Phoenix. I used to work for a company that has a manufacturing facility down there. And I had to go down and train a couple other people. And once they just flew me down to help cover the work because they were struggling to keep to keep people working there. I'm like, why would people not want to work here? Okay, because it's beautiful. It's a desert. It's awesome. The plant was right across the street from what they call a rendering plant, which is where truckload of cows go in and packaged hamburger goes out. And the part that doesn't go into hamburger and hot dogs that go out is burned. And when they light those fires for the first 3 to 5 seconds, it smells like the world's largest barbecue. And then it just smells horrific. It is so bad. Yeah. I mean, the paint, it makes, you have to throw away your clothes after you've been there. And the walls in that place, they reek. It's bad. It's gross, Lisa. It's really gross. It smells so bad. It's such a bad place. Like, no wonder nobody wants, I mean, how do you eat lunch in that environment? You just can't. So we do have a translator, or at least 2 translators on staff in court that are translating. They are standing up in the corner, and you'll see the lady, one of the ladies holds a clipboard over her mouth to try to block the sound from carrying into the courtroom. We believe she's translating from English into Spanish, and she's translating just on the fly of the presentation done by the prosecutor at this point. They've already swapped out. They've taken turns. The court reporter has also got a break after an hour and a half of typing. So we're gonna see that. Lots of people standing around in the courtroom, like lots of court personnel are present there. Okay, I think here we go.
The record show the presence of counsel, defendant, and all jurors. Well, all right. So everyone noticed that there's no water pressure in the building.
What?
Just found that out myself. Apparently a pipe burst in the city of Nogales down on, I think, 1st Street, which is down farther into the city. There's no water here. There's no water anywhere. Out of our control, I apologize. So what's happening is, well, before I tell you what's happening, I want to
bring in some porta potties.
What I'm told, just to make things more fun, what I'm told is that sometimes when the water pressure goes down to a certain level, the fire alarm can go off because there's no water pressure. If that goes off, you won't miss it. Trust me, I've heard it before. It's pretty startling, but there's no reason to panic because there's no fire. So everyone don't, head for the exits. Just stick your fingers in your ear because
what?
You need to preserve your hearing.
What?
So what we're going to do is we're going to continue with the opening statement. I know you've all just had a communal toilet experience. It's very important. It's very important for jurors to bond. It's not the kind of way we hope you bond, but you just had your first bonding experience as jurors. I hope it went well. But what we'll do then is we'll break for lunch. I'm going to have you come back after lunch. We're going to continue with the opening statement. And we'll break for lunch. I'll have you come back at 1:30. But if they haven't fixed it or telling us that they can fix it, in a very reasonable amount of time, then we're just going to have to recess for the day because I'm not going to make all of you continue with your fun bonding experience. Once was probably enough. So we'll do that, all right? Again, it just happened that we just found out about it. It's nothing to do with our building, the whole complex, the jail. Everybody's got without water. It'll probably be citywide. All right.
Whoa.
Any questions about that? So that's the plan. Come back after lunch. Hopefully it'll be fixed, or soon will be fixed and we'll be able to continue. If not, then we're just going to have to recess for the day. Any questions? Sound good? All right. You know what I know. You can continue with your opening statement.
Thank you. So we were talking about 3 o'clock, 3:15 that afternoon, the Border Patrol located Mr. Kelly, and they found him walking with his dogs, and he was carrying his AK-47. It was that AK-47 that has the green strap on it with the wood pieces to it and the metal. And one of the officers actually noticed that the AK-47 had a flashlight taped to the end of it with black electrical tape.
It's not
And
uncommon to
during
have
this
a
call for
flashlight
service,
taped to a firearm
the
or attached to a
officers
firearm.
had all
Taped it is
split up into
uncommon.
separate teams. So they took 3 separate statements from Mr. Kelly during this time. And we'll go through those during the trial, but we're not going to go through all of them here today. This is the first statement that George Kelly gave about 3 o'clock or 3:15 to Deputy Castaneda. And Deputy Castaneda was the lead officer for the Sheriff's Department that responded to this first call for service that day. And what George Kelly told Deputy Castaneda is that he was standing in his kitchen, which is sort of in that red dot area on the house, and he looked through his kitchen. There's a wall between the kitchen and the living room, and it has like a cutout for a counter. So he looks through the cutout, and from the kitchen, through the cutout, through the living room, and out the living room windows, and he sees movement outside. He says that he sees 5 people running south from that view. Again, that's the living room windows. We looked at those pictures a minute ago. You're looking at the back of the house. And so you'd see the living room windows, the living room, that wall, the cutout for the counter, and then the kitchen island. And he was standing at that kitchen island. This is that other photograph. You see now why I included the photograph that was not a crime scene photograph that has other vegetation that showed that other door. Because this is a dark photograph and it's harder to see. But in this photograph, you can see both doors. You can see the door to the right, which is the door into the master bedroom, and you can see the door on the left, which is the door into the main living areas of the house. That's the door circled in blue that George Kelly came out that day. And on the left are those 2 kitchen windows. And what Kelly said he did was that he went to that east door, he grabbed his AK-47 that he keeps by the door, and he went outside and he saw people were possibly carrying rifles. That's what he tells Castaneda during this interview. So we know this is different from what he told Agent Morcell on the phone. He told Agent Morcell they were too far away to tell, and now this time he says they're possibly carrying rifles. And then he goes on to say that he heard a single gunshot from an AK-47, and he believed that the people had encountered another cartel, and they shot at them to scare them off, and that's why he saw them running. He said he saw the people approximately 100 to 150 yards away from the residence, and that after that, he never saw them again. So all he sees is people 100 to 150 yards away from the residence, and he never sees them again. He says he walked back through his property to locate the people, but he didn't find them, and that's when the police arrived. He says, he tells Castaneda he believes there's way more of them than he saw out there, but he's just speculating. He doesn't really know or have any reason to make that speculation. He's just speculating. And Castaneda tells Kelly that if anything like that happens again, stay inside your house and call 911. And Kelly says something very interesting at that time. Kelly says he understands Castaneda's given him advice, but he's going to do what he had to do to protect his property. He was conscious of the consequences, and he would take responsibility for his actions. The deputy reiterated to him again, stay inside and call 911. Here's the important part about all of these 3 statements that he gave to law enforcement that day. He never one time admitted that he shot his AK-47. He never told law enforcement that anyone pointed a gun at him. And he never told law enforcement that he was in fear for his life at any point that day. The next thing that happens in this case is Deputy Morcell gets another phone call after law enforcement leaves that day. And that phone call comes in about 4:23 that afternoon. And Deputy Morcell, I believe, is already off duty at this point, and he takes the call from Kelly. And Mr. Kelly tells him that he's very thankful for the responsiveness and how quickly the agents got there, and he wants to meet up the following day to sort of debrief about what happened. And Agent Morcell will tell you that that's kind of a normal thing if there's some kind of Border Patrol incident, that the ranch liaison will go meet up with the homeowner. So that wasn't an odd request by Mr. Kelly that day. He said that during this phone conversation, Mr. Kelly just started rambling on during the phone conversation, and he was getting super excited about what had happened earlier that day. And then he started telling the story again about what happened, and he started sort of embellishing on what he told him earlier that day. He said he and Wanda were in the house, and they heard a gunshot. And now you'll hear this is different. Instead of hearing the gunshot when he's outside, he's hearing the gunshot from the inside. And we went out onto the porch. He went out onto the porch and he saw his horse running by. And Wanda saw it too. There were 10 people all loaded down with AR-style rifles. 10 to 15 of them had rifles. So this is the story at 4:23. And again, the agent will tell you that he was super amped up during this phone conversation, differently than his conversation earlier in the day. An hour goes by, and Jeremy Morcell misses a phone call from George Allen Kelly. And this is the phone call that he missed.
Voicemail. Jeremy, this is Alan Kelly. You need to call me immediately. This is serious. Call me immediately. I can't say more over the phone. Bye.
Then after that voicemail message, which Jeremy Morcell will tell you that was an unusual tone of voice for Mr. Kelly, he got this text message at 5:26, also saying, call me immediately. Agent Morcell, about 5:35, at this point he's off duty, he's actually at the gym working out, and he just didn't hear his phone ring when he called the first time. He didn't catch the text message. And he happens to walk over and notice that he's missed a text and missed a call. And so he tries returning Mr. Kelly's call. They kind of play some phone tag back and forth. They're both trying to call one another. Eventually they connect on the phone, and there's another phone conversation at 5:35. During this phone conversation, Mr. Kelly's demeanor is completely changed. He's evasive, he's nervous, he's scared, and his demeanor is totally different. He's a totally different person.
Thank you, Mickey. Appreciate the super chat.
During that fourth phone conversation, Kelly says, "This is worse than you can imagine. This is bad." And he just kept repeating that. Morcell then offers to him to send out the sheriff's department and the Border Patrol. And he tells him, just tell me what's happening so that I can tell folks what you need. And Mr. Kelly tells him, is continuing to be evasive, and Morcell then suggests that Kelly call 911. If he needs help, if something's happening, that he should call 911. And Kelly says to him, you need to get Border Patrol. This is a border-related issue. And then he tells him, you know how shots were fired earlier? Something was possibly struck. And as Morcell continues to push for additional details, Kelly tells him, I can't tell you more over the phone. And then he asks Morcell, is this being reported? He somehow thought that a conversation with a law enforcement officer wasn't going to be reported if it was the Border Patrol. So Mr. Kelly did not take Agent Morcell's advice. He did not call 911. But Agent Orcel called his dispatch, and his dispatch called 911. And then 911 called Mr. Kelly. And when 911 called Mr. Kelly, the dispatcher had a very interesting conversation with Mr. Kelly. When she first speaks to Mr. Kelly says, "It's very serious, ma'am, and I'm not going to talk over the telephone." "Yeah, I know I can talk to you, but you're responsible for what I say, and I'm responsible for what I say. I didn't shoot at any. I haven't said I shot at any." And then his voice quivers and he says, "Anything. I don't want to get you in trouble, and I don't want to get me in trouble." "Okay," he sighs. You know the thing, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can and will be held against you in a court of law. I'm not admitting to anything I've done, but all those things tend to add up. And I don't know what happened, I just know what I saw about 15 minutes ago." And then when he eventually gets to the point that he's marked a body with a flashlight, he tells her, "I have it marked, I've got a flashlight on over it." And the dispatcher says to him, "Do you know who it is that you saw?" And he says, "No, I didn't say I saw any body. I just saw a body."
Big P,
And
welcome
then he
to the
goes on
gallery.
to say, and from what in that I only approached the body to make sure that the animal, it's not a vegetable or a mineral, the animal wasn't alive, and it was not alive. There was no signs of blood. There was just an animal laying face down, an animal. And you know what an animal is. It's not a vegetable or a mineral, it's a body. And you know what I'm talking about. But I think more than the words of what he said to dispatch, when you hear the tone of what he says during this call, you'll see the impact of what it is that he's saying.
Hello?
Hi, sir. I'm calling from the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
Hi. I'm just calling because we received a report from Border Patrol.
Yeah.
So I'm just calling to get more information. So what happened?
You're going to have to send an officer out here.
Okay, what's going on?
I can't.
I'm sorry?
It's very serious, ma'am, and I can't. I'm not going to talk over the telephone.
Okay, I understand it's serious, but I need more context in order to send a deputy.
Okay, fine. It's going to be,
Go ahead, you can talk to me. What's going on?
yeah, I know I can talk to you, but you're responsible for what I say, and I'm responsible for what I say.
Can you give me a little context of what happened? What's going on? You told them
I'm not sure.
What did you shoot at?
I didn't shoot at any. I haven't said I shot at anything.
Okay, well, that's what Border Patrol told us, so that's what I'm just asking you.
Yeah. Y'all guys, the Nogales Sheriff Department had 4 or 5 guys out here this afternoon investigating a Border Patrol drug running incident. And I don't know if I can't remember the officer's name. There was 2 gentlemen and 2 young ladies, maybe third. Do you know who I'm talking about? They came out to 100 Willer Cross Circle.
You mean for my deputies, correct?
And yeah, they were Nogales.
Yeah, I'm aware of what happened earlier.
You're aware? Okay, then they're aware of what happened, and I don't want to get you in trouble, and I don't want to get me in trouble, but I don't want to break the law or anything like that. So what I'm telling you is that we need a sheriff deputy out here 100 Willacross Circle immediately, and that's all I can say, ma'am.
Okay, is anyone hurt? I need to know because if someone's hurt, I need to send an ambulance too.
There's no.
Okay, do you feel more comfortable talking to a deputy over the phone?
Well, in other words, okay, you know the thing, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you can,
I understand.
you say can, it will be held against you. And I'm not admitting to anything I've done, but you know, all those things tend to add up, and I don't know what happened. I just know what I just saw about 15 minutes ago, and it's something that an ambulance cannot help. EMTs cannot help. There's nothing out here that can be aided by EMT or emergency services.
Okay, I understand you don't want to give me a lot of details, but what you are requesting an officer from me, so I needed to know for their own safety and your safety a little bit of what's happening, what's going on.
Okay, I'll put it like this. Last spring, out here, there was a pickup found on East Sagebrush with a dead lady in it. I don't know if you knew of that or not.
Yes, sir. I'm aware of what happened.
Okay, it's a situation similar to that. How's that?
Okay.
You follow? You understand what I'm saying? It's a situation exactly like that.
Okay.
And so that's going to require the sheriff to come out here.
Okay. Can you tell me a description of
No, I don't have a description. There's not a vehicle.
Okay.
The only thing that I was referring to in conjunction with that accident was the body.
Okay.
You got it?
Okay. All right. Okay. Can I have your name?
Yes, George Kelly.
George Kelly. Okay, George. Would you, if my deputy goes over there, would you take him to whatever it is that you found?
Yes. I have it marked. I have a flashlight on over it. Because it's going to be dark when he gets here probably, but I'll take it to him.
And you are sure an EMT cannot help?
I am positive. I have a medical background. An EMT cannot help.
Okay. Do you know whoever it is that you saw?
No, I do not know. I didn't say it was anybody. I just said it was a body.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
I'm not trying to be smart, ma'am.
I understand. You're trying to be careful, and I get that. However, I hope you understand that on my end, I have to take care of my deputies too. So I just needed a little bit more context as to why you needed a deputy to head out there.
Now you know that there is a body here.
Okay. All right. Does it look somewhat?
And it's not alive. So you guys said you need EMT. I said no.
Okay.
Not sure. A coroner will be involved sooner or later.
I understand. George, can you tell me something? Is it discolored from somewhere?
Is it discolored?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Has it been there for a while? Can you tell?
From what? In that I only approached the body to make sure that the animal, it's not a vegetable or mineral, the animal wasn't alive and it was not alive.
Okay.
There were no signs. There was no signs of blood. There was just an animal laying face down.
An animal?
An animal, and you know what an animal is. It's not a vegetable or a mineral.
Okay.
It's a body, and you know what I'm talking about.
I understand what you're talking about, George. Okay, I'm going to send the deputy then over to your house so you can lead them over to wherever you found what it is.
Okay. And now, maybe one of the deputies were out here. They know how to get here because it's 100 Willacross Circle, and it's kind of hard to find. It's a rat right on the border.
So I had one of my deputies that responded earlier going over your way.
That's good. You do that. They know how to get here, and I'll have the gate open.
Okay, sounds good, Rich. Thank you. Thank you for that.
I appreciate your help and your patience, and I'm sorry if
No problem. I understand.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
It was just a few minutes after that that the first deputy arrived for this second call for service. And that was Deputy Rafael Lopez. And Deputy Lopez had responded to the scene earlier in the day, but he was one of the later deputies. He was that later deputy who got there after really everything had finished up earlier in the day. And what Deputy Lopez did when he got there was he turned on his recorder. And he recorded, as soon as he arrived at the scene, for a few minutes of what George Kelly was reporting to him. And this is that recording.
I'm afraid somebody had shot him. You know, some of those, there was a shot fired, and I didn't know what it was about. Okay, so I went out to get the horse, always bring him in and feed him. Put him in another pasture. I went out there to get him. And y'all guys, you weren't over here? Yeah, I was here. Y'all walked all over that. And the Border Patrol worked all over. And maybe this happened after you left. I don't know. There's a body right now. And I don't. Yes. Not fresh. I didn't, as soon as I saw it, I backed away from it. The line place face down. It's dead. The body, the person. I have no way of being a judge. He was a mule. You know what a mule is? It's a drug runner. He has a pack on him, a small pack on him. Now, if you remember, we saw 5 to 10 drug runners coming through with large backpacks. Yeah, he did not have a large backpack on him, but he had a small, and he's in handy here and camo. So, as soon as I tried to get right back to the call, I called Border Patrol because they were the first ones I called. Because I didn't really know how to call you guys. So I called Border Patrol, Jerry Morissette. He called the Border Patrol agent, and he said they're going to call the sheriff and they'll send someone out there. Then your secretary or dispatcher, I suppose, called me. I was on the phone with her when you drove up. Okay. And she said he's coming out right now. What happened? I have no idea. I have no idea. And you know, if you were me, you got no idea. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Yeah. You can pull me right behind my car. Okay. You go ahead. I'm going to leave the gate open. Yeah. My dog will bark.
If you were me, you'd have no idea. You hear what I'm saying? He says, I have no idea how he got shot. If you were me, you'd have no idea either.
My wife was here. You saw y'all walking all out there. And my wife was here. So they walked all over. So it could be a body that, the body could have expired after y'all were here. I have no idea. Stuff running around all over this place all the time. You know it. How far is it from here? Okay, I'll get the spot Ayden over there. Yeah. We'll go to the gate and I'll be there about
Shortly after this, Sergeant Omar Rodriguez arrives at the scene. And Sergeant Rodriguez meets up with Deputy Lopez and George Kelly by a horse trailer that's down by a gate into the pasture area of where the horse was kept by the house. And when Sergeant Rodriguez arrived about 6:15, he saw that Kelly was wearing that Glock handgun still on his hip. And he asked Mr. Kelly if he would be willing to take that handgun off for officer safety reasons and leave it behind in the trailer. And Mr. Kelly agreed to do that. He took the weapon off and left it in his horse trailer that's right next to the gate in that pasture area. From there, Kelly took Rodriguez out to the body. And they walked around on that dirt path that goes around from the driveway that you saw, that dirt road, that's the driveway. They took the dirt path around the outside of the pasture back to where the body was located. And they found the body near that tree that we saw, and the defendant had hung up a flashlight in the tree so that they could locate it, because it was starting to get dark at this point. And as I mentioned before, the sergeant found Gabriel's body laying face down with his head toward the south, with his face implanted in the dirt, and his legs were towards the north. So, and we showed a little picture of that earlier on how the body was positioned. And when Sergeant Rodriguez got a good look at the body, he could see the gunshot entry wound in Gabriel's back, and he could see that was on the right side of his body, which then lined up with the Kelly's residence. Later, they were able to look and discover that the gunshot exited from the chest. He made a number of other observations about the body. He saw that there was no pulse. The extremities were cool, but the torso was still a little warm to the touch. He looked around the area because of the story that Mr. Kelly had about these other people and things of that nature. He looked around and he saw there weren't any drag marks. There wasn't a blood trail. There was nothing to indicate there were groups of people nearby. He saw nothing like that in the area. And nothing at all to indicate that a body had somehow been dumped there or anything of that nature. It appeared to Sergeant Rodriguez as if Gabriel had fallen there and died. And he noted, as I said before, that gunshot wound generally lined up with the trajectory to where George Kelly was shooting from on his back patio. And again, just a reminder of the photograph of how he found the body. And I think we've already gone through all this, but it kind of shows you where that gunshot wound was lining up with the residence. And again, just the body positioning with that tiny little stick figure to just show you how the body was lining with the gunshot entry on the house side. Now, a little while later, after they do their investigation there at the scene and they gather the information about what had happened earlier in the day from all their sources, George Kelly's transported to the sheriff's department for an interview. He's read his Miranda rights, and a video interview is conducted of him. And this is the still shot from that video interview that happened about 8:29 p.m. that night. So we're talking maybe 6 hours after the homicide. And you'll learn that during that interview, George Kelly tells Detective Ayden that he was eating lunch in the kitchen, and when he looked out through the living room window, and he heard a shot. Now he's in the house when he hears the shot, before he's outside when he hears the shot. He hears a shot, it's It's close, and he sees his horse running by. He says about 100 to 150 yards out, he sees men running with tan shirts and pants with a full brown, big, solid backpack on. He then clarifies that he saw them, and then he heard the shot after he came outside. And he says that he saw them run into the arroyo. He told this whole story without admitting that he shot his AK-47. Never admitted he shot his AK-47. It was about 30 minutes into the interview, and after Detective Ayden pressed him about conversations that Kelly had earlier with Agent Morcell, when George Kelly finally admitted he shot his AK-47 that day. He says to Detective Ayden that they were running, and he moves his hand from left to right, parallel with me. They were parallel to the house. I'm telling you the truth, did not make the statement that I shot somebody or shot at or shot somebody or shot, period. So then he's denying that he even told Agent Morcell that he had shot his AK-47. And when Detective Ayden presses him and says, "Did you shoot?" George Kelly admits, yes, he shot. And then he claims that he shot over their heads. And when Detective Ayden asks him, how far were they when you shot him? George Kelly says 150 yards. Well, we know where Gabriel's body was discovered, 115 yards from the back of the Kelly residence. And why did you shoot at them when they were running away from you? Detective Ayden asks. And Kelly says, because when you're out there in that situation and you have people that they weren't running away from me, they were just running. And you said earlier that they were running away. They were running across, hand moves from, again, his hands moving from left to right, across the wash. And then he clarifies that they were running 100 to 150 yards away again. And then he says, now he says they're armed. And the detective then asks him, when they were running with the rifle, did they ever point their rifle at you? Up until this point, George Allen Kelly has never said a peep about these individuals pointing a gun at him. And we know based on what he told Agent Morcell earlier, that they were way too far away for him to see if they had any handguns or had any kind of weapons. And what Kelly says at this point is he says, if a guy's running and he turns, he's going to turn and he's going to point it at you. Just in a mode of turning, he's going to point it at you. So yes, they turned the rifle and pointed it towards me. And again, that's with the knowledge that we already have, that he already told Agent Morcell that they were too far away for him to tell if they had weapons. So what's important about the statement that Kelly made to Detective Ayden? He didn't admit he shot his AK-47 until 30 minutes into the interview, and that's because he had something to hide. He knew he'd killed Gabriel. He didn't say anyone pointed a gun at him until Detective Ayden asked him about it, and he didn't say he was in fear for his life until Detective Ayden suggested it to him. Now, after this interview with George Kelly, late into the evening of January 30th of 2023 and early into the morning of January 31st of 2023, detectives Ayden and other members of his team worked to serve a series of search warrants. They served some search warrants on the house, they served some search warrants on the vehicles and the surrounding outbuildings. And you'll hear that during that series of search warrants, they recovered the AK-47 that we showed you in the picture that was used in this incident. They asked for assistance from, we're a small department, so we asked for assistance not just from the Department of Public Safety, but also from ATF. They have a dog that can sniff for explosives and can find spent casings. And so we utilize their canine to look for the spent casings. And in this case, we're talking a very high-powered rifle that went through and through the body and into the desert. That projectile could be up to a mile away. That projectile was not recovered by the ATF canine, and it was not recovered even based on detectives' efforts with a metal detector.
What? Couldn't find it with a metal detector?
Officers did recover 9 fresh AK-47 casings near the back patio of George Kelly's residence. And the first one was actually discovered by the canine. And I'll show you that photograph in a minute. The other 8 casings were discovered by Detective Joe Bunting, who's now Sergeant Joe Bunting. He found those looking during the daylight the following morning. And with him, he also had a metal detector, I believe. But again, because of the terrain and the type of weapon used, the projectile was not recovered in this case. So we talked a little bit about the weapon earlier, the AK-47, and we talked about the bullets or the rounds, but I've been using a phrase that I didn't explain to you, and that is a spent casing. So the bullet or the round has several parts to it. It has the projectile, that's the piece of metal that's on the top that you can see that's shiny on the bullet that's in this picture. And then on the bottom is the darker part, and that part's called the casing. And inside the casing are the explosives that cause the projectile to spew out at the top of the round. And so what's left over and what ejects from the weapon is called the spent casing. That's just that metal piece that's left over that the explosives are now out of and the projectile is now out of. So 9 casings were recovered around the area of George Kelly's back patio. And on the right in these pictures, is that your right? Yes, is the spent casings. On the left, you can see the rounds or the bullets. Now, during that search warrant, I indicated that detectives found the semi-automatic assault rifle, the AK-47. It was in George Kelly's bedroom, and it was behind the door, and it had a sweater over it. George Kelly told the detectives that he always keeps that weapon by his back patio door. It was not there that day when detectives came. And in fact, what you'll hear is that it was really late when detectives were there. They took that photograph on the left the first time they were there, and they left the AK-47 behind. They had to come, during their second search warrant, they came back and recovered the AK-47. But that is the AK-47. It was in the same spot when they came back, and they did recover it during the second search warrant. This is the ATF canine that found the first casing in this case. And you can see the tent, the evidence tent, is where that first casing was located. The next day, you can see detectives have located the other 8 casings in this case. And just to give you an idea where those casings are located, this is just a still shot of that aerial drone footage we looked at. And you can see the yellow circle is where the 8 casings were discovered by the detective. And the one in blue is the one casing that was discovered by the canine.
I'm sorry. It's almost noon. Let's break for the lunch hour. I don't have any additional information about the water situation. Saw my court administrator coming in here, but I doubt it's fixed yet. We're going to break for lunch. Back in the jury room at 1:30. we'll find out what the water situation is and decide to go from there. But if they haven't fixed it and are not able to fix it shortly after there, we'll probably just recess for the day. But let's be optimistic about that, and I'll see you back in the jury. We'll see you back in court. Please be in the jury room at 8:30. Please remember the admonition of the court. That applies to break at all times. All right? We'll be in recess.
All right. As we go to lunch in court, I was checking my eyelids for light leaks. They seem to be good. I had a little bit of a leak. I had to look for a little while and just see how it was going. I got some good rest during that. Oh my goodness! During all three versions of her opening statement that we've had so far, and she's not done. She is not done. I just wow. It is going and going and going. This is a very, very long opening. It's her job, right? It's her job. She's going to go over the case. It's going to take 3 weeks. She's got maybe 2 weeks of that are probably hers with witnesses. But the judge has called a break, and the judge is praying right now. He's praying that the water does not get restored. Some parts of the story she's told 3 times, on reference to 4th time. It is a lot. It's a lot. Her opening's going to take 3 weeks. A couple things I noticed, and what we don't know is we don't know the makeup of the jury, right? And we're in Arizona, where gun ownership is quite common. But she's explaining the guns and the projectiles and how they work, as if 2 things, as if she doesn't know what they are and if the jury doesn't know what they are. So I don't know if they asked questions in voir dire, if the jurors were familiar with guns, or if they own guns, or familiar with rifles or the AK-47 or anything else. But Arizona is typically what would be viewed as one of the more gun-friendly states. Usually you find that in the West, especially in the desert, that the more open areas, there are more people own guns. Like it's just the gun ownership is higher. So the fact that she's describing this and doing it from a gun owner's perspective poorly is not good. She's not terrible, but like her reasoning of why they sometimes call the magazine a clip, it just grates on my ears. That's all. Can the judge tell the attorney to be more concise with the openings? I'm hearing Bueller. If the judge made rules, if there was a ruling beforehand saying, here's what we're going to do. We're going to XYZ. We're gonna proceed like this. Each side gets this much time. If they made the rule beforehand, he could hold him to it. But where there is no rule made, he's sort of like, there's oversight on my part. I probably should have considered that. But yeah, let's see. I need to type something in here real quick. Thought it was just me, but she was repeating the same things. I'm not crazy. No, and we're going to go to lunch. And some of us need to take a nap on lunch. I don't know what else to do. It's we're pros. We already watched the rest. Yes, spot on. The judge can't tell her to wrap it up. He can, but I don't think he will. Does anyone have the email for the defense of the judge? I'd like to submit an objection. Oh my goodness. So the jury, 12 people, I'd be surprised if all 12 of them were not, if all 12, among the 12, there were no gun owners in there. So there's probably going to be some gun owners in there. I think 1 out of 4 houses in the U.S. is a gun owning house. Co-counsel needs to read the room for her. They're not. I mean, we can see their table. It doesn't look like they're monitoring anything. We'd love it if they would jump in our chat so we could just say, land the plane. You've been circling for a while here, but not happening. All right, it's time for lunch. So we're going to take a lunch. It's 3:00 in the afternoon when we take a lunch. This is going to be one of those cases that runs late, which means we're going to start late every day. We're going to start late. This is Friday. This is day one. Monday, there is no court in this case. So it's just going to be a Tuesday through Friday thing. Not sure why. I guess it's an Arizona thing. I don't know. But it's also a possibility that if the water does not get fixed, which I think the judge hopes it does not because he'd like the break. If the water does not get fixed, they're going to just go ahead and call it after lunch. So there's a possibility we don't really come back from lunch or don't really proceed any further. Most likely, if the judge comes back from lunch and the water is not fixed, he'll have a really quick conversation with counsel and say, look, how much more you got, right? Are we nearing the finish line in any way? Is this going to be, are we going to be able to wrap this thing up anytime soon? I don't think he wants to bifurcate their open, okay, divide it over 2 days. That is just cruel and unusual punishment. But translator has carpal tunnel now. She had to take a break. Translator is just speaking. That's just listening and speaking, which is amazing talent with 2 different languages like that. The translator, it's an easy job. You just have to say the same 6 words over and over and over because that's what we're hearing over and over and over. It's only 1 p.m. in Alberta. Yeah, it's lunchtime, guys. It's lunchtime for sure. The broken pipes, I was literally, there was a point where I'm like, I just hope the fire alarm goes off. Last time I heard a fire alarm, I was in a hotel and it was early in the morning, way too early in the morning. You guys, I brought you along for that one. But yeah, I'm hoping that the prosecution wraps up. I'd like to see it from the defense side to have a short open. What a way to score some points. If the jury is like, wow, first time on jury service, so excited, and they sit through 3 hours of prosecution opening. They're like, oh my goodness, is this what this is about? At that point, the defense could just score points saying, hey, out of respect for your time, here's what we're gonna say. This was self-defense, whatever, XYZ. XYZ is gonna be my go-to statement from now on. It's my yada yada yada. Remember that video. I'm bilingual, French and English. Je parle français, la langue de l'amour. Un pur. And poorly at that. Bathrooms need water. Can you just imagine her closing? Oh, please tell me that she passes that off. But I will say this, for as much flack as we give her in the open, she's doing her job, right? This is her job to do. It's allowed, or at least the judge is allowing it, so we might not like it, but that's where it's at. She's got sort of a compelling story. If you break down her opening into the story itself that she's telling, it seems to be quite logical why they would charge. As she talks about George's different accounts, the different interactions with law enforcement, whether it was on the phone or in person, and as he spells out these different events and the story changes, especially the number of people that change. He's got some weird things in there, like he's telling the officer who recorded the audio in person twice. George told him, he could have expired after you guys were here. It's like he's interjecting facts that he wants them to pick up on. The conversation with the 911 dispatcher where the dispatcher called him, that was just crazy. That was just strange. I realize I will say that having listened to that whole recording now, the comment that he made about animal, I can see it in the light that he's not talking in a racist sense, and that instead he's talking animal, mineral, and vegetable, which is still weird. It's still very strange and I would say at that point, I believe he knew that it was a human, but chose to address it that way is very, very weird. So it's not looking good. Animals, it's rough, but in a way, yeah, we are, we might be considered in the animal kingdom. Old men on farms are weird sometimes. Defense is not required to do an opening now. They can wait until the beginning of their case. We've seen that several times. Justice obsessed. You're like, please help me. I have to go back and look and see on the special messages what was sent, because I did close my eyes for just a minute, and if something came in, I apologize if I missed it. So we're going to go back from the bottom. Angela, welcome to the gallery. Thanks for getting that back with the Green Courthouse. Thank you very much. Jennifer Cochran Fent, member for 6 months. She is trying the case in her opening, the entire thing. Mandy Winslow. You know what, Jennifer? What I expect, and I have not heard at all, is you will hear from XYZ. I need a different word. You will hear from this witness that this happened. You will hear from this witness You'll hear from the dispatch. You will play the recording of this. You're going to see. Instead, she's just laying out the evidence, which is strange. Mandy Winslow, I still laugh how I paid for a membership before ever subbing to the channel. Big P, brand new member. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you, Big P, and gifted 5 memberships right off the bat. So I appreciate that as well. Thank you very much. Mickey, happy birthday from me and my cats. Thank you. It's going to be a wonderful birthday weekend. I already know it. Ocelia, happy birthday, RA. Thank you very much. Ohio Jen with a happy birthday as well. Your channel is the best. Thank you. Chris Wallace, happy birthday weekend. It is all weekend. I'm celebrating all weekend. Lizzie Dog, huge super chat. True Crime Addict, Evid. Got writer account Jodi Arias trial to watch live tweets in college class. Snuck out for verdict to watch with True Crime Addict teacher. Snuck out with a teacher to watch the verdict. That's awesome. Great. What a great story. Frida B, member for 11 months. Cheras came in with 20 memberships, gifted memberships. Jean Daughtry, member for 13 months. Happy birthday, Ari. Thank you, Gene. Appreciate that. It's SF in Texas. Gifted a membership as well. Kay Scarpetta says, happy birthday, Scott. Thank you for all the great work. Love this community. Joyful gifted 5 memberships. I think this was right about when court was starting here. Happy birthday. Thank you for providing this great community. The internet will never be the same, says Momo Shark. Ashley gifted a membership. Jody Allgood, member for 7 months. Happy birthday, RA. Ruth Presley says, happy birthday, Scott. I hope you relish this birthday and enjoy the time with your family. Selena K says, happy birthday, Ari. I'm so glad I found this channel. It was helped me keep sober for over a year. Happy birthday, Ari. I'm so glad I found this channel. Happy birthday, Scott, says Mama Smith. Enjoy your day. Love you. Kiss me a cow. Say his name, Elijah View. 3-year-old still missing in Wisconsin. He's been missing a month now. Prayers to him and be found soon and answers to come out. And of course, Crazy Cat Queen, we got this, but I'll bring this up again. Happy birthday, Scott, you youngster. I appreciate you and this community so much. I wish for many, many more years of fun for you and this amazing community. Also, sorry in advance if you get weird chat messages from me on Monday. It'll be because I'm drugged after my hand surgery. So, Crazy Cat Queen, I cannot wait for those messages. It's going to be great. Daffy9, best wishes. Happy birthday, Recovery Addict. Love your stream, chat, and the mods. Thank you very much for 3 wonderful months, Daffy. It's been great. Many more to come for sure. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to lunch, and whether you might want to call the repair crews down in Arizona and say, hey, take your time on that pipe. Take your time. No rush restoring water to the courthouse. If you can just hold off for a bit, we all might need an early weekend here. We'll see what happens, but I think the judge has got his fingers crossed for that. Iris, member for 2 months, says, I have to apologize. All right. I made fun because you checked your eyelids, and hubby said he didn't say he's awake since didn't he say he's awake since 3 a.m.? Sorry. I did wake up a bit early, and that's where we got the whole Lego story about the Lego heads. We shared that this morning on the live stream, which was, holy cow, this has been one long stream. That was 6 hours ago. It's been long. So we're gonna stop here for lunch and get some food, and might close my eyes. I'll set the alarm on my phone so I don't miss it. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again in about 1 hour is when court comes back, and we will see first and foremost if the water's been restored, and second if prosecution decides to what is it called when you surrender your filibuster? Maybe defense can object and break the filibuster and get a word in edgewise for their open. We'll see what happens. Anyway, have a good lunch. We'll see you guys afterwards. Bye-bye.
When are we gonna break for lunch, Judge?